Chapter 101 Swordsmanship, Second. Kaoshiro was taken aback by AI Fan's question. He smiled and replied, I am a swordsman, but I can't say if I am strong. There are many swordsmen who are stronger than me in the world. AI Fan replied, I know this. Anyway, you can't beat Hawkeye. Eagle Eyes Kaoshiro groaned, as if in memory. The greatest swordsman in the world. What is the purpose of your coming here? Kaoshiro asked as he adjusted his glasses. I want to learn swordsmanship. Your strength is very strong, Kaoshiro said with a smile. AI Fan waved his hand and said, I have mastered the domineering power of seeing and hearing. Stop acting with me. Seeing the color? Kaoshiro was stunned, then smiled and said, what kind of swordsmanship do you want to learn? Do you have a swordsmanship that can defeat Hawkeye? No, teach me what you are good at, AI Fan said with a grin. Swordsmanship is not the most important thing, it is the person who holds the sword, Kaoshiro said. His meaning is obvious, your three views are wrong. AI Fan shook his head and smiled, I have absolutely firm will, and now the only thing missing is the basics. I imagine you are asking for basic moves. My three views are very positive. Kaoshiro picked up the wooden swordsmanship beside him. The path of swordsmanship is endless, the foundation is important, but the heart of using swordsmanship must also be clear. He did not give up on correcting AI Fan's three views. Che. AI Fan stretched out his hand, and Arnold let out a long whistle, turning into a red sword and appearing in his hand. He waved his red sword, and the domineering chakra of the flame and the powerful force turned into a slash and flew into the sky. The slash went straight into the sky, like fireworks, and it slowly dissipated after flying high. What is that? A child murmured. Zoro was stunned when he saw the slash flying into the sky. The powerful sword energy seemed to penetrate directly into the heart of man. He murmured to himself, is this also swordsmanship? Gina's death seems to be around the age of 9. Zoro's death feels weird, so I won't write about her. See, AI Fan moved his wrist. He is poor. He really only has basic skills. Kaoshiro was stunned for a moment. He remembered the situation that night. The slash that cut off the mountain and the flame that illuminated the night sky gave him a deep impression. Kaoshiro smiled and said, it's not bad. Then, let me teach you the basic moves. His origin is mysterious and his knowledge is extraordinary. When the dragon left, he named AI Fan's identity. Kaoshiro had already decided when AI Fan came, and he wanted to teach AI Fan to find his own swordsmanship. In the room of the dojo, AI Fan and Kaoshiro sat opposite each other. There were a lot of children who came to the dojo to study by the door and windows. They were very curious about the conversation between AI Fan and Kaoshiro. Inside the room, Kaoshiro said, that knife is very powerful. His affirmative tone. Of course, Ivan said with a grin, this is my partner. His name is Arnold Hawk Sparrow. Falcon? Kaoshiro said after a moment of silence. The legendary sword. Yes. Kaoshiro is still a good person, similar to Buddhist swordsmanship and spirit. He is very refined and gentle. My swordsmanship values the heart the most. You must find your swordsmanship, your heart, and I can teach you advanced swordsmanship and solid foundation. In the heart, the purpose of practicing swords. Kendo. AI Fan muttered to himself. Although Kaoshiro's words were brief, they also aroused his contemplation. What is his kendo? Cut Hawkeye with a knife. No, this is one of his goals. He will get there sooner or later. Looking at the red sword in his hand, AI Fan brushed his fingers across the blade. Che. The red sword hummed softly, as if speaking. In an instant, AI Fan smiled and said, accompanying. My kendo is companionship. He remembered the words Arnold gave him when he was dying. Although the language was not fluent at that time, Arnold's thoughts were all in his eyes. The voices and smiles of Garp, Crane, Ace and others appeared in his mind. His kendo should be companionship. Flicking his fingers over the blade, AI Fan chuckled, we are partners, partners for life. Kaoshiro's eyes finally opened, looking at AI Fan. He smiled. To accompany you, to accompany your sword, to accompany your relatives, to accompany your friends. Kaoshiro stood up, holding the wooden sword. Next, Let me teach you swordsmanship. He changed AI Fan's basic training. And there were some differences between basic swordsmanship. He revised a set of technical swordsmanship training methods for Kaido and AI Fan. Practice this set of swordsmanship 10,000 times. The only way to practice swordsmanship is hard work. It's just that AI Fan couldn't stay here for a long time. After only 10 days, AI Fan had to leave. Kaoshiro's teaching is not bad. He only practiced for 10 days and felt obvious progress. Zoro challenged AI Fan once when he was learning sword moves, but it was deflected by AI Fan's finger. His current strength is similar to that of Ace, but he is far from AI Fan's. After all, in terms of effort, the two are similar, because Zoro's practice method is very hard, but he is exercising by himself most of the time. And AI Fan is guided by a famous teacher, plus he is 10 times faster than others. If you want to catch up with him, it will take a huge effort. Time passed in a blink of an eye, and he left the dojo and returned to Ace. It's time to say goodbye to Ace and the others. After saying goodbye to Ace, Ivan embarked on the journey back to the Navy headquarters. The eagle sword turned into a crimson eagle Arnold, and all three AI Fans sat on it. Speeding in the sky, AI Fan's heart wandered between heaven and earth. The time was very fast, and AI Fan flew directly to the headquarters of the Navy. The time was very short. It arrived from dawn to night. In the sky, Arnold's speed was faster than ordinary planes. If it weren't for taking care of Ivan, it is estimated to be able to fly at supersonic speed. It's just that, and there is a kneeling clone. AI Fan can stand on it, but the kneeling clone will not work. He still has a little time to grow completely, and there is no energy like chakra in his body. The crimson giant eagle caused a sensation, and Marin Fando even sounded the alarm. Below, countless muzzle guns have been aimed at AI Fan, who is about to fall from the sky. AI Fan smiled wryly, standing at the front showing his face. Don't say anything else, brush your face here, there will be many people you know. After all, Garp is famous, and as his adopted grandson, there are many people who pay attention. What's more, AI Fan has made several credits and received high praise from Zephyr. No big or small, we are also famous here. Sure enough, after AI Fan showed his face, the alarm below was lifted instantly, and his clone had already been explained to someone. Everyone knows that the two clones of AI Fan know that there is a danger, that the warring states personally ordered that ordinary people cannot contact them, but everyone should keep it in mind. After the whereabouts, AI Fan went to the warring states report, and asked for a few uniforms of the Navy. Chapter 102 Deja Vu, Third More. Garp happened to be at the naval headquarters, and he came immediately after Ivan came out. In the spacious room that Crane replaced AI Fan, Garp looked around as soon as he entered the room. Where's the giant eagle your kid just rode on? AI Fan whistled and said, guess what? He held the red knife in his hand. Is Garp blind? Such a domineering knife, you can think of it after a little thought. Garp's fist waved, and Afan, who was already prepared, flashed easily. Swoosh! Garp's fist kept on, and after being dodged by Ivan, another punch followed. But they were all easily avoided by AI Fan. His fist's speed strike produced an afterimage, but unfortunately, AI Fan all escaped with a smile on his face. His strength is constantly getting stronger. Garp grinned, his fist speed suddenly doubled, and he punched AI Fan fiercely. He was sure that AI Fan couldn't dodge this blow. However, AI Fan did not hide. He just raised the prepared sword sideways. Clang! Domineering and domineering collided. After Garp punched the knife, the huge force did not stop, and AI Fan, who was blocked by the knife, flew out instantly. Boom! The wall was smashed, and AI Fan's body flew out of the street before it stopped. Inside the house, Garp looked worried. He half-squatted regretfully and shouted, "No, the power is too much." On the street, AI Fan was lying there with a knife in the middle. He raised his head slightly, looking at the two-story wall that he had smashed into silence. "Garp, are you a joker sent by monkeys? It's just a trial, you punch so hard. Do you want to keep me out of your retirement life or something?" Lying on the ground, AI Fan stroked the blade, It is good to be domineering. Domineering is hard enough. No matter how you hit it, there will be no damage. AI fan lay on the ground and didn't want to get up. Garp covered his head in the room and pretended to be annoyed. AI fan is so angry that he really wants to punch Garp with one punch. However, this guy is a freak, and he is improving every day. But when it comes to Garp, there is still a kind of invisible edge. A feeling of domineering is too incomprehensible. His body is not strong enough to be beaten with domineering and will not be injured. Domineering can be strong or weak, and Garp is so strong. Teng teng teng. Garp ran to AI fan on the street, looked at AI fan who was lying on the ground and couldn't get up and said, "Stinky boy, get up quickly if you have nothing to do." Under the domineering photos, he was very sure that AI fan was fine. AI fan stood up with swords in both hands, took 2 steps back, and then slashed down with the sword. One shot, shocking slash. The red sword crossed a perfect arc, aiming directly at Garp. Huh? Garp mused. He clenched his fist tightly, shaking AI fan's red sword. Clang. Chidao's blade and Garp's fist stalemate. Garp grinned. Just with this level of domineering, it is impossible to cut me. The next moment, his fist was already swung towards AI fan. Fighting is the best teaching. Bang! Garp's fist was intercepted by the other hand, and A fan looked back and saw Sengoku. He glared at Garp and said, "Bastard, are you going to demolish this place? Who'll be responsible for the damage caused by doing this in a place where civilians live?" Ha ha ha! Garp burst out laughing. "Sorry, I forgot where this place was when I was fighting with AI fan for a while." "Ah," Sengoku said speechlessly for a while. "Recently, there is news that Kaido has disappeared. This lunatic doesn't know who he is going to challenge again." "You are always on standby." "Relax." Garp laughed confidently. Then, the warring states said to AI fan, "The world government has issued an order. You go somewhere to train some people." "I'm going?" AI fan pointed to his nose. He was a little puzzled. He was an officer with a small sesame seed, and he wanted to train people by himself? Warring states glanced around. "I'll tell you the details tomorrow. Prepare yourself and set off in 3 days." "Such a hurry?" AI fan was shocked. "God, can't I rest for 10 days and a half months?" "It's been 3 days again, and I feel like I'm busier than the general." At night, AI fan sat cross-legged in the room. He spends an hour meditating every day. In fact, he starts practicing in the state of returning his life. First, he thinks about his own problems, but continues to precisely control his physical energy consumption. He thinks about his own shortcomings, and he likes it, because when he thinks quietly, he can discover many problems that he hadn't noticed. This is a different kind of practice, and it is also a necessary self-reflection to make oneself stronger and the more perfect. He tried to change his cell structure again, but it failed unexpectedly. The avatar's body showed signs of collapse, but AI fan recalled the avatar before the great pain was about to come, and then summoned it again after instantly repairing the injury. Kneeling clones and poison clones can be left alone for a few more months, and now they can basically rest assured. A hazy consciousness was born in the clone, which belongs to AI fan's own consciousness. He can let these 2 clones do some simple things on their own. It turns out that he can only be cloned by a person who masters the ability to do both. At night, a piercing alarm sounded suddenly. AI fan jumped up without saying a word and recalled all his body parts. He ordered his 2 avatars to hide in the room, and immediately dodged out. In the darkness, AI fan was silent. "Why does this scene seem familiar? Are you the nemesis of the Navy headquarters? Come back once, something happened here." AI fan didn't know why, but it didn't prevent him from walking out quickly. The sight and hearing turned on, and AI fan knew the general news in a few seconds. There is a peerless fierce attack on the Navy headquarters, and he came alone. Boom! There was a loud voice in the distance, and AI fan flew over there without saying a word. He climbed up into the sky, and the red knife behind him instantly turned into Arnold, and its wings galloped away like a bullet. From a distance, the golden light that AI fan saw. The Warring States period had already shot, and the opponent seemed to be a giant with a tall stature. As he got closer, AI Fan could also see the man's appearance. He had 2 long horns on his head. His muscles were bulging. He was holding his upper body, and a thick rope was tied around his waist. At this moment, Zhang Battle of the Golden Buddha transformed from the Warring States period. AI Fan recognized him, one of the most active pirates in the New World. Kaido, Garp and the generals of the headquarters are watching, and it seems that there is no intention to besiege. Come to think of it, this level of powerhouse has his own dignity. But this kind of thing also depends on the timing. If the naval headquarters is threatened, AI Fan is sure that they will definitely join forces. It's just that AI Fan heard that this person is a pervert who will not die, and that he was caught by Garp. AI Fan has an idea. I don't know if it can be realized. Chapter 103. Try it out. Fourth more. The Navy headquarters at night lost its former tranquility. The noise filled the island, and the residents were told to evacuate because the opponent was a perverted pirate. AI Fan stared at the battle situation. Kaido and Sengoku were fighting fists. The impact that appeared on the Sengoku fist was dispelled by Kaido's. His body was tall and strong, and there was tremendous power between his punches and his kicks. Like thunder, AI Fan seems to be a little unsupportive when he sees the Warring States period. Kaido shouted like thunder, "What's the matter, Sengoku?" "Just warming up and exercising is enough for you." "What a joke, Kaido," Sengoku shouted angrily. Bang! Their fists collided again, and the strong wind pressure blew the smaller stones. On the side, Akainu's arm has turned into magma, and the rolling magma rushed out instantly, charging towards Kaido who was fighting. "The justice of the Navy shall not be tainted." Boom! Kaido blocked the magma with one hand, and the arrogance wrapped around his hand basically ignored the magma. "Red Dog." Kaido grinned. "Just look at this level of war, AI Fan. If he wants to go up, it is estimated that he will be second. People of this level are monsters, and he has not yet reached that level." After learning to be domineering in the armed color, no matter who it is, the combat power will increase several times or even more. AI Fan feels that if he learns the armed color, he may be able to fight. But now, Ivan stood from Arnold's back to the air next to him, and Arnold turned into the red sword and appeared in his hand. AI Fan grinned. "Some things, if you don't try it, how will you know?" The sword body stood up, the state reached the strongest, and the state of returning life was turned on. AI Fan's arms swelled up and concentrated all his strength. The red sword in his hand burned, and Arnold covered it with domineering, holding the red sword tightly, and AI Fan whistled and swung his strongest sword. Eagle middle jing honk slash. Che. The eagle's long howl appeared, and the slash was like a crimson Arnold, far away, with domineering and chakra, and all his power. Boom! The slash instantly leapt through space, hit Kaido directly, and the flames surrounded him in a blink of an eye. AI Fan compared his thumbs to Garp and the others, then turned his head and left. In the sense of seeing and hearing, Kaido's breath changed slightly. It should have been influenced by him. But the next moment his breath and danger level skyrocketed by several levels. AI Fan didn't want to be targeted, so he immediately retreated. Garp grinned at Ivan's departure. "That kid Ivan." Aokiji sighed beside Garp. As expected of Lieutenant General Garp's grandson, he is already so powerful at this age. However, the character of turning around and running after the cut is nothing like Lieutenant General Garp, Kizaru said lazily beside him. With his strength, he is already exhausted after taking that blow. After all, Kaido's state affects him, and this level is not something he can easily achieve. Aokiji saw a lot. "Do you still want to look at it like this?" Akainu was forced to move away from the battle with Kaido, and turned to Aokiji and the others and said, "If we keep fighting like this, the Navy's name of justice will be disgraced." Garp grinned, clenching his fists and going up. "Let me come." The green pheasant was covered in white smoke, and part of his body was frozen, and he jumped up instantly. Boom! The thunderous battle sound came, but it had nothing to do with AI Fan. He shot out all the energy he had stored with one knife, released his life return, and his arms that were bulging to the point of abnormality also returned to normal. Kaido's vitality is definitely at a perverted level, sensing from a distance. His breath has been skyrocketing. As he said, the battle against the Warring States period is just a warm-up. The battle went on for a long time and ended just after AI Fan was full. He went to look at the place where the battle was fought. Many navies were tinkering. Kaido was tied up, his body was covered in wounds, and his breath was weak. But it is recovering rapidly. He was handcuffed to Rayleigh, and it looked like he was going to be executed directly. AI Fan watched with interest. The Warring States and the others joined forces, and it seemed that nothing happened. The executioner held the bayonet, and the bayonet stabbed at the command of the Warring States period. The bayonet broke, and even if it was handcuffed, Kaido's body was unbelievably hard. AI Fan came behind the Warring States and asked in a low voice, "Is Kaido a capable person?" "What?" Warring States asked suspiciously. Cough cough. AI Fan said softly, "How about feeding him 2 devil fruits? Let him be directly blown up by the power of devil fruits." AI Fan's voice was very small, but at this moment it reached the ears of many people. The atmosphere was a little quiet, and AI Fan coughed and said, "The Navy headquarters should be able to buy 2 devil fruits starting at 100 million. Wow!" The sound of the chain shaking sounded. Kaido raised his head, stared at AI Fan with lustful eyes and said, "Navy, I remember you." The next moment, one of AI Fan's avatars started to shout with a red saber, "Who is a master swordsman, take my red saber and chop him to death." One of the most powerful knives, plus domineering, who is come. The onlookers had only one thought in their hearts, as expected of the grandson of Lieutenant General Garp. This kind of spirit is really not something ordinary people can have. Bastard tilde. AI Fan's actions deeply angered Kaido. Even if the Navy was in a daze, no one paid attention to AI Fan. But his anger was soaring, and he felt humiliated. Clang! Under his anger, Rayleigh's handcuffs were broken, and the chains on his body were also forcibly broken by him. Glaring at AI Fan, Kaido shouted, "This kind of death is not what I want." His injury was recovering rapidly, the dangerous aura was soaring, and Garp was already standing in front of Ivan. Boom! He jumped up instantly and stepped on the ground with a big hole. He charged straight in the direction of AI Fan, and the anger in his eyes almost burned. Garp moved at the same time as Sengoku, and charged towards Kaido who was attacking. AI Fan's heart was like a mirror. The clone turned into a beam of light and plunged into his body, raised the red knife high, and kept it like this. Bang bang! Garp and Sengoku's fists collided with Kaido, but Kaido forcibly broke free from the influence of these 2 fists and charged towards AI Fan. Oops! Garp's eyes changed. But the instant confrontation was too fast. He forcibly turned around, but the distance between Kaido and AI Fan was less than 5 meters. At the moment when Kaido broke free, AI Fan was firmly locked by an addictive momentum, just like the Ake Ainu was captured by Whitebeard in the war on the top, and it was difficult to move. However, AI Fan was fearless, and he possessed the aptitude of Overlord to break free from such imposing lock. With a full blow, the red blade turned black, the flames swept out, and the next moment it shrank back, turning the red blade covered by domineering back into red. Crimson cloud patterns appeared on the blade, and AI Fan's eyes were also staring at Kaido like a man-loving beast. Without the slightest leakage of power, with his full strength, AI Fan's red knife slashed down and collided with Kaido's fist. Clang! The sound of steel colliding sounded, and AI Fan was at a stalemate with Kaido. However, in the next second, AI Fan was beaten and flew out. Chapter 104 The Island of Justice. Chapter 5 Ha! The sharp air sounded from his ears, and his body was retreating uncontrollably. AI Fan gritted his teeth, trying not to lose consciousness. Boom! He bumped into something. But fortunately the thing was not as hard as him. The momentum of the retreat dropped sharply, and AI Fan coughed up blood. The whole person seems to be falling apart, and the bones of the body are hurting, especially the arms. AI Fan is sure that the bones of his arms have cracks. The piercing pain hit AI Fan's consciousness. But he didn't care. It was just the pain, Just endure it. During training, he was injured a lot of times. The pain, he already has immunity. Coupled with his natural endurance, this level is nothing. He no longer held the red blade, but the red blade took the initiative to return to his back in the form of Arnold. AI Fan walked out of the room where he had smashed the hole, and glanced outside. He turned out to be above the seagull in the middle of the word Navy in the high-rise building of the Navy headquarters. He reluctantly walked out of here, went upstairs vertically with the only remaining chakra, and then stood on the roof and glanced in Kaido's direction. There, Kaido is tied up again, and Garp seems to be slapping his chest and saying fortunately the brat didn't get killed. AI Fan's eyes were relieved. He finally knew the gap between him and the general. Kaido, the person who needs the cooperation of the generals to quickly subdue, makes a move with hatred, but AI Fan doesn't think he will be merciful. Standing on the tower, Ivan shouted at Kaido with the last of his strength. Kaido, next time I will beat you with my own hands. After shouting a sentence, with a smile, AI Fan fell asleep standing still. He was so tired that he fell asleep without even wanting to lie down. Kaido's face was gloomy. Arrogant boy. Wow, ha ha ha. Garp burst out laughing. AI Fan did a beautiful job. Ha ha. Sengoku also laughed, pressing Kaido. They laughed and left. The next day, AI Fan woke up and read the news from the newspaper that Kaido had sunk another prison city and escaped. Moreover, he escaped under torture. The plan to feed him 2 devil fruits failed because no one could pry his mouth open if he didn't want to. He is not like a human, but more like a monster. His tenacious vitality is like an animal demon fruit that has awakened. He is almost immortal, and his tenacious vitality allows him to recover quickly even if he is seriously injured. When AI Fan woke up, he was wrapped in bandages. His injury healed quickly, and after 2 days of binge eating, he was almost fine. On the 3rd day, he was still sent out to perform the mission, because it was an internal mission and did not need to fight. So it didn't matter even if he was injured, but fortunately, his injury had almost recovered, so there was no need to worry too much. AI Fan was very speechless about this, but he was stunned for a while after hearing that Warring States said that CP9 had asked him to be an instructor for a while. However, he quickly understood the reason. His 6 forms exceeded the original 6 forms by a lot. The world government wanted to test himself, by the way, to see if anyone could learn his own moves. But they are destined to be disappointed. They can't use chakra. Not long after, he first took a boat, then changed to the train of the sea, and finally arrived at Judicial Island. Standing in the distance, AI Fan looked at the familiar island silently. When AI Fan came in, he was greeted by a passerby in a black suit. AI Fan has no impression of the guy in One Piece who did not appear in the scene. After coming down, the expressionless man in a suit wearing sunglasses said directly, "Our chief is waiting for you inside." After saying that, he walked straight ahead. AI Fan ignored him and walked over. Seeing and hearing the color turned on, and instantly sensed a lot of breath. Most of them were training, and the training was the necessary content of the 6 forms, and they were very hard. AI Fan felt the inner emotions of welcoming the man in the suit up close, and his heart was full of resentment. Originally, he was also an officer, but after the new officer Spandam took office, he directly slapped him down and became the one who went outside to greet him. The character he was greeted with was actually a warrant officer from the Navy headquarters. Although he was directly assigned by the world government, he was only a warrant officer, and he was not as high as his own, so why should he greet him by himself? AI Fan sensed his thoughts, and he smiled in his heart. This kind of person is just a small role, and he is not even qualified to make his emotions fluctuate. After walking for a long time, AI Fan came to a luxuriously decorated room. The man in the suit left directly, while AI Fan pushed the door directly in. Inside, the decoration is very luxurious, with soft sofas, high-grade wooden tables, chairs and floors. The room is untouched. The newly appointed Spandam is half lying on the chair, with his legs on the top of the solid wood table, half squinting. Eyes, face has put on that ridiculous mask? After AI Fan pushed the door and came in, he glanced at AI Fan and immediately shouted after seeing his level, "Who told you to come in without knocking? Get out." AI Fan murmured to himself. Sure enough, he is an annoying character. A selfish, despicable, timid, feared to death and arrogant collective. This is Spandam. Shave. AI Fan came to Spandam instantly, and a needle appeared in his hand. Spandam's pupils contracted. He was just an ordinary person, and he had no advantages other than being in a high position. Shah. Ivan pierced Spandam's arm with a needle, and in an instant, Spandam's face changed. Ivan turned Spandam over, pressed his head on the table, squatted on the table, stepped on his two arms, and pressed his mouth with one hand to prevent him from making any sound. Spandam's eyes were full of pain. After he got used to it, Ivan forced his eyes to look at himself and chuckled. Magellan's poison doesn't taste good. Woo! Ivan loosened his arms slightly, and Spandam's begging whimper came out. His eyes were filled with pain and endless begging for mercy, and his heart was full of fear, regret, and hatred for AI Fan. However, AI Fan doesn't care about these. Anyway, this kind of character who is afraid of death is still relatively easy to control. When Spandam was about to faint in pain, Ivan injected him with an antidote. "How is it? Does it feel good?" Spandam looked at Ivan in horror. His body was shaking. The pain just now was deeply imprinted in his heart. "What on earth are you trying to do?" Spandam looked at Ivan in horror. AI Fan grinned and said, "It's nothing. I just came here to teach some people and take a break." He didn't plan to bring this poison, but thinking that the place to come is CP9, he thinks it's better to bring a copy. After all, for someone like Spandam who is annoying and has low combat power, but is in a high position, a piece of poison is enough to make him obedient. Chapter 105 CP9, First Update. Spandam was very smart. He was afraid that Ivan would take out that poison again. Therefore, after Ivan let go of him, without him talking, Spandam sat on the ground very honestly and didn't move. He knew how terrifying a person who learned 6 forms was. He thought that AI Fan's position was low and he didn't dare to do anything to him, but he didn't expect AI Fan to be so violent. He had only said a word, and AI Fan had already tortured him to the point of death. In Spandam's terrified eyes, Ivan smiled and took out a needle filled with purple liquid. Without giving him a chance to react, AI Fan grabbed Spandam with one hand and injected the liquid from the needle. He also smiled and explained, "This is a special toxin. You won't feel anything at first, but every time you will have a pain. The poison will explode after half a year, and if you don't get the antidote at that time, you will just die." Then, AI Fan took out another needle tube. "The stuff in here is injected every 10 days to ensure that your pain will not occur. You will be my dog in the future. Remember, remember. Remember," Spandam said in horror. AI Fan put the needle tube on the table and turned to leave. When he reached the door, AI Fan suddenly turned his head. Spandam, who was holding the needle tube, was startled, swallowed and looked at AI Fan and said, "Anything else?" Haha. AI Fan laughed. "One thing I forgot to mention, you can find someone else to make an antidote, but what about the end? It should be directly dead after half a year. There are no videophone bugs here, and as long as I deny it, no one can move me. If you don't believe me, you can try it." Spandam was stunned, and the last glimmer of hope in his heart seemed to be shattered by AI Fan. AI Fan walked out of the office with a smile on his face. "I didn't expect to control him so smoothly. As the current commander of CP9, he is really not qualified. Maybe he is very insidious and very smart, but after his strength and personality are mastered, he is just a joke. He has a lot of power, and AI Fan feels that if he uses it well, it will be of great use. I just don't know if he will report on himself. A person like him who is greedy for life and fear of death should not risk his life to report on himself. He definitely knows Magellan's ability. If he really goes to someone else, Evan is sure that he will give him an unforgettable lesson." He eavesdropped for a while, and in the room, Spandam was caught in the battle between heaven and man. He was afraid of pain, and even more afraid of death. The toxin torture just now made him want to die, and he didn't want to try it a second time. However, the small life is controlled by others, and the antidote for the special toxin is not sure whether he can find it or not. If AI fan is exposed, it really matters whether he can live or not. Damn it! Spandam hung down on the floor fiercely, his eyes full of hatred. Suddenly, he remembered something, and pulled out a document from the table. There was AI Fan's information. He saw that AI Fan's position was first introduced as a warrant officer, and he stopped reading it. Now he is reading it word by word, for fear of missing something. Zafer's student, Garp's adopted grandson, the Navy favored by the Warring States period, a user who exceeds the limit of the 6th form, defeated a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. The more and more Spandam looked, the more frightened he became. Under his thoughts, he could no longer resist. AI Fan's backstage was so big that he really didn't dare to move. However, what can be done about this? His eyes are full of remorse. If you knew it earlier, take a closer look at his profile. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't be so arrogant. However, where does he have regret medicine to take? Outside the house, Ivan left with a smile, and Spandam had given up completely, which meant that he really had mastered this person. It's just that the espionage department of the world government, the commander of CP9, is actually this kind of thing. But that's fine, it's just cheaper. There should be a lot of classified information here, and I should have obtained a lot of secret information in the past few months here, at the very least. He had to squeeze everything Spandam knew. No one knew that within half an hour of arriving here, AI Fan had already controlled the commander here. After AI Fan came out, a man in a suit and sunglasses soon found him. Warrant officer, Chief Spandam has ordered us to follow your orders here. There are 6 men in suits in 2 rows, very aura. AI Fan nodded and walked around here. He was looking for Lucci and others. The interior of the judicial tower was very complicated, but it was nothing to AI Fan, who had a strong sense of sight. Soon, he easily found someone he knew well. Finding the door of the room, AI Fan pushed the door directly in. Inside, Gabra is sleeping on the cozy lawn. This is a rare leisure time. He has just had a mission that scares people but didn't take action, and he got vacation time. AI Fan appeared silently, sitting cross-legged behind Gabra. He didn't seem to notice anything. Lying on the lawn and looking at ease. Gabra, who is in her 20s, has just completed the 6-style practice and has become a Superman. However, Lucci, who practiced with him, is pressing everyone in their generation. Moreover, I heard that there are a few good newcomers recently, and Gabra still has a little pressure. These recruits, you have to grow up quickly. It's a bit lonely to have only a few of us. CP9, Gabra said with a sigh. Evan smiled behind him. This thing is really stupid and insidious. He had already discovered himself, but he still didn't do it, trying to numb himself by speaking. Don't you know that such a clumsy acting is not as good as the man in a suit who picks him up? Sure enough, the next moment, Gabra shot instantly. Land feet, with his left hand on the ground, Gabra abruptly stood up and swept towards AI Fan, who was behind him with a whip leg. Bang! A muffled sound came out, and AI Fan blocked Gabra's feet with one hand. Who are you? Gabra suddenly turned into a wolf, and his body doubled. AI Fan said with a smile, an instructor who just came here. Instructor? Gabra scratched his head and said, just you, a child? Those who can appear here will definitely not be intruders. You must know that there are tens of thousands of soldiers stationed in Qiyondao. It is impossible to invade and enter here without being discovered. Evan waved his hand, motioning for Gabra to attack him. Actually, I really want to experience your 6-style extension skills in person. Maybe I can enrich my use of 6-style. 6 forms. If you say that, you have already learned all 6 forms. Gabra's eyes gradually became serious. AI Fan smiled and said, maybe. He is much more powerful than you. Chapter 106 Can't Test, Second Update. Ow! Gabra, who turned into a wolf, let out a long howl, and the sharp nails on his 10 fingers were shiny, and he shouted, let me teach you this new instructor. Shaved. Gabra disappeared instantly, and the sharp claws swept towards Ivan. Clang! His sharp claws were blocked by AI Fan with one hand. AI Fan's palms seemed to be harder than his claws, and his claws didn't even dent his skin. Iron Block. Gabra grinned. Haha, AI Fan said with a dry smile, your power is a little weaker than I imagined, just at this level. Ha! AI Fan's fists let out a sharp whistle, and Gabra's color changed, and then he leaned back. The fist flew past his forehead, and the strong wind blew, wiping off a piece of the rockery behind him. He turned a few somersaults to distance himself, and when he looked at AI Fan, he found that there were actually 8 AI Fans standing opposite him. Illusion? Gabra began to wiggle his nose. I guessed wrong, AI Fan said with a smile. It's all true. I am a clone who ate the fruit of the clone. The clone has my true strength, and when added together, it can add up to 10 times my power. No wonder, Gabra said suddenly. The strength of your fist was terrifying just now. The extension skill of the Lanjiao combination finger gun is too weak. I'm too lazy to name it, AI Fan said with a grin. Then what do you mean? Gabra glanced at the avatars. Are you going to use siege? The users of the 6th form are not afraid of siege. No, AI Fan raised a finger and said, according to your current strength, my clone alone is enough to defeat you. A clone? Gabra's eyes became addictive. He suddenly rushed out and shouted, stop looking down on people there. Iron Block. Ivan's clone suddenly appeared in front of Gabra, and the ultimate Iron Block was used. Bang! When Gabra's finger hurt, AI Fan was not shaken in the slightest. Iron Block, Wolf Tooth. The combination of his iron state is useful for claws. This is the special envoy skill he has learned, moving and attacking in the iron state. AI Fan grinned without flinching, and the same Iron Block took all the slams of Gabriel's claws. Shah! Gabra stepped back abruptly, distanced himself from Ivan, stared at Ivan and said, with extraordinary hands, can you also use Iron Blocks while moving? Hey! AI Fan smiled and said, I'm using Iron Blocks all the time. Gabra widened his eyes and said, impossible. Ivan shrugged. Believe it or not, pick me up. AI Fan suddenly took the initiative to attack and appeared in front of Gabra without warning. The right fist was steaming and punched hard. The locomotive hits. Iron Block, facing the sudden onslaught, Gabra instantly launched the strongest defense. Bang! The light blue locomotive appeared, and instantly hit Gabra's chest with steam. The locomotive hit Gabra's chest first, and as Ivan's fist approached, his body began to move backwards. The ground under his feet was plowed with traces, and the whole person looked unsupported. Wow! Gabra vomited blood, and the locomotive dissipated. AI Fan's fist stopped firmly on his chest, almost sticking to his wolf fur, less than a centimeter away from him. How is it? AI Fan grinned. The attack of the locomotive, with all his strength, plus the cohesion of chakra and his own special skills, if he resists hard, true iron AI Fan is sure to shatter it. Gabra took a few breaths. He was a little unwilling, and many of his unique tricks were not used. However, when he thought that AI Fan almost knocked him unconscious with just one move, his unwillingness turned into a sigh. In front of AI Fan, if he is serious about fighting, he can't even block a single blow. The difference in strength is too huge. Gabra returned to human form, rubbed his chest and said, are you a human? Is such a powerful force really cultivated at your age? I'm a genius. AI Fan used the shortest answer. Pervert, your current Tao strength must be at least 2,000 or more. He expressed envy with less than 1,000 combat strength. All 6 forms should be around 300 or 400 Tao powers. It is normal for Gabra in his 20s to be less than 1,000. After all, there are still more than 10 years of growth, about 100 Tao powers a year. Haha! AI Fan recalled his avatar and waved at Gabra. Let's go. Take me to meet the other CP9 members. Okay. Gabra's injury is not serious and will recover quickly without treatment. He went out and took a few glances and said, let's go to the owl first. He has an ability to test a person's Tao strength. Suppose the Tao strength of an ordinary person is 10, and mine is 900. As for you, it is estimated that only Lucci can compare. Walking with Gabra, AI Fan smiled and said, I'm also curious. how much power I have. In order to save trouble, Gabra went directly to the bottom. Walking into Otonashi Owl's residence, he was practicing boxing and looked very diligent. Gabra whispered beside AI Fan. He is a guy who can't keep secrets, be careful not to be heard by him. AI Fan waved his hand and said, relax. Bang! All of AI Fan's clones came out, and the owl turned around. Shoo! Unzipping the zipper, the owl said, hey Baba Gabra. Do you have anything to do with me? A little thing. Gabra began. Suddenly he was stunned for a moment, pointed at AI Fan and said, are you guys octuplets? That's amazing Papa. Haha. AI Fan couldn't hold back anymore. When he saw that there was a zipper on his mouth, why would he want to poke his own smile on his chubby body with a big zippered mouth? Cough cough. AI Fan coughed twice, restrained himself, and said, my name is AI Fan. I am here to serve as an instructor for a while. Instructor? Hey, you should be very strong. Owl said seriously. Yeah. Gabra rubbed his aching chest and said, quickly use your hands. I'm very curious about how powerful he is. Clap upper. Okay. The owl had a serious face, and pointed his fingers together. 6-style swimming skills, hand in hand. After pondering, the owl looked at AI Fan in shock and said, the power of the 8 of you cannot be measured. Can't measure it? Cried Gabra. What a joke. My expectation is about 2,000 or so. What the hell are you doing if you can't measure it? The owl said solemnly, the sword behind AI Fan's Dao strength is inestimable. Dao strength is estimated by adding up the weapons and physical skills a person possesses, but the strength of the sword is beyond my estimation. Range. AI Fan smiled, took off the red sword and put it aside. What about now? Chapter 108 3005, Third More. The owls pointed their fingers together, and after a while, they said in shock, 3,500 Dao. What? 3,500 Dao. Gabra's mouth opened wide and his eyes widened. Owl, you are not mistaken. The owl said seriously, it can't be wrong. Combining hands can test the correct level of a human body surgery. I can't go wrong. 3,500 Dao. Gabra looked at AI Fan with despair in his eyes. AI Fan grinned and said, it's higher than I predicted. Is it because of the improvement after the injury? Every time he fights, gets injured, or loses and wins, AI Fan will make some progress. Fighting is the best way to test himself. Next, where to go? Ivan asked. Yeah, Gabra bonded. Go to the lion to snuggle up there. He can use strange moves, and his Taoism is similar to that of an owl. Strange move. AI Fan laughed. Let's go. He knows that it must be the return of life, but the current strength of snuggling is just like that, far from the level of the future. Soon, when he got to the room where he was sitting, he was also practicing boxing. It seems that the CP9 people are still very diligent. Oh hey Gabra, owl, why are you here? He paused, looked at Ivan and said, who is this? Gabra shrugged and said, this is a new instructor with strong fighting power. Yo, that's right, I'm cuddled up. I'm called a lion. Cuddle up. He was plump, with long white hair hanging down, a thick white foundation on his face, and flowers drawn in black oil on the contours of his features, making him look like a burlesque actor. My name is AI Fan, come and learn from you. AI Fan said with a smile. Let's learn from each other. Kyozuo jumped twice and said, I have been on the mountain for thousands of years, in the sea for thousands of years, and have learned a skill after cultivating like an immortal who endured windmills and sleeping in the open air. Once it is used, its power. Before talking about playing, AI Fan directly interrupted. Okay, I know, my life is returned, and I will too. I just came to you to discuss this. Yo, well, there is no mercy in the 6-style sparring. Kyozuo's face was serious. Stop talking nonsense. Let's fight. AI Fan waved his hand directly. Yo, a life is returned. Snuggling directly opened the return of life, and the long hair fluttered, as flexible as fingers. Return of life, hair binding. The long hair was rolled up and covered towards AI Fan. Hey, AI Fan smiled. His long hair flashed in an instant, and he appeared in front of Snuggle. His fists were clenched tightly, and it was already in front of Snuggles' eyes. Snuggled up with a deep voice, "Iron, steel." Bang! AI Fan's fist deflected and hit his chest. Because AI Fan suddenly thought that if he hit him directly in the face, he might directly hurt him. Wow! Cuddled up and vomited a mouthful of blood. An iron block extension skill that was only practiced with a fat body. Steel. Defensive by AI Fan. AI Fan's fist stopped, and he fell to the ground directly clutching his chest. After a long time, Huanzuo slowed down, with a color of despair in his eyes, took out a dagger and held it with both hands, and said directly to his stomach, "I was killed by a single blow. Please allow me to cut my belly." Iron block. It's a pity I can't die. AI Fan was speechless while holding his forehead. Sure enough, weird people are always weird. Sitting up, he said with regret, "If I see my mother in that world." Before finishing speaking, AI Fan and the others turned around and walked out. Who's next? Bruno. His fruit ability is good, maybe he can give you a surprise, Gabra said. Wait a minute. My Lord Kyuozuo hurriedly followed behind. He still really wants to see the battle between the strong. In Bruno's room, he is also exercising. AI Fan can see that these people are all cultivators. In other words, all the powerhouses in this world are cultivators, because only by continuous practice will you become a strong person. He has a rectangular face, with 2 horns on his head, and his face is simple and honest. After seeing AI Fan and his party coming in, he was stunned for a moment, and then slowly said after 3 seconds, "Is something wrong?" "My name is AI Fan. I will take over as an instructor here for a period of time in the next few months. I came here to experience your fruit ability." Bruno, AI Fan said with a grin. "Is that so? Have you challenged any of them?" Bruno said solemnly. Of course. AI Fan laughed. "Bruno, don't underestimate AI Fan. His Tao power is as high as 3,500. Owl said behind him. "What, 3,005? Bruno hadn't spoken yet, but the first to be shocked was Snuggle. He was also a little relieved. No wonder he was instantly killed by a single blow. It turned out that the gap in Tao power had reached several times. 3,005? Bruno was also shocked, and cold sweat instantly fell on his forehead. AI Fan laughed. "Don't fight me, show your ability. I'm very curious about this kind of fruit that moves in space." Without waiting for Bruno to answer, AI Fan added, "If this fruit has more potential, then it's not impossible for me to teach you a trick of mine." That's right. Bruno was relieved, but there was still fighting intent in his eyes. "Although the gap in strength is huge, I still want to challenge you to try." "Okay." AI Fan smiled. Bruno pushed his hand, a phantom door appeared in the air, and his whole person disappeared in an instant. AI Fan turned on seeing and hearing, but there was no breath in the induction. "It really is another space, I can't sense it." AI Fan smiled. "This ability is quite in line with my requirements." Bruno silently opened the door behind AI Fan, his palm silently approaching AI Fan. Gabra and others were watching, wanting to see if AI Fan would escape this. Bruno's palm got closer and closer, his eyes showed a proud look, and he suddenly accelerated in the last 10 centimeters. Bang! But his palm stopped at the last centimeter. AI Fan turned around at the moment he accelerated and held his arm with one hand. With strength in his hand, Bruno was pulled out directly by AI Fan. The air did not disappear, and the door was still open. Revolving door. Even if he was pulled out, Bruno didn't give up, but grabbed towards Ivan's leg. AI Fan did not hide, but used the ultimate iron block, but Bruno's ability caused his calf to spin continuously. "This feeling is amazing. I can feel my legs, but that part can move like a revolving door." The return of life was turned on, and AI Fan controlled his body to recover instantly, and Bruno has retreated more than 10 meters away. Chapter 108 Arbitrary Door, 4th More. AI Fan smiled and said, "Sure enough, very powerful ability." Bruno said nothing, and Ivan continued to add, "But can you only open the door in the air? Oh, by the way, can you open a door and take it with you forever? A door that is always with you?" Bruno shook his head. "Never thought of that." "Try it," AI Fan said excitedly. "Try to make a door that you can carry with you forever." with a large space inside. Bruno followed AI Fan's thinking for a while and then said, "This is impossible, except for my own body. Other things will not work." AI Fan said helplessly, "Take a look inside your rear door." Bruno shook his head and said, "The battle isn't over yet." AI Fan was speechless. Damn it! The voice fell, and AI Fan had appeared in front of Bruno. Bang! The speed is so fast that Bruno has been hit without even using the iron block. Boom! He was kicked out by AI Fan in an instant, slammed into the wall behind him and bounced off, and then slowly got up after a while. AI Fan smiled and said, "It's all right now." Bruno wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "It's all right." Squeak! Kong Chi's door opened, revealing a green space, and when the door was closed again, AI Fan saw a place surrounded by green, which merged with the real world, because he was still watching Dozuo and others. Bruno explained next to him, "The air door can only be used as an emergency place, and it can't stay for a long time. If I'm not here, the door will disappear as soon as the door is closed, so I can't store things. But a short time, a few minutes, or even a few hours is fine. I can move here and appear anywhere, and the outside world is connected with this place." After observing for a while, AI Fan nodded and said, "Let's go out." The air door cannot stay for a long time. This is a place created by the fruit's ability. It consumes a small amount of physical strength and cannot be detected, but it cannot be stored. Once the door is closed, if the ability person is not inside, the inside will disappear. This is a unique place that only common fruit can have. AI Fan was thinking, will the fruit of the earthquake cracking the atmosphere lead to this place? If you can, for the fruit of the shock, hiding here is also the end of the shock. However, what AI Fan is curious about is the potential of this fruit. Bruno is a waste of this fruit. But fortunately he has himself. AI Fan gave himself the title of Development Madman, because he has his own unique insights into the fruit ability of his curiosity. The door fruit. The user can also become a door. Can you open a door in your body and store a large number of items or other things in it? Just like Doraemon's magical pocket, you can create a magical pocket in your body. There is also the door to the heart of others, the door to the memory of others, the door to the dream. Everything in this world seems to have a door. Just don't know how far the door fruit can be developed. AI Fan knows that if the development reaches that stage, it is estimated that it is almost the same as the awakening, and the ability of the fruit after awakening is extremely powerful. Just like the animal system, the vitality after awakening is almost equivalent to immortality, strong resilience and absolutely tyrannical power. As long as the head is not cut off, it basically means that it will not die. Just like the superhuman type, after awakening, it has all kinds of incredible powers. It's just that the awakening of the fruit is the same as the Overlord's color. There is no one in 10,000. AI Fan estimates that he can barely develop his own clone fruit to awakening, let alone other capable clones. With a plan in mind, after exiting the air door, AI Fan smiled and said, "How about doing me a favor?" "What?" Bruno asked. AI Fan said nonchalantly, "It's very simple, you just need to stand and don't resist." Bruno pondered for a while and then said, "Yes, but I have to learn a trick that you taught me earlier." AI Fan smiled, "This looks like a stupid bull with a good memory." "No problem." AI Fan agreed readily. "Teach it yourself. If you can't learn it, I can't help it." Gabra said on the side, "Let's go. Lucci should be practicing right now. He is the strongest among us. He was proficient in 6 forms at the age of 15, and he became even more powerful after he got the devil fruit. After practicing a certain stunt, his Dao power is close to 2000. AI Fan smiled and said, "I've been wanting to experience it for a long time. But before that, help me prepare the food. I want 800 servings." 800 servings? Snuggled up with Yohei and said, "But the amount eaten by the method of returning life? It is comparable to the appetite of the giants. We can only admire it." He speaks like singing, and AI Fan laughs when he hears it. There are many people on this island. The daily garrison is as many as 10,000 people, and there are giants guarding the door, and the food reserves are abnormally large. While talking, several people had already arrived at Lucci's residence. Not surprisingly, he was also exercising himself. Everyone pushed the door and went in. He looked at them expressionlessly and said, "Is there another mission?" "No," Gabra said. "This is AI Fan, the new instructor, very powerful." Lucci didn't hear what he said before, but after hearing Gabra say that AI Fan is very powerful, he instantly showed interest. "Strong strength? Exactly what I want." He is worried that he does not have a good opponent. AI Fan separated his avatar and said, "My avatar has the same combat power as the main body, and the combat power is estimated to be similar to yours. It's almost the same as after you transformed." "Similar to me?" Lucci raised his mouth slightly and said, "Then let's try it out." Shaved. Lucci disappeared in an instant and then appeared in front of AI Fan, kicking out with one leg, but AI Fan's afterimage passed by. AI Fan appeared behind him, fists clenched, steaming, and punching fiercely. Steam locomotive. Iron block. Lucci didn't have time to dodge, and there was an iron block in place. Bang! The locomotive hit Lucci, and it shattered like a mountain. Boom! The locomotive disappeared, and AI Fan's fist hit Lucci's chest. Lucci's complexion changed, his feet directly shattered the thick stones on the ground, but he finally carried it down, and AI Fan withdrew his hand, leaving a fist mark on Lucci's chest. "Is your ability to fly?" Lucci asked, looking at Ivan, who was floating in the air. AI Fan said with a smile, "His extended skills are nothing more than that." AI Fan's height is a serious injury. His arms can't be lengthened, and he can only float in the air. Lucci was about 1.9 meters tall, so AI Fan had to float in the air. Lucci's height swelled again, turned into a leopard and stood upright. Cat fruit, leopard shape, human and animal shape. Chapter 109. Door and Door Clone, 5th More. Lucci's body swelled to about 3.5 meters, his claws stuck out, and his eyes were addicting. In the next second, he had already rushed out and kicked out with one leg. Razor. The air was pierced, and AI Fan narrowly escaped the blow. Kick out with one leg, and his original attack has already appeared. Battleship crash. A small warship with a diameter of only 1 meter appeared. This was AI Fan's own physical strength, and he did not use the excess reserve power in his body. The blue battleship flew out towards Lucci's chest, and he kicked it while moving rapidly in the air. Lanjiao, K-bird. The bird-shaped blue slash flew out and collided with the battleship kicked by AI Fan. Clang. Like a steel collision, a crack appeared on AI Fan's battleship, but it also defeated K-bird and charged straight towards Lucci. Lucci's eyes moved slightly, and he kicked out instantly when the battleship came. A mighty force collides with the battleship with great skill and timing. Kaka. The battleship shattered like a real thing, and then dissipated into the air. And AI Fan's body has appeared in front of Lucci, and the distance between the two is less than 1 meter. Evan threw his fist with all his strength. High-speed train shock. Lucci's discoloration appeared as a train with a diameter of nearly 1 meter, and he clenched his fists. Iron block. Smash. The sound of steel colliding sounded. Lucci gritted his teeth, and in the state of returning his life, his muscles bulged and contracted, and he cut the attack abruptly. "Hey," AI Fan grinned. "It's not an exaggeration to say that you are a fighting genius if you can find out the shortcomings of my attack so quickly and bounce it off." Lucci's arm hurt, and he grinned after hearing AI Fan's words. AI Fan's attack will become as real as it is because of the relationship between chakra and more destructive, but if the opponent's skills are smart enough, his attack can be unloaded. However, even if it is removed, it requires super skills and absolutely suitable timing, and AI Fan does not want to spend extra chakra to force his attack back. These points are occupied, and it is possible. Lucci's arms were facing up and down, revealing a posture that AI Fan was very familiar with. When AI Fan wanted to leave, Lucci's tail was wrapped around his waist. AI Fan grinned. His fists were facing Lucci, and the distance between the two fists was less than 10 centimeters. No way. Gabra's A's were about to pop out in the distance. "Hey, isn't this move Lucci mastered recently?" Kyoichiro and the others were amazed. The two with their fists facing each other stared into each other's eyes. The moment AI Fan's train hit the wall in the distance, Lucci and AI Fan shouted at the same time, "6 King Guns ___." Boom! The two powerful impacts collided, the ground cracked, and the rubble was blown away by the gust of wind leaking between the two, like a bullet that blew through Kuantor and the others. They resisted with iron blocks and did not retreat, but looked at the results in the distance. Soon, their eyes disappeared, and they looked, only to find that there was only a large hole there. Through the hole, I saw the two of AI Fan on the next floor. They were still in their original position, surrounded by some fallen rubble. Lucci's tail had already pulled AI Fan into the air. After a few seconds, AI Fan smiled and said, "You are really strong." AI Fan is convinced that Luffy's ability to defeat Lucci must be the role of the protagonist's halo. At this time, Lucci is already too strong. In contrast, Lucci will only be stronger in the future. Lucci's tail loosened, still maintaining the original appearance. "The stronger one should be you." He stared at the red sword behind AI Fan and said, "You don't even use weapons, and I have used all my strength." Haha. AI Fan laughed, pulled out the red sword from behind and said, "This is my partner. I really want to say, I am not its opponent in this state." During the conversation, Kaijian changed, turning into the appearance of Arnold with red and blue eyes. "Is it similar to Commander Spandam's elephant sword?" Looking at the huge eagle body, Lucci muttered to himself, "Elephant sword?" Ivan recalled for a moment. Speaking of which, Spandam's weapon is an elephant sword, but it seems that he has been putting it on the table at this moment. Evan didn't care. "But it's just a sword, it doesn't matter." Wow. Lucci vomited blood, recovered his human form and said, "I'm going to treat the injury." His impact was defeated by AI Fan's impact, and there was no small injury inside his body. AI Fan recalled the clone to recover the damage, and then shouted for someone to deliver food. Spandam arranged a large room for AI Fan. "The environment is very good, just above the Judiciary Tower. The scenery is very good." In the room, after AI Fan had a beautiful meal, Bruno also came here. AI Fan said directly, "Let me teach you an extension skill of Lanjiao. Turning a slash into a collision consumes a lot of physical strength, but it is powerful." Bruno began to listen carefully. 2 hours later, Bruno's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He couldn't learn AI Fan's moves. Even after being beaten up several times by AI Fan, he couldn't learn. It doesn't matter to AI Fan. It doesn't matter if he learns it or not. Don't worry that one day in the future, he will encounter someone who has learned to be hit by a train, and someone will come and kick the train one by one. Bruno's door clone, AI Fan, was successfully summoned. He is more than 2 meters tall, with a relatively well-proportioned body like AI Fan, with 2 iconic horns on his head, and he can't go back no matter what. AI Fan experimented a little, and it was amazing when he controlled the door fruit. AI Fan was sure that after the door avatar gave birth to consciousness, he would definitely be able to open the door he expected. However, 10 months, now it seems, is really a long time. The next day, Ivan's coaching career began. CP9 have been cultivated since childhood, and there are good seedlings in the future taught by AI Fan, although they are older than me. But their strength is high. No one can deny this. Among them, Usopp's long-nosed Kaku, and the future uniform Khalifa are among them. Khalifa is 2 years older than Kaku, but, in comparison, Kaku's fighting power is much higher. He is also a genius. Compared to the time when he met Zoro at the age of 23, his Dao strength was 2,200, and when Khalifa was 25 years old, his Dao strength was only 630. At 15, Lucci was proficient in the 6 forms, but when Kaku was 18, he also learned the 6 forms and went lurking in the water capital with Lucci. His talent is very good. Khalifa is only in her teens, and now she looks like a blonde little lily. She doesn't have the cold style of the future, but her temper has begun to take shape. There are still some people left, but AI Fan basically doesn't know them. The purpose of his coming here is to let them learn the 6 forms faster, and to be faster, They must put in 10 times the original effort. This is something that no one can teach. Just study hard. Chapter 110 Teaching. First update. Cuckoo has been practicing the knife since he was a child, and the training of the sixth style is also the training of the penis. AI fan developed a more severe training method than their original training, but no one could stand it. This was AI fan's intentional result. Therefore, after only 3 days of training, everything here returned to normal. AI fan's work immediately became leisurely, and with Spandam bearing on it, no one could say anything. AI fan began to carefully check the information exclusive to CP9. There is a lot of information here that he can't see in Zephyr, and many big pirates are known to him. All kinds of information in the pirate world have made his understanding of the world a lot clearer. There are also a lot of government secrets, but some of them are already known by AI fan, such as the Ohara incident, and more are some big pirate information that has been hidden by the government. The real secret information is basically nothing. However, it also greatly enriched AI fan's knowledge, because there are even scientific materials here: the awakening of the devil fruit, the research of Vegapunk, some powerful weapons, and some secrets that the world does not know. Ivan has seen many detailed explanations about devil fruits in an old book, many of which are powerful fruits that Ivan praised. When he saw a certain fruit, AI fan was stunned, because the effect of the fruit was so powerful that he couldn't believe it. After carefully memorizing the above content, AI fan directly burned the book. And time, half a month passed in a flash. AI fan was practicing swordsmanship in his own room, when there was a knock on the door. "Come in." AI fan was stunned for a moment, and he already knew who was coming by the sense of seeing and hearing. Squeak. The door was pushed open and Lucci walked in. "Is something wrong?" AI fan smiled. Lucci didn't speak, but threw a bottle of wine to AI fan. AI fan looked at the label. "Wow, this is a good wine, Lucci." "Gudong dong." Lucci drank the half bottle of wine he was holding in one breath, as if some words were difficult to say. AI fan noticed his tangled heart. He was hesitating. Taking a small sip, AI fan smiled and said, "It's not like your usual style of drinking like this, Lucci. He challenged me 8 times in 15 days, but this time it's like this. If you have something to say, just say it." Lucci was silent for a while, drank the remaining half of the bottle in one breath, and waved his hand after a while and said, "It's all right, just a little depressed." "Depressed?" AI fan said with interest. "Do you also feel depressed even if you have always implemented dark justice?" "You are younger than me, but you are much stronger than me. Every time I improve a little, I will challenge you, but your strength can easily beat me after the improvement every time. I am a little at a loss, this kind of feeling. Do you understand?" Lucci said blankly. He is very depressed. Although he has challenged AI fan many times, he has also become very good friends with AI fan. The justice in AI fan's heart is somewhat similar to the justice in the dark that he implements, but AI fan and him treat the weak. Attitudes are quite different. Respect the strong is right, because they are stronger than you. But why should we respect the weak? Lucci asked Ivan after a fight. Ivan's answer is simple. I only respect my friends, everyone else is the same to me no matter who they are. In this way, the two of them became friends, and Lucci still challenged AI fan, but he lost more than once. After hearing that Lucci seemed to be complaining to himself, AI fan laughed and laughed for a long time without stopping. Lucci was a little stunned, and he asked in a deep voice, "What are you laughing at? Is what I said ridiculous?" AI fan responded with a smile, "It's ridiculous. It's against others." "I'm happy." "Happy?" Lucci was puzzled. AI fan said with a grin, "I'm glad I have another good friend. One more good friend who can say anything." Lucci was in a daze, and it felt very comfortable to get along with AI fan, because he always made people feel gentle unconsciously, and this feeling was really easy to infect the people around him. He has never said such a thing to anyone, not even Gabra and others who have cultivated with him since childhood. They are comrades in arms, but because of the environment and the mission, he has never said similar words to Gabra and the others. But here in AI fan, he felt very relaxed, and he would always say something that was in his heart. AI Fan is also very happy. Lucci has a good character, although he regards the weak as a must, but he sticks to justice in his heart, which is still with AI Fan's appetite. AI Fan decided to change Lucci's worldview, at least not to kill innocent people indiscriminately, and change starts from this moment. Lucci began to discuss with AI Fan every day. AI Fan kept thinking, what if Luffy was killed by Lucci when he came here? But think about it, it should be impossible. After all, people are the protagonists. So, let Lucci become stronger now, and then change his worldview. A month later, AI Fan faced the siege of the 5 CP9 people alone. Each time their battles lasted for more than an hour, and the result was that AI Fan won all of them. Lucci's worldview has changed a little bit. AI Fan probably won't be as bloodthirsty as before. This is a good thing and a bad thing. Originally, Lucci was getting stronger, but because of some changes in his worldview, his strength was progressing slowly. But this is nothing, anyway. He is steadily getting stronger. Arnold was teasing the elephant sword. He really wanted to fuse the elephant sword, but it was a pity that the elephant sword ate the devil fruit. This AI Fan also knew after the fact, so frightened that he quickly made up for Arnold's common sense. But this also gave Ivan an inspiration. He was thinking, is it possible to use Arnold's ability to fuse 2 devil fruits? However, this thing is quite rare, and the price is still high. If it is used for experiments, Ivan is sure, even if Spandam's rights are higher. AI Fan wanted to find Vegapunk, but the other party was a confidential person, and his level could not be contacted. As time passed, AI Fan also calmed down and stood here to practice swordsmanship. This is indeed a rare leisure time. AI Fan's swordsmanship progressed rapidly, and, one day, AI Fan suddenly had a strange feeling. He knew instantly what was going on. The time for the kneeling avatar and the poison avatar to grow is enough. They gave birth to consciousness, a consciousness that is under their control. This news made AI Fan ecstatic, and the next moment, the clone had already called his own phone bug. Chapter 111 Return, 2nd. It feels amazing to talk to myself. It's amazing because when you talk to yourself it feels like it doesn't sound like your own words at all. Because the environment is different, the state of the same person with different experiences is also different. This call was especially obvious. After the call ended, AI Fan was silently pondering. This kind of separation is really not good, and for the first time he feels the disadvantages. However, there is nothing I can do. I can't leave during my term here. Otherwise, I will have no credit. After he goes back, he will be promoted. A warrant officer is always such a big fat officer. People look down on him wherever he goes. It's been a few months, and AI Fan doesn't care about the last time. Lucci and the others left on the mission, and AI Fan fell into boredom. Every day, he looked at the new information collected by Spandam, practiced swordsmanship, and pondered the fruits of the door. Then it is to turn on life return and try to change its own cellular structure. Although there is still no progress, there are still some small changes compared to before. Lucci is a genius, and his use of the return of life gave AI Fan new ideas. He used the clone to do experiments to see if he could get an extra organ or something. Lucci was frightened by AI Fan's thoughts. He used the return of life to strengthen his control over his body, changing the height, short, fat and thin of his body, and even the displacement of his internal organs. Such an earth-shattering thought he had never really thought of before. AI Fan tried several times and failed perfectly every time, because if the human body wants to have an extra organ, there is no extra space inside the body at all. Later, AI Fan inflated his body and used energy to expand the chest cavity of his upper body a lot. After a month, he succeeded. His body has an extra heart. The clone became extremely powerful. The blood in the body spurted, and he felt that his power was inexhaustible. With 2 hearts attached, with a diaphragm in between, his body became extraordinarily strong. The body's speed, strength, defense, endurance, etc., all skyrocketed. His blood circulation became faster, and the power in his body continued to pour out. making AI-fan feel unpleasant. He slowly slowed down his heartbeat and put his body in a less excited state. Then, recalled the clone that successfully added an extra heart. Bang bang. AI-fan's heart throbbed. He felt his upper body expand a lot, and in the mirror opposite, his body showed a perfect inverted triangle state. The muscles on his body began to bulge, and the blood vessels burst. In the chest cavity, the two hearts are beating at the same time, without affecting each other, supporting each other, strengthening AI-fan. Not crazy, not live. AI-fan suddenly saw his own path to become stronger. He summoned his clone, then, holding the red sword in his hand, slashed it down. In the blood splashing, AI-fan's clone turned pale, his heart stopped suddenly, and he fell back. However, after a second, the clone suddenly stopped, stood up, and the clone returned to its original figure. In the body, the two hearts merged into one, and his body is as strong as two hearts. The wound stopped, and AI-fan recalled his clone. This time, his body did not undergo any further changes, but his strength was improved. AI-fan can be sure that his avatar is stronger than his main body. However, he is not going to change the main body, because not only will there be any problems with the main body, then he will definitely finish the game. But the avatar is different. Next to the main body, the avatar can be unscrupulous, because once a problem occurs, the main body can instantly summon the avatar back. And once summoned back, he can consume the energy stored in the body to repair the clone smoothly. At night, all of AI-fan's clones successfully possessed super powerful hearts. He is going to take it step by step, first the heart, then the lungs, the stomach, after merging his internal organs in twos. His vitality will probably break through the sky. After all the clones were recalled, AI-fan's body muscles swelled to a perverted level. Because the thickness of just one arm is thicker than his original thigh, the return of life can be suppressed, but at the cost of weakening the power. But his fighting power is still much stronger. AI-fan is very excited now, and he really wants to find an opponent to try. Unfortunately, it can't be found at all. AI-fan's avatar, a sense of emptiness came, and the feeling of extreme power just now disappeared. He wasn't disappointed because he had even crazier ideas. AI-fan is an activist, although he doesn't know what the result will be. But if he doesn't try it, who can know what the result will be? The door clone stood next to the clone that summoned him. AI-fan held the red knife and muttered, "How will you know if you don't try it?" He thought about it carefully for a long time, and the two clones formed a seal together. AI-fan, in order to ensure the success rate, deliberately let Arnold become Harpy himself. His two eagle claws held Ivan's two clones. After a long whistle, the two clones slammed into each other fiercely. The illusory light flashed, and there was no abnormality, and only one of the two clones remained. With a body more than 2 meters tall, the black hair on his head is like horns, and there is no beard. It is the appearance of AI-fan. Moreover, AI-fan's body can be mastered. The most important thing is that the two devil fruit abilities actually merged. This is the true power of the wrong fruit. The power that makes all the devil fruits fuse. After the fusion of the clones, there is no restriction on the need for time to grow, and AI-fan's understanding of the fruit of the door is much clearer. The body of the clone did not become stronger, which should be the drawback after the fusion of abilities. The fusion of the two will not become stronger, but the stronger one will dominate. At this moment, AI-fan is full of excitement, because after he summoned back the fusion clone, he can use the ability of the door fruit. The effect is the same as if he had the door fruit, the air door, and so on. He can easily open it. His talent is high and powerful, and the mastery of the door fruit is very fast. AI-fan is sure that he can open many doors stronger than Bruno in a short time. On the day of the end of the term of office, Ivan flew directly to the Navy headquarters on Arnold. Spandam is under his control, and in the future, he can continue to know a lot of information. And the price paid was just a box of poison. Arnold flew in the sky like a red sword. Under the sea, huge shadows appeared from time to time, and Ivan was too lazy to hunt. He just wanted to go back to the Navy headquarters now. Can I recall the avatars of those who have not fused their own avatars? He wanted to know whether he was right or wrong in his fusion of avatars. Chapter 112 Expectations, Third More. Arnold was fast, outrageously fast. In a short time, we arrived at the headquarters of the Navy. After arriving at the headquarters, AI Fan was stunned for a while when he sensed the moment of the clone, and shared the memories of this period of time. Back in his room, AI Fan had already sat down and decided. In the future, any of his clones will not be able to leave his sensing range. He saw the flaw after the clone had been away for too long, a fatal flaw. The avatar actually had the idea of changing, and after a long time of separation, he began to contact the memory, and there was a bit of jerky feeling. Fortunately, he found it in time and didn't do anything he didn't like. In the room, AI Fan finally sighed. There is no way for Poison and Kneeling clones to recall the body. This is a bit disappointing to AI Fan, but it's nothing, it's a fusion. After the fusion, the clones of the ability cannot be recalled only one by one. However, the strength and experience gained from their own cultivation will still be added to AI Fan. Even if there is no way to recall and increase one's own strength at one time, but the clones are all together, this is a powerful fighting force. It doesn't matter if it can't be stacked. The main body is not a weak chicken, plus there are 6 clones that can be blessed at the same time, and an ability person clone can also be integrated into the main body at the same time. The strength of one-on-one is still strong. Besides, the avatar is also its own strength, singled out. Who said that it must be done alone? AI Fan thought about the challenges in the future. He felt that after he said, "Are you one hitting 10 of us or 10 of us hitting you one?" the average enemy must first be counseled. Coupled with his own unparalleled domineering, it can be said that it is no longer a problem to be defeated without a fight. Thinking of domineering, AI Fan felt a little worried. When will he be able to use domineering power perfectly? The clone is eating food madly, because AI Fan wants to make the 2 hearts of the clone merge into one and then fuse with the capable clone. There are shortcomings in the clone, and AI Fan wants to make up for the shortcomings. If you want to become strong, you must constantly discover your shortcomings, and then block them, and you will naturally become stronger. At the end of the month, AI Fan's clone was successfully merged, for he sat on top of the house in a daze. The sense of power after the fusion of the clones could not subside, and he couldn't fall asleep. Malign Fando was very quiet at night, only the light of searchlights illuminated the sea. Arnold took the initiative to fly out and flew to the highest point of the naval headquarters. Ivan looked funny. From his point of view, it looks like there is a red pimple on the huge moon. What does this guy want to do? Arnold tilted his neck, and AI Fan noticed something was wrong. Cheap tilde. Arnold suddenly let out a huge roar that he had never seen before, and the roar ripped through the night sky. It was similar to a siren, but the roar, which was louder than the siren, roused the entire island to life. In the Warring States room, when the long whistle came, he fell off the bed in shock. After waking up, he didn't say a word, put on his clothes, and ran out with a phone in his hand, shouting as he ran, "What's the matter? Has an enemy invaded?" He immediately lay down at the window, observing the sea in front. Soon, the Navy on duty at night reported, "Marshal, it is the Red Eagle of Second Lieutenant AI Fan who is calling." Warring States shouted, "Bastard boy." On AI Fan's side, he had already run away with Arnold, who had turned into a red sword, on his back. Within 2 minutes of hiding in his room, Sengoku kicked the door and walked in. AI Fan, what do you want to do, kid? AI Fan said with a dazed and ignorant expression. What? Sengoku shouted, saliva splashing. That sword called Arnold. That eagle, why did it scream? Do you know how much this scream is like an emergency siren? AI Fan blinked. Grandpa Warring States, the siren here has been changed. Because Arnold likes to call it twice. Warring States stroked his forehead and said, I will send you a task tomorrow to catch 3 pirates with a bounty of over 100 million yuan. If I catch them, I will directly promote you to captain. The words of the Warring States period are very light, and it seems to be a test for myself. However, AI fan noticed something inappropriate. As a marshal, Sengoku would make such a hasty decision. What the hell is throwing yourself out? Ivan frowned for a while and said, is there something big about to happen? Warring States looked at AI fan in astonishment, and said with an inexplicably relieved expression, you've grown a lot, Evan. It seems that Garp's influence on you seems to be a lot less. AI fan smiled bitterly. Does the Warring States mean to say that he has started to think with his brain? Warring States paused, then turned around and said seriously, the world pattern is about to undergo major changes. The Navy cannot rely solely on the three generals, nor can the world government rely solely on the Navy. For the upcoming changes, the Navy needs a shot in the arm, but there are almost no suitable candidates. He stared at AI fan, his eyes clearly told him. You are the stimulant. Sengoku added, this kind of change will be broken one day, and the hope of the Navy's new life is the banner that keeps the Navy standing. AI fan, do you understand what I mean? AI fan was silent. He fully understood the meaning of the Warring States period. He regarded himself as hope, perhaps because he saw the establishment of the Kyuuhai soon, and the Navy was criticized for relying on the power of pirates. If you want to go out by yourself, you must grow up quickly, make a name for yourself, and let people know that the Navy is not weak. Garp Warring States and the others are about to enter old age, and even half a step into old age, Warring States want to take over from him! AI fan was silent for a moment, grinned and said, I want to set a small goal for myself. In the future, I will be alone, all seven. All. AI fan wanted to cry so much, mad. He was so excited that he almost missed the point. The thought flashed by, and AI fan looked at the Warring States Road firmly. I will push all the innocent people I see indiscriminately into the city. Warring States glanced at AI fan with a half smile, and said with inexplicable eyes, this is what all people who are teachers of justice should do. Without waiting for AI fan to answer, Warring States turned to leave, and his voice came from outside the door. Hurry up and rest, you still have 3 days to rest. In the room, AI fan wanted to cry without tears. Why another 3 days? However, he was also a little scared, but Mad didn't say anything. Kyuuhai has not yet been established at this time. What the hell is it to say it first? AI fan was horrified by the meaningful look in the eyes of the Warring States before he left. He was thinking, did the Warring States think of something? Outside the door, Sengoku's eyes were filled with relief. AI fan, he has really grown up a lot. He even knows the combat power of the 7 pirates that are about to be selected as the world government. Did you know it in CP9? The defense is really not very good. Watching AI fan grow up in the Warring States period, he directly ignored certain things. Chapter 113 It's sailing. Fourth more. The next day, AI fan woke up early, and the capable clone could also sleep. His spirit was quite relaxed. The first thing Ivan did after waking up was to go to the Navy restaurant for dinner. 10 AI fans sat in a row at the dining table of the giant generals, because only the meals of the giant clan could satisfy his appetite. After eating, AI fan went to Warring States and approved a lot of necessary things for himself. At the very least, after the establishment of Kyuuhai, he must have to challenge it. Otherwise, the purpose of letting him go out to grow up will not exist. Moreover, the most likely thing is that once you go out, once you do something big, the Warring States period will definitely help you to promote it vigorously. When you become a celebrity, you may not be able to hide many things. From this day on, his clones wore special masks, wooden masks that were several times harder than steel, with only the texture of wood on them. AI fan used the red knife to burn the red knife's exclusive knife pattern on it, which looked very mysterious. The Warring States period is very busy. The pirate world has reached the biggest and the most chaotic period. The riots in the New World are about to reach its peak, and after that, it will be a foregone conclusion that lasts 10 years. At least, it is much more stable than it is now. The stability of the world is the most important thing. The decision of the world government is correct, but the method of implementation is not tough enough. Perhaps the establishment of Kyuhai is their alternative to supplement their own strength. Stolberry happened to be at the naval headquarters, and Ivan asked him to learn about swordsmanship. With this fight, it was time to set sail. Stolberg's physical strength is very abnormal, but in a simple swordsmanship contest, AI Fan's physical strength is not lost to him. During the 3 days, the two of them studied for 10 hours a day, and the rest of the time AI Fan used to practice swordsmanship, as well as daily physical training and meditation, as well as reflection on his own strengths and shortcomings. Standing on the warship, AI Fan sighed a little that he could manage a warship by himself with his small position. Although his position is relatively low, his strength is obvious to all, and he has not lost the slightest in sparring with people at the level of lieutenant generals for so long. Although this has something to do with Stolberry feeding Ivan, Ivan's strength has been recognized by many people. This warship has 40 soldiers, 2 medics, and a first mate who is good at sailing. Because of AI Fan's appetite, he is specially equipped with a full 6 cooks. Not counting clones, a total of 50 warships set off. 2 chefs are more than enough for a meal for 50 people. The door of justice opened, and AI Fan stood on the bow and shouted, "Let's sail!" Behind him, the soldiers who belonged to him shouted in unison. Driving on the sea of the Great Route, the first mate began to direct everyone to sail to the distance, and their original destination was the Chambord Islands. There are a large number of navies stationed there, and it is the only way to go to the New World. Therefore, there will always be a lot of pirates, lawbreakers, and businessmen gathered there. The human traffickers acquiesced by the world government operate rampantly there, where all kinds of dark transactions are carried out, and there are only a handful of places where the Navy is in charge. AI Fan didn't want to go there, so when the first mate said the sailing direction, he directly refused. Taking out the permanent pointer that he didn't know which island it was, Ivan grinned and said, "Mr. Feige, let's go to this island." Fakey is a blonde strong man, 1.9 meters tall, with big muscles and looks a little simple and honest. In fact, he is a very smart person, and he is good at navigation. Warring States is afraid that AI Fan will not be reliable, so he specially assigned him. "Captain, which island is this?" Feige did not reject Ivan's request, and asked casually after taking the permanent pointer. AI Fan didn't mean to deceive them. He grinned. "I grabbed it casually, I don't know." The Navy suddenly appeared on the deck and raised their hands and shouted. Fitch wiped his cold sweat and said, "Isn't this an island in the New World? Also, what about the sailing distance? If it takes too long, we won't be able to find a place for supplies." "Captain AI Fan, I suggest that we go to the Chambord Islands first, or enter a certain island with no wind. We have a perfect record pointer, and I can help you reach each indicated island." He said was very organized, and AI Fan pondered. "I actually want to go to a certain island and wait for the pirates to come. I don't want to go to Chambord." "I don't care, just go to this island, and the rest, don't try it." "How do you know?" He still didn't say a word. That is, he wanted to experience the feeling of sailing alone, or, in other words, make a fool of yourself. "Chambord will definitely go. But before that, let's take a risk." Fitch paused, then smiled helplessly. "You are the captain, listen to you." Glancing at the permanent pointer in his hand, Feige shouted loudly, "Rightful rudder." Brothers of the Warring States period before departure. Whatever AI Fan wants to do, let him do it. As long as it's not too much, let him do it. Also, if there is any special situation, please contact me urgently. He touched the emergency contact phone that was placed next to him and felt a lot more relieved. The character that the Warring States Marshal took special care of, if he follows, it should be quite good. His strength is not poor. He has learned 5 of the 6 styles. In terms of rank, he is higher than AI Fan. However, the strong here have always been respected, and those with strength are more respected than those with positions. AI Fan is the latter. Less than 2 days after the ship sailed, they saw an island in the distance. Fakey's face was a little ugly. This place is not recorded on the chart. Haha. AI fan laughed loudly. The world is so big, with the current technology, where can there be a map showing all the islands? What I'm saying is that the magnetic field of the Great Root changes strangely, and it's normal for some unseen islands to appear. Fitch nodded. Observe, get ready to go ashore. AI fan laughed. The sailing for the past 2 days has been very smooth, and it has always been calm. Is this a harbinger of something? Like the island in front? In the observation of the telescope, there is nothing on the island, but the vegetation is huge, not like an island inhabited by humans. After slowly landing on the shore, AI fan opened the moment of seeing and hearing. He almost jumped up. If it wasn't for the domineering induction that would not go wrong, AI fan would really find it incredible. On this island, there are things that should be extinct, and a lot more. AI fan B measured the gap between the enemy and us, and decisively let the warship stay on the sea in the distance. It is estimated that these soldiers will be a burden when they go, and they will have to hurt themselves at that time. Called Fitch, and the two set foot on the island together. Chapter 114. Odd Woman, 5th More. Stepping into the island, the pavement is filled with an ancient atmosphere. The flora on the island is changeable, and seems to be full of unheard of plants, and there is a huge roar in the jungle in the distance. But for Ivan and Faige, who is close to the level of Superman, this is nothing. The plants on the island are huge, the grass on the ground is nearly half a meter high, and many trees are as high as 100 meters. The roar that seemed to be close at hand made Fitch instinctively nervous. He suddenly stopped and looked around with vigilance. AI fan did not pause, but said with a smile, "Well, those things are still far away from us." "Those stuff?" Fitch used a black man say hello to look at Ivan. Boom. Suddenly, the bushes in front of them were pushed away, and a red head with a diameter of 1 meter stretched out, with a mouth full of sharp fangs and a neck covered with black scales. The red head was clearly stained with blood. AI fan pointed to the head of the dinosaur behind him and said, "That's it, Fear, Dinosaur tilde." Fitch's mouth opened wide. "It's so big tilde." AI fan ignored Faige, glanced around and said, "This dinosaur will teach you. I will go to the center of the island to see." For Faige, who has learned 6 ways, it should be no problem to hit a dinosaur. The poisonous clone braved the poisonous mist, and the dinosaur watched AI fan and the 3 clones leave, and did not dare to move his mouth in the end. However, after Ivan and the clone disappeared into the bushes, it immediately stared at Fitch. A drop of cold sweat fell on Fitch's forehead, his fists clenched, and he glared at the huge dinosaur. On AI fan's side, he was very interested in the center of the island. On the way, he encountered several waves of dinosaurs, but it was just a glance of the avatar, and the dinosaurs all bowed their heads and bowed. AI fan ate some dinosaur meat when he was going to go back. If he was killed now, it would not be fresh in a while. An unpleasant cry came from the sky, and Arnold took the initiative to fly away and flew towards the sky. AI fan saw several big pterosaurs, and when they met Arnold, they must be miserable. AI fan's footsteps were fast, there was no pause along the way, and he soon reached the center of the island. At this time, Arnold had played enough and returned to his back and turned into the red knife, and the pterosaurs in the sky no longer fly towards AI fan. Gyudadu. There is steam on the ground. Here is a high-temperature hot spring. Haha. AI fan laughed loudly. With such a comfortable natural bath, I can enjoy it. I don't know if the first mate will blame me for it. This is a little training for him. It's him who fights. Now it's time to enjoy. Puff. AI fan took off his clothes and jumped in, with a look of extreme enjoyment on his face. All his clones were watching, and even those with abilities would be powerless in the hot spring. AI fan would not put himself in danger on such an unfamiliar island. Suddenly, AI fan's eyes moved slightly, glanced at the grass opposite, and then continued to take a bath, as if nothing had happened. In the grass, a slender shadow squatted there. She had dark green scales all over her body, as if fused with the grass, green eyes, a hot body, scales covering every inch of her skin, and short dark green hair. She was carefully staring at AI Fan, who was soaking in the hot spring. She didn't seem to have any intention of making a move, just kept watching. AI Fan naturally discovered her, someone who doesn't know how to hide her breath at all. He was thinking, could it be a Murloc-like creature here? But he didn't notice the hostility, and he didn't have any plans to point it out. At first, his arrogance only covered half of the island on this side. Now, the appearance of strange people in the grass has aroused AI Fan's curiosity about the other half of the island. He glanced at it roughly. There was no human-like aura, but there were traces of human-like activities. It should be the guy who peeked at his bath. Another 10 minutes passed, until AI Fan got up from the water contentedly, and the human-like creature hidden in the grass had no intention of doing anything. Wow! When AI Fan got up, the grass moved a bit, and AI Fan looked directly there. An obvious heart fluctuation was felt by him. Was surprised. AI Fan glanced at his little brother. What's so surprising? Could it be a creature that has never seen humans? I guess it should be. There is no trace of anyone landing here, nor is it marked on the map. It should be an undiscovered island. The climate on the island is tropical, and there are many dinosaurs living there, and no traces of humans have been found. The best place on the island should be here. The rocks here contain salt, but there should be no dinosaurs here. The temperature of the ground is very high, and ordinary dinosaurs will be scalded. But it was just right for AI Fan. His body was evaporated to dryness in an instant, and AI Fan dressed neatly and walked away. Then, he slowly turned around and hid. The place to hide is behind the peeking at his figure earlier. She came out less than half a minute after AI Fan left. The scales on her body began to fade away, revealing a pure white back, wearing a blue xingzao, and hot pants. Waist and back were all perfect. Just don't know how it looks. As soon as AI Fan thought so, the figure turned around, took off his clothes, and jumped into the pool that AI Fan had just soaked in. There is a red mark under each of her eyes, like scales. There are red scales on her arms, chest, and navel. She has a very heroic length. Although her hair is short, it just fits her temperament. The perfect figure. AI Fan looks cool, but this is the cycle of heaven, karma. She has seen all of herself just now, and now she has seen all of her, and they are even with each other. Very good. AI Fan watched for a while, then turned and left. The other party doesn't want to touch him, so he naturally won't care about that idleness. Suddenly, Ivan paused. This person's behavior was too strange. He is obviously a devil fruit person, so why should he drill under the water? Could it be that there is another treasure down there? AI Fan glanced at the direction he was coming from. Fakey should be fine. With the physical strength he has learned, it is only a matter of time before he wins. There is that dinosaur's territory, and no other powerful creatures will appear. Don't worry about Fakey's side. AI Fan continued to observe the abnormal behavior of this mysterious dragon girl. Heart-touching treasure. If there is, we won't take all of it, we will share half of it when we meet, and the four of us can divide the share that belongs to you 4 times. Thinking of this, AI Fan suddenly felt that he was so tall and stalwart. Seeing treasures is not exclusive. Gyudud the dragon girl floated up directly from the hot spring, and seemed to be in a coma. AI Fan was stunned. Is this a fool? The devil fruit person stays in the water for so long and doesn't come out? Isn't this actively seeking death? Also, why are you still lying on the water with such a plump chest? Won't it sink? Question mark. This is an amazing woman. With a sigh, AI Fan pulled her to the shore, only to find that there were blue-red scales on her back, and the scales disappeared immediately after reaching the shore, and the smooth skin was directly in close contact with AI Fan. Chapter 115 Evelyn, First Update. This scene is extremely interesting. When the back touches the water, it will actively grow scales. It should have drowned directly, but because of these strange scales, it floats face up on the water. AI Fan smiled, holding a curious mind. Pop. He threw the dragon girl who had just been pulled up into the hot spring again, and it was thrown face down. Less than 3 seconds after the strange woman was thrown in, scales began to grow on her back, and there was a tendency to grow large bags. The next second, She, who was originally face down, turn over immediately. Under the water, the blue-red scales opened and closed, as if they were breathing. AI fan sighed. I really can't drown. The dragon girl was brought up again, and all her clothes were put aside, and AI fan was kind enough to put them on for her. He just wants to say, very flexible. He doesn't know anything else, not even why he is flexible. He's just a kid. The other three who aren't kids are just avatars. He's a very pure person. With a non-human hum, the strange woman lying on the hot ground woke up. She was a little strange. In the past, she was very weak and soft when she woke up, but this time her body was the same as usual. She sat up suddenly, her eyes bright, and said, I can ignore the curse. A voice came from behind her. Are you stupid? Even if you are a capable person, you still want to drill into the bottom of the water? She turned around and saw the boy who was bathing before her, and three people wearing masks. Then, subconsciously covering her chest, the blue scales instantly covered her completely. What do you want to do? I'm strong. She glared at AI fan. AI fan and her looked at each other. Her eyes were captivating, but within 3 seconds, her eyes fluttered. She glanced under AI fan, and then blushed. Really blush. The color of the scales has changed. AI fan was taken aback. What's the situation? You blushed when you glanced down at yourself? This girl is Spring? Ill. Absolutely not normal. But it was nothing. AI fan took 2 steps forward, looked directly at the strange woman who was sitting on the ground as tall as himself, and said, My name is AI fan. Come here to take a bath and replenish food. My name is Evely. Evely got up, leaned back with one leg, squatted slightly, put one hand behind her waist, and the other hand in front of her palm up. AI fan followed suit. Is this your etiquette? Evely laughed and didn't answer, but instead corrected AI fan's posture, and smiled when she felt that it was standard. Well, our race-specific culture. I learned it when I was very young. Well, it seems that you are the only one here. AI fan questioned. Evely's face was a little gloomy and said, Yes, 10 years ago, a meteorite fell here, and then all the clansmen except me died. Aren't you human? Ivan asked his biggest question. Humans? Evely thought about it for a long time and then said, I have read some records that humans have no contact with us 100 years ago. I am a dragon. Dragon man? AI fan's eyes widened. This is a race that has never been seen before. Evely nodded and said, Yes, Dragon Man, it's just. Her expression dimmed slightly and said, I'm the last dragon here. That's it. AI fan pondered for a while. Why did you soak in the water just now? Are you not a devil fruit person? Able person? Evely said with a miserable face. I am a cursed dragon. I remember that all dragons can breathe in water, but I am the only one who can't. Once I get into the water, I will be completely powerless, and my race has also changed. Woo woo woo. At the end, Evely cried out loud. AI fan felt that he could understand her feeling very well. It was like a Murloc who ate a devil fruit. He was so tender in the water that he couldn't drown. His prideful instinct was useless. Things are up. Evely was almost crying, and Ivan took out the drawn devil fruit pattern and said, Have you ever eaten this? Evely looked at the pattern and recalled, and suddenly shouted, Yeah, that's it. I ate this as a kid and changed my race and couldn't swim since then. AI fan sighed. It's true. Looking at the angry Evely on his back, Evan smiled and said, Let me explain it to you. 10 minutes later, Evely finally figured out what a devil fruit was. She said with grief and indignation, Am I really cursed? AI fan stroked his forehead and said, That's also the curse he received because he gained powerful power. Ahilda Evely screamed in shock, But I used to eat meat. After eating that, I vomited when I ate meat, and I only like to eat leaves and fruits. Even the rats like to eat. Woo woo woo. Tilda. AI fan was deeply shaken at this moment, turning a meat eater into a vegetarian only. The key is that she refuses. This feeling is more than a fish. It would be miserable for people not to be able to go into the water. After all, meals are eaten 3 times a day, but not in the water. Evely cried enough. She suddenly remembered something, looked at Evan and said, How did you get here? I haven't seen an outsider in over 10 years. AI fan smiled and said, a chance. He can't always say that he is a permanent record pointer that he took from a secret room in CP9. Then he came out and played around with a curious heart. Evely sighed. I have always wanted to overcome this curse, but unfortunately, no matter how I overcome it, I will do it. Oh, that's right. AI fan asked, what are the red scales on your body? This Evely pointed to the red scales under her eyes and said, this is my original skin. The curse took away my scales, and I don't have a few original scales left on my body. You were red before? Ivan asked. Well, after eating that fruit, the scales gradually disappeared. Later, I learned to control the power in my body, and when I used it, my whole body would turn into turquoise scales. Her pupils looked at AI fan, which was obviously ordinary, but gave a faint sense of danger. AI fan believed that if it wasn't for her strength, ordinary people wouldn't be able to look at her at all. After all, this is a real Longan. Still dark green. Beside the hot spring, AI fan asked, what kind of dragon can you become? Chapter 116 Dragon, Second. Evely glanced at AI fan and said, don't be frightened. She stood up suddenly, and her height of nearly 2 meters began to skyrocket. 3 seconds later, a 15-meter-high emerald green dragon stood in front of AI fan. She has fleshy wings on her back, thick hind claws, and her front claws are better than those of a Tyrannosaurus rex, so she should be able to attack. Behind it was a row of red scales, and the small dinosaurs in the jungle trembled with a loud roar. Her huge head slowly approached AI fan. Her mouth opened. Her dagger-like teeth were exposed, and a voice came out. This is my current form, Emerald Tyrannosaurus. AI fan looked at the huge dragon eye and shouted, what kind of dragon are you? I turned out to be a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Evely's body changed, turning into a human-like upright dinosaur that was 10 meters tall. This is my battle form, half-dragon. AI fan shouted at her feet, why don't you like to eat meat when you become a Tyrannosaurus? Isn't Tyrannosaurus a carnivore? Evely's body became smaller, and she picked up the clothes and hot pants that were only getting bigger, and put them on in front of AI fan. Without any shyness or avoidance, the scales on her body receded, and she became human. Almost the same. This is my normal state. The power of that curse keeps getting bigger. Although my strength keeps getting bigger, I can't go back to my original race. Besides, the Emerald Tyrannosaurus and Tyrannosaurus dragons are not a race. Evely looked a little sad. The power keeps getting bigger? It keeps growing. AI fan murmured to himself, animal fruit, ancient species, Emerald Tyrannosaurus, Dragon Man. After the power merges, it skyrockets. This Nima is the awakening of the fruit's ability. AI fan's eyes lit up, and he looked at Evely dressed with a smile and said, do you want me to do you a favor? What can you do for me? Evely asked rhetorically. AI fan said with a smile, I'll do an experiment. I want to see if I can speed up the fusion of your dragon blood and devil fruit power. Accelerate the fusion? Evely's eyes lit up and said, okay. Will my strength increase a lot after fusion? That's right. AI fan nodded affirmatively. Okay. But how can you help me? Evely asked. AI fan took out the red sword behind him and said, just let me slash you. Arnold, are you alright? Chijian trembled slightly, indicating that he could give it a try. AI fan grinned and said, look, it's alright, just let me slash you. Evely scratched her head and said, you may not be able to hurt me. My scales are very hard, and even the Dragon Master's teeth can't kill me, and I recover very quickly. The key point is that once I get injured, it is easy to be destroyed everywhere. You will be killed by me. Finally, Evely looked at Ivan with certainty. AI fan murmured, it doesn't matter, even if you transform, you may not be able to beat me. Hurry up, let me slash you. AI fan is very excited to help others wake up. This kind of opportunity is rare. Although I am a little embarrassed to cut someone with a knife, but the vitality of the animal system is quite tenacious. It should be fine. Come on. Evely said she was ready. She is obsessed with strength and seems to need to get stronger quickly. Clang. AI fan slashed with a knife, and it felt almost like slashing on steel. Her scales were as hard as steel when they didn't appear. However, for AI Fan, this is a trivial matter. With his strength and the sharpness of the red sword, even without Arnold's arrogance, it is enough to cut through steel. A knife was slashed, and pale blue blood flew out. The next moment, the wound on Evelyn's body closed, the red scales on her body subsided, and the whole person took 2 steps back. After a few seconds, her body began to tremble slightly. She suddenly raised her palm. Dark green scales appeared on her arm, and sharp nails were deep in her fingers, and her dragon-like arm felt powerful. She suddenly turned into a dragon man, 5 meters taller than before. Looking at AI Fan under her feet, Evelyn said solemnly, "Thank you, Evan." AI Fan waved his hand and said, "No thanks, I'm just doing an experiment anyway." Evelyn looked at the mountain not far away. There was a huge black hole. She looked back at Ivan and said, "Can you do me one more favor?" "Oh?" AI Fan asked with interest. "What are you busy with?" Evelyn said solemnly, "The dragon people on this island have all been eaten by the Dragon Master. I want to seek revenge from him. But my strength is not that strong. Can you help me defeat him together?" AI Fan thought for a while and said, "Okay. But, what is a Dragon Master? Can you eat it? Also, how about you agree to a request after the fight?" Evelyn said, "If the Dragon Lord is really defeated, no matter what you ask, I will agree to you." AI Fan waved, "Very good, let's go." The two were walking in the jungle. Evelyn ate all kinds of fruits in big mouthfuls, and had enough to eat before fighting. "This is the Iron Rule." Evelyn told Ivan the story here. Dragon Lord. The meteor fell with the meteor that day. He had to kill a lot of dragons every day. Soon all the dragons on the island died. Evelyn escaped because she could turn into a dinosaur. One life. She grew up slowly and challenged the Dragon Lord every year, but she couldn't even beat the Dragon Lord's fangs, and she barely escaped every time. Later, once she defeated the fangs of the Dragon Master, the Dragon Master almost bit her to death, and later, because her blood was no longer suitable for the taste of the Dragon Master, she barely survived. After that time, she raised a year of injury. Until now, Evelyn felt that she could fight the Dragon Lord, and she decided to fight. "Even if you die, you must die with your own clansmen." AI Fan didn't feel anything. No matter how powerful he heard others say, if he didn't try it himself, how would he know the result? After they were full, the two flew directly to the mountain peak. AI Fan drew the diameter of the mountain peak, and said, "Look at me," clenching the red knife in his hand, and looking at the mountain peak that was close at hand. AI Fan suddenly shot. Shocking slash. The crimson knife light flashed, and the whole mountain flew up along the top of the cave in an instant. AI Fan smiled. His knife could cut off smaller peaks. The next second, a huge dark figure rose into the air. "Who is disturbing my sleep?" The figure is more than 50 meters long. The huge fleshy wings are flashing suddenly, the black scales are covered with scars, the 4 claws are shining with cold light, and the fangs are more than 1 meter long. The existence of the Dragon Man extinction disaster on this island. A light was seen in the cave, and inside there were skeletons of humanoids. Evelyn looked sad, apparently recognizing that it was the corpse of her own clan. Chapter 117 Dragon Slaying. 3rd. The Dragon Lord spit out human words, and his red eyes stared at AI Fan and Evelyn in the air. Evelyn's eyes were filled with resentment, and the moment she saw the Dragon Master, she turned into the form of a half-dragon man, with a height of 15 meters. But even at this height, in front of the Dragon Lord, it is less than 1/5 of his height. Its wings fell to the ground with 2 swipes. AI Fan noticed that the Dragon Master's wings were somewhat missing, and it seemed that he could not fly for a long time. This is the opportunity. However, the talking dragon, this is the second one today. AI Fan found that the Great Airway is really a strange place, and there are all kinds of strange things. AI Fan looked for the weakness of the Dragon Master with a look of knowledge, and said, "Are you a devil fruit person?" He can feel the emotions of others. No matter how he answers, AI Fan is sure to find the right answer. Devil fruit ability. The Dragon Lord's response seemed a little slow and puzzled. AI Fan's heart is clear. Longzi heard what he said, and is pretending to be confused, but AI Fan is also sure that the Dragon Master is not a human being, just a talking dragon. The Dragon Lord bonded, bowing his head slightly, as if thinking. Evelyn's anger was soaring, and the dragon's claws were clenched, as if she was accumulating strength. Shah! The Dragon Master suddenly started. His neck was actually shrunk, and now it stretched out, and instantly bit Evelyn's waist. In an instant, pale blue blood was left behind. Evelyn's dragon claws attacked, hitting the scales on the Dragon Master's face with a clanging sound. AI Fan shouted in his heart, "What a sinister dragon!" Lan Jiao, break! The blue slash slashed on the Dragon Lord's neck, but only left a white mark. The next moment, AI Fan instantly appeared at the neck of the Dragon Lord and slashed with a savage knife. Clang! This sword did not make any merit, because the Dragon Master's sharp claws stopped at AI Fan's blade. The two sides stalemate for a while. The other paw of the Dragon Lord attacked, and AI Fan shaved away in an instant. There was some sigh in his eyes. How can this Dragon Master and rubber seem to grow longer? However, the situation was urgent, and it was too late to complain. AI Fan acted quickly. Evelyn would not be bitten to death if she was bitten like this. Obviously, AI Fan thought too much. She obviously had some ability to save her life in the hands of the Dragon Master. Under the injury, she became more and more angry, and her eyes turned red. The moment her eyes were all red, her body swelled up again, and instantly opened the Dragon Lord's mouth without saying a word, and gave it a punch. Bang! This punch was so powerful that it directly knocked out one of the Dragon Lord's long teeth. Tilda! The Dragon Master shouted, and the long fangs strangely did not fall naturally, but floated in the air. It became more and more angry and shouted, and hundreds of fangs actually flew in the sky. What ability is this, Nima? AI Fan was surprised. You're scared? The Dragon Lord laughed loudly. I am the one with the ability of the tooth fruit. I can control my teeth. Suddenly, as soon as it beckoned, blue blood spurted out of Evelyn's mouth, and the sharp fangs flew out. AI Fan's expression changed, but the next moment, his mouth became loose for a while. AI Fan's expression changed, and he opened his mouth and spit. A mouthful of blood spit out along with his mouth full of teeth, and AI Fan's anger shot straight into the sky at this moment. Dare to pull out Lao Tzu's teeth. It was extremely uncomfortable to speak before closing the door. No wonder Evelyn said that she can't beat the Dragon Lord's Fang. This Nima, the person with the ability of Fang, is too perverted. AI Fan covered his mouth, and the return of life state was turned on, and he was not busy controlling his body's teeth. Anyway, they were pulled out. On the contrary, if the teeth are in the mouth, the Dragon Master can control his teeth to hurt himself. But fortunately, it has to get its own teeth out before it can master control, or else he directly controls the teeth that grow on others to drill into the brain. This ability is simply incomprehensible. The fangs danced in the air, and together with AI Fan's teeth condensed into two pure white fangs, long swords in front of the Dragon Master. The Tooth Sword. After my ability has been strengthened, these two swords are as hard as diamonds. Oh, by the way, most of the materials are from your clansman, Xia Longren. What? Exclamation mark. Evelyn screamed. The last trace of consciousness subsided, her eyes turned pure red, and she instantly rushed to the Dragon Master. The tooth sword in front of the Dragon Lord flew and shot straight at Evelyn. The other sword is facing AI Fan. Comparable to the speed of bullets, the Fang long sword was divided into two parts and attacked Evan and Evelyn at the same time. The long sword fluttered, but it didn't even touch AI Fan's hair. The arrogance of the perception color is not a decoration. If this kind of flying attack wants to hit AI Fan, if there are not dozens or hundreds, it will not pose any threat to him at all. Evelyn was shaking with the Fang's sword. Her scales were extremely hard, and she didn't mean to be injured even when she shook the fangs and sword. However, the Dragon Master's long sword moved slowly in the distance, and Evelyn, who was not conscious, was attracted to the distance. The Dragon Master smiled. The troublesome Dragon Man. If it wasn't for Evelyn, who was in a frenzied state. He would have eliminated the last dragon man long ago. In just 10 seconds, Rayleigh began to fight with the dinosaurs on the island. On AI Fan's side, the Dragon Lord turned his head indifferently, but found that there were 3 more masked people behind AI Fan in the air. There are 3 more people, it's no use. The Dragon Master's eyes were filled with a dangerous color. Haha, AI Fan smiled and said, your strength doesn't stop there. Watch me do my best. Roar. The Dragon Lord roared in the sky, but was forced to stop after half the roar. It was lying on the mountain peak, with its back facing AI Fan. Its wings were drooping, and it was kneeling on all fours. AI Fan said with a smile, one of my abilities. You can try to resist. AI Fan didn't give it too many opportunities to speak, because he didn't want his 3 clones to have no teeth. The figure flashed to the side of the Dragon Master, the red knife held high, and said with a smile, your meat may be delicious. Sha. The scarlet knife was wrapped around domineeringly. It was dyed black at first, and then turned red. With AI Fan slashing down, the black head and neck of the Dragon Master were instantly separated. In the air, floating fangs and long swords, scattered into various fangs. In the distance, Rayleigh was still making a fuss, jumping up and down chasing the dinosaurs all over the island. The blood of the Dragon Lord was black, and AI Fan lost his appetite instantly when he saw it. Ivan moved closer to Rayleigh, and used the ability to kneel at her from a distance. Puff. The moment she lay down, Rayleigh regained some sense of sanity, and then her body shrank and turned into a human appearance. She lay on the ground and looked at AI Fan, who came over and said, am I going crazy again? Cough cough. AI Fan coughed dryly and gave her a cloak of the clone. It doesn't matter, the Dragon Master has already been killed by me. Rayleigh's eyes lit up and she said very excitedly, really? She struggled to get up, but unfortunately she couldn't move at all. Chapter 118. Follow me. Fourth more. The teeth in AI Fan's mouth were growing rapidly. He always had a lot of energy accumulated in his body, and after a while, Rayleigh regained his mobility and his teeth grew a little. But the mouth is always itchy, not very comfortable. When he came to the Dragon Master, AI Fan looked at the black blood that flowed out of frustration. How can a good dragon not be eaten? Rayleigh was crying. She cried several times today, and this time was the happiest. She came to the Dragon Master's huge head, and without a word, broke the 2 longest fangs in its mouth. The fangs were long, and she looked like she was going to use it as a weapon. Cough cough. AI Fan coughed dryly. You should just put on your clothes. Rayleigh returned to her senses, looked at AI Fan with the brightest smile, and said, thank you. It doesn't matter, you helped me do the experiment too, right? It's just a dragon. Tongshan's ability has to kneel in front of me. AI Fan laughed. Rayleigh laughed. The scales on her body emerged, covering her private parts, looking at Evan and said, I saw my family wear clothes when I was a child, so I often wear the clothes I remember, but I don't know why. You just wanted me to dress, and you helped me with clothes. And that's where you see the most. It's just my places, so I probably cover these places. AI Fan said calmly, that's right. This looks so tempting. Rayleigh began to clean up the Dragon Master. She used the Dragon Master's fangs to open the Dragon Master's scales. After peeling the skin and cramping, she made a tight black leather jacket. Looking at AI Fan, who was staring, she said, I often make my own clothes. The leather is stretchy enough to cover myself even if I transform, so don't look at me like that. AI Fan coughed dryly and said, do you want to go out and have a look, and follow me to the sea outside? Rayleigh looked at AI Fan and said with a smile, okay, I don't have any nostalgia for this place, it's not bad to go out and see. While speaking, a strange sound came out of her mouth, walking all the way, and ringing all the way. When approaching the edge of the island, AI Fan asked, what are you talking about? I'm saying goodbye to the dinosaurs on the island. Rayleigh laughed. Can you communicate with the dinosaurs? Evan asked with interest. Of course, just like I can communicate with you. Longrun, of course I can communicate with Long Ear. Rayleigh said as a matter of course. Not far away, a Tyrannosaurus Rex lay down in front of Fitch, looking like he was dying. Hearing Rayleigh's voice, she responded weakly. Evelyn, who was not far away, was shocked, and ran towards Fitch without saying a word. AI Fan paused and quickly chased after him. Fortunately, Feige hadn't killed the dinosaur, otherwise, it would have been difficult to kill her friend. Coming to Fitch's side, Evelyn just kicked her legs vigorously without saying a word. Feige was startled, and immediately used the dodge. Fortunately, both of them were in poor condition, and AI Fan stopped them in the first moment after they fought. Everyone is a friend, how bad it is to fight and kill. AI Fan said behind Feige and Evelyn, who were kneeling. Look, this dinosaur isn't dead yet. The dinosaur that Fitch beaten has recovered a lot, and now he can walk on his own. Evelyn's face recovered a little. Ivan released the suppression, and the two stared at each other. Feige was a little helpless. His last blow was about to start, and Evelyn suddenly jumped out, making his first chance to eat dinosaur meat disappear, and almost killed him. And Evelyn is angry that Fitch nearly killed her friend, and to her, all the dinosaurs here are her friends. Fortunately, there was an AI Fan in the middle to reconcile, and the dinosaur was also in good spirits, and he slowly recovered a lot. The hatred between the two of them subsided. At night, the three of AI Fan returned to the boat, each carrying a large bag of the island's special food. Meat and fruits were things that had never been seen before. On the warship, AI Fan held a party. Congratulations to the new members on the warship. Also the first woman on board, Evelyn. She dresses very boldly. Her dark green short hair and pupils have a different temptation. Her body is so hot that it is unscientific, with a wild and delicate face. The whole ship, except for AI Fan and Fakey, other navies instantly captured by her beauty. Evelyn is very indifferent, facing the pursuit of the navy. She has only one answer: I like dragon people, you are not to my taste. After showing her strength, Evelyn became the second person on the ship, and her fan popularity was even higher than that of AI Fan. In their words, love knows no race. AI Fan sighed, soldiers with excess hormones. For women, AI Fan is sure that he has a high resistance. There are too many beauties here, and a hot body is standard. Choosing a spouse depends on each individual's temper. Besides, my age is too young. I have more than my heart, but my brother is not enough. The ship set off against the sun on the second day, and I don't know where it went. During the voyage, Ivan asked Fitch to add common sense to Evelyn, and by the way, it could ease their relationship. After all, they are all partners on the same boat. It's not good to always meet each other. Evelyn learns very quickly, and understands a lot of things, and it is easy to learn. The relationship between her and Feige has also eased a lot, and within a few days, Feige has also turned into a brainless fan. No way, who made Evelyn's natural queen style, with that wild and vigorous face, a proper man killer. Moreover, she has a good judgment of the current. Much better than Feige. AI Fan sighed. His luck is really good, not to mention a powerful combat power, but also added a guarantee for his navigation at sea. The next stop, AI Fan, didn't know where it was, and Feige said frankly, the Chambord Islands should be very chaotic recently. If we continue to roam the sea, it is estimated that pirates will be very difficult to encounter. He said a lot of painstakingly, and AI Fan was too lazy to break it down, but he heard Fakey secretly hiding and talking to warring states. But he just didn't know where he was going. It seemed impossible to run around with a pirate. If he did this again, the warring states period would definitely take him back. The ship returns, and the destination is temporarily set in the Chambord Islands. The first half of the Great Route will not have much effect on him. If you really want to improve, you can only go to the second half to fight. Just fool yourself, once is enough. Warring states had high expectations for him, and he couldn't let him down. Chapter 119 Hades Rayleigh, 5th More. The voyage of the warship continues. There were a lot of laughter and a lot of fun on the boat. However, most of these things revolve around Devon and Evelyn. At first, many navies and Evelyn on the ship were unfamiliar. After a few days, everyone got to know a lot, and it was the beginning of things. Evelyn's style is more bold and informal. Coupled with that wild temperament, These navies were stunned for a moment. Every day, the navy confessed to her, and then she was rejected. Everyone who failed will be laughed at by others. However, they are also hesitating about how to confess to themselves. This has caused the atmosphere on the ship to be a little weird these days. After driving to the windlass belt, AI Fan entered a frantic cultivation state again. He started to run again with the captain of the warship by himself, while the clones of several capable people were studying their abilities. Whether it is physical skills or abilities, AI Fan has never fallen behind. The same is true of swordsmanship. Soon, the ship sailed to the Chambord archipelago, where AI Fan turned on his perception, but he never once wanted to sense other people's inner thoughts, because he was afraid that he couldn't help himself. However, this time the time was relatively sufficient, and it took a lot of time to coat the boat, and AI Fan started to wander around here. He contacted the Navy stationed here and explained it clearly. Evely has officially joined the Navy. Then, Ivan gave her a lot of Bailey and let her stand in the shopping street here to buy things or something. He himself was hanging out here. The first stop was Xiachi's bar. There was no Navy stationed here. If he wanted to catch pirates, he had to let go. Stepping into the bar, Xiachi, also known as Xiaoyao or Aunt Xiao, who is smoking at the bar, is the one who I don't know how old and how strong. However, in the sense of seeing and hearing, the dangerous atmosphere that this gave AI Fan explained everything. However, AI Fan didn't mean to take action. He came here mainly to find Rayleigh the Hades. Jumping on the bar, AI Fan said to Xiachi in front of him, "I want a bottle of the best wine." "Oh, do children want to drink too?" Xiachi smiled. "They drink." AI Fan pointed at the clone behind him. Xiachi glanced lightly, and the three people behind AI Fan gave her the same feeling, as if there was one person in front of her, not four. Here Xiachi handed AI Fan a glass and wine, along with a glass of juice. "Children, it's better to drink juice." AI Fan did not refuse. After drinking the juice in 3 or 2 sips, he said, "Do me a favor, my name is AI Fan." Xiachi took a breath and smiled lightly. Then, "Xiao AI Fan, what do you want me to do for you?" AI Fan smiled and said, "Help me find Rayleigh, I have something to do with him." Rayleigh. Xiachi smiled lightly. "What is the Navy looking for Rayleigh? Could it be that you want to catch him? With your strength, it's impossible." AI Fan laughed and said, "Guess what? Kid. You are completely different from your grandfather Garp." Xiachi smiled lightly. She already knew about AI Fan. Recently, AI Fan has appeared several times in the newspapers of the world government, saying that he has the strength of a major general when he is less than 10 years old, and is known as the most talented person in the Navy headquarters. "Oh, yes." AI Fan suddenly thought to himself, "What color underwear are you wearing today?" "Today, let me think about it. It should be purple." Xiachi is always so calm. AI Fan questioned, "Have you ever eaten a bold fruit?" He can only describe Xiachi with boldness. Xiachi looked at AI Fan with a light smile and said, "Have you ever eaten a mysterious fruit?" While speaking, he glanced at AI Fan's 3 clones. Then, without Ivan answering, she continued to add, "Rayleigh should be in a casino. Go and find it. Also, the price of the drink is 8 million Baileys." Xiachi's words made the whole bar quiet, and the people who were still drinking just now were stunned. AI Fan's bottle of wine and a glass of juice cost 8 million Baileys. What about theirs? "Hey, you are extorting." Someone stood up and shouted. AI Fan ignored this, put down a stack of Baileys and left. 8 million Baileys. Shouldn't that be the Baileys that Rayleigh lost recently? It's weird to give it. Apart from Xiachi's bar, AI Fan looked left and right. Where should the casino go? On Island 21, Rayleigh was playing dice, and he was very active. He was lucky today and actually won Bailey. After winning a few more hands, the person who bet against him stopped betting, and Lily laughed happily. The man on the opposite side was a pirate, and even Bailey, who had sailed, was won by Rayleigh. The pirate was about to start, but found a kid sitting in front of him. Just as he was about to get angry, the shadows of a few strong men behind him blocked him. Sitting across from Rayleigh, AI Fan said with a smile, "It really makes me look good." While speaking, All the people around fell to the ground. Poisonous fruit ability, paralyzing poisonous mist. Rayleigh slowly raised his head and said with a smile, "The genius of the Navy's recent fame came to me to make a big name and make a name for himself." While speaking, a dangerous feeling emerged in AI Fan's heart. AI Fan grinned and said, "No, I just have a few questions to ask you." Rayleigh said in amazement, "What's the problem? What is the big secret treasure? How did you get to the final island? Also, the truth of history. Tell me, who can tell me?" AI Fan laughed. Rayleigh was shocked by AI Fan's words. Without being surprised, he was stunned for a moment and said with a dry smile, "I can't tell you anyone." Cut the expected. AI Fan changed his tone and smiled, "So, which secret can I tell Roger's son?" "Rayleigh, Roger's son." Rayleigh's tone was vague. AI Fan smiled and said, "I'm just curious. Even if you tell me, I won't tell anyone else." "Are you kidding me?" Rayleigh stared at AI Fan, and the Overlord's color had leaked out. However, no matter what it was for AI Fan, he didn't even move his eyelids. A faint purple smoke blew past, and Rayleigh fell directly. "Poisoned." AI Fan clenched his fists and shouted, "Even if you pretend, you can pretend to be like a little bit. My poisonous mist is not approaching you at all." Rayleigh suddenly sat up, suddenly realized and said, "So that's how it is." AI Fan was silent, and then said lightly, "Is it the name of Roger's son that you don't want to mention, or what are you worried about?" Rayleigh raised his eyes and said, "You are too weak now. Also, even if you know, you can't do anything." "I won't keep getting weaker. And the secret, how long do you want to keep it?" AI Fan said seriously. Rayleigh paused and said, "Wait until someone who can inherit his will appears." "You are the Navy, AI Fan. You have to remember." Chapter 120 Lucas Pirates, First Update. Chambord Archipelago, the 21st Island. This is an illegal zone, and basically no one cares. Most people such as various dark transactions or pirates gather on the first 29th island. Today's island number 21 is very quiet. The purple poisonous mist covers a large area. Anyone who smells it will lie directly on the ground. At the very center, Ivan and Rayleigh sat facing each other. AI Fan replied seriously, "Of course I know that I am a Navy, but is the identity of the Navy a natural moat?" "Rayleigh, don't be stubborn. Anyway, you are a Navy, even if it is Roger's son. You just inherited his blood. The person who inherited his will is not you." Rayleigh looked at Ivan seriously. "Heir of will," AI Fan said with a smile. "In the future, there will be a hot-blooded joker who wants you to take the initiative to say something. Since you don't want to tell me, forget it. I can't beat you now anyway. Goodbye, then." Rayleigh. The poisonous fog dissipated, and AI Fan picked up the pirates in one place, and the nameless minions did not let them go. Rayleigh is right. He is a Navy. The current self is only the Navy. Dozens of pirates piled up together, and Ivan pulled them away together. Rayleigh watched Ivan leave silently. "Roger, if you see this scene, you should be laughing. A determined child, enough to make you proud." The pirates handed over to the garrisoned Navy, and AI Fan had nothing to worry about. He wants to go to the New World to experience, but the training here is also essential. All the pirates who are about to go to the New World are gathered here, and AI Fan feels that it should be easy for him to find some opponents. After all, pirates with a bounty of over 100 million can basically come here. Boom! A big explosion suddenly came from the island in the distance, and AI Fan instantly saw a huge dark green dragon. He didn't say a word, and flew directly there. Evely met someone and seemed to be in trouble. AI Fan arrived and found three figures standing opposite Evely. In an instant, AI Fan recalled the information of the three: the captain and two vice-captains of the Lucas Pirates. The three of them are brothers, and the bounty for each of them is 100 million. The people lying on the ground beside him were probably some of Lucas' pirates. Evely seemed to be imprisoned, standing immobile. AI Fan attacked, and a sword wave slashed at the three. Clang! The attack was easily blocked, and it was the deputy captain, Lucas Pitt, who shot. It was a semicircle that stopped Ivan from attacking. Ivan recognized that it was Pitt's ability. However, his sword light was originally a distraction, and while they were blocking the blow, AI fan had already released the imprisoned Evely. "You leave first. Their strength is not something you can stop," AI fan said to Evely. Evely said helplessly, "Help me teach them a lesson, they are so rude." Ivan nodded, showing the information of the Lucas Pirates in his heart. Captain, Lucas Bova, the bowl and bowl fruit ability, the deputy captain, the plate fruit ability, Lucas Bondi, the pot fruit ability Lucas Pitt. They claim to want to put all the treasures in the world, put it in a bowl, and the big secret treasure is no exception. It is one of the brightest pirates in this generation of supernovas. The three have one thing in common: they are all very lustful. According to legend, the captain likes the chest the most, Pondy likes the waist the most, and Pete likes the butt the most, and they like the three of them together. They don't do anything else, just hold the woman and keep touching them. Their record is bad, and wherever they go, all women are frightened, and the number of shots is less. Even so, their bounty is as high as 100 million. Voy looked at AI fan who was opposite her and said, "Navy, do you want to meddle in your business?" He was bloated and very fat. Pondy grinned and said, "Brother, kill him quickly, a woman who can transform into a dragon. I haven't touched her waist yet." He was strong, but his head was round, like a plate. Pete, who took the shot, was a thin man. He said slowly, "I heard that the New World has recently released an Empress who is called the world's #1 beauty. Big brother, let's pack him up and set sail." The opposite side, AI fan smiled and said, "You three are really annoying." Boom. In an instant, it was dark, and no light could be seen. In the outside world, a giant stone pot was turned over to cover this place. "Idiot, we're just talking to distract you." In the darkness, the sound of three people laughing came from outside. The next second, the huge stone pot was pushed open, and they saw AI fan easily emerge from it. A group of people wearing masks stood at the front, and their pot was opened by a door. "You geese are really annoying." AI fan smiled, and the next moment, he and his clones disappeared. "What's going on?" The three of them were stunned and looked left and right, but couldn't find AI fan at all. Without the slightest sound, AI fan opened a door above their heads, and the prepared attack had already fallen. Ultimate battleship impact. Boom. The attack hit directly, the huge smoke and dust dispersed, and the whole island seemed to feel trembling. The smoke and dust dissipated, and a transparent turtle shell appeared in the pit, and the three were at the innermost. The transparent shell spreads out directly, and there is actually this transparent thing under their feet. Power grinned and said, "Navy, the three of us are combined, but we claim to be absolutely defensive. With your attack, you won't even want to hurt a single hair of us." Cut the disc. Sha. The stones turned into optional sharp discs, rushing towards AI fan. Shocking slash. AI fan drew a knife and slashed, and at the moment of slashing, the cut slope disc rushed out towards the three of Boa. Clang. 3 layers of transparent shields appeared in front of the three at the same time. A layer of pots, a layer of bowls, and a layer of plates, intertwined with each other, blocking AI fan's attack. "Look, this is our absolute defense." The three of Voya laughed. Shaved AI fan appeared in front of them in an instant and slashed out in an instant. Clang. The sound of steel chattering came out, and the 3-layer shield was chopped to pieces by AI fan. However, the speed of the red sword swipe was also a meal, and the three of them avoided the blow. The next moment, AI fan kicked out with one leg. High-speed train crash. Boom. The blue train appeared at AI fan's toes, and with a fast speed, it slammed straight towards the three of them. Absolute defense. The three of them shouted at the same time, and the soil under their feet swelled and turned into a thick layer of defense. But how could AI fan, who was already prepared, let them get their wish? In the air, the door fruit appeared, opening a door on their absolute defense that just let the train crash into it. Boom. In the limited space, AI fan's powerful attack exploded instantly. Chapter 121 New World. Second More. Chambord Islands. On a certain island, a cauldron was buckled on the ground. AI fan's sense of sight locked the three pirates inside. At this moment, poison is being injected through the door fruit and poisonous fruit. His train crash was stopped, and AI fan had to sigh, The pirates who can get here all have 2 brushes. However, that's the end of it. His own poison and surrounded this place. The door clone entered the air door with the poison clone. After a while, open a door under their nose, and the poison clone will put poison directly into their nose. AI fan found that he had found a trick that was like cheating. Let the door fruit stay inside the air door. Your own attack directly bombards the door, and then directly sends the attack to the enemy with the help of the door clone. In this case, no one will try to escape from your own attack. And now, the 3 of Lucas are suffering from Ivan's indiscriminate bombardment. They didn't dare to go out, because the outside was full of poisonous gas. However, the air inside was running out and they had to go out. Look at me. There is a plate under their feet, and Pondy will control the plate and take the 3 to fly. The next moment, AI fan's door opened, and a blue train burst in front of them. This time, no one has time to activate the ability. Outside, the huge pot collapsed. The poisonous gas Ivan had been cleared, and the 3 of Lucas lay on the ground without knowing how many broken bones. The huge movement has attracted a lot of navies. They basically know the identity of Ivan, and the Lucas brothers are also famous. Second Lieutenant AI Fan. A navy ran over to salute. AI Fan smiled and said, "Prepare the Hailu stone handcuffs. They are all capable. Don't let them run away." Behind him were the 3 Lucas who were covered in blood. Yes, the navy hurriedly identified and tied up the pirates who were affected by the side. AI Fan suddenly remembered something. He said to a warrant officer, "Except for the 3 captains, the other pirates were defeated by Rayleigh, and the military merit should be credited to her." Yes, Rayleigh was carrying a lot of clothes and wearing a black tight suit. She looked like she wanted to be violated. AI Fan was thinking, with this look, people who are generally not lustful will be conquered, let alone those who are lustful. But he would never say this in front of Rayleigh. AI Fan smiled lightly and said, "Get ready, we will set sail in a few days." "In a few days," Rayleigh said with nostalgia in her eyes. "I still want to stay here for a while. Can I?" Little AI Fan. She didn't know who to learn from her coquettish way. She was half kneeling beside AI Fan. Her chest was against AI Fan's arm, and that part of AI Fan's arm was almost impossible to find. AI Fan thought about it seriously for a long time, and felt that the part holding his arm was about to sweat before slowly saying, "Okay, but you'd better go with the rest of the navy when you move." "Okay, bye, little AI Fan." Mummy cheering happily, Rayleigh kissed AI Fan and ran away. Seeing Rayleigh twisting her buttocks away, Evan sighed. It would be great if she were a human. It's a pity she doesn't like humans. The worst. It would be better if she were younger. With the fantasy of a young man, AI Fan left directly. She wants to stay here herself, so let her take it with her. The new world is not a kind place either. Her ability is easy to get out of control, and a bad one can easily become a burden. Another day passed, and AI Fan directly became a captain. However, considering AI Fan's age, the Warring States said that he would not be upgraded to his official position for at least 2 years. AI Fan doesn't care about official positions. Before he became a lieutenant general, AI Fan looked the same. Time passed slowly, and AI Fan had not been idle these few days. It was time to catch pirates and catch pirates. If you don't want to catch them, practice cultivation. Moreover, after these days of running in proficiency, he has also created some combination skills. AI Fan was sure that with his current strength, it should be enough to save a small life in the new world. However, if you add a boatload of cumbersome, AI Fan told Warring States and promised to give him news every time, and only then did he get permission and allow him to act alone. The next day, the Scarlet Arnold appeared and flew away from the Chambord archipelago with AI Fan and his clone. AI Fan flew directly towards the top of the Red Earth continent. He's going straight to the New World. The way of deep-sea diving is weak. The Red Soil continent is very high. Not much, but for Arnold. It didn't take long for AI Fan to fly to the top of the Red Earth continent, and the first thing he saw was the large building complex. AI Fan knew that that was where the Tanlong people lived. But his goal was not there. He flew farther there, AI Fan crossed the Red Earth continent and flew into the New World. In the sky, AI Fan was thinking wildly. When he was in the New World the most, he was stationed on the island, and at other times he was basically in the windless zone. Everyone said that the weather in the New World was fickle to the limit. What kind of limit was AI Fan thinking about? The chaotic thoughts followed, and AI Fan thought, would he fly directly to the final island or something? It is logically possible. There are only a handful of people in the sky who can influence him, who said he couldn't fly directly there. With chaotic thoughts, AI Fan flew out of the Red Soil continent, officially entered the New World alone. Boom. The sky was clear and cloudless just now, but the next moment, the thunder burst, and the clouds gathered within 5 seconds. Without saying a word, AI Fan directly opened a door in his hand to take Arnold in, and let himself fall freely. Holding metal objects close to the clouds is a life-threatening act. AI Fan is glad that he was not hit by the first thunderbolt, otherwise it would be dangerous. Boom. Another thunderbolt fell, hitting AI Fan directly. Boom. There was only a white light left in AI Fan's eyes, and then he fell from the sky. He was smoking, and blood was dripping from his forehead, but he was smiling. The New World really gave me a surprise. The next second, the air door was pushed open, and AI Fan entered directly. He quickly recovered, and then hurried away toward the distance. It was not until he ran out of the cloud cover that AI Fan came out of the air. Fortunately, his physique is strong, and he can bear the thunder. Some blood flowed from the place where the lightning struck him directly. At this moment, there was still residual electric current in his body, and he was numb. The strength of the iron block has helped AI Fan a lot. He is now thinking about why Luffy and his gang were hacked so many times by Ironlu of the Sky Island, and they all seemed to be nothing. He was just hacked in one fell swoop. Chapter 122 The Queen's Expedition, 3rd. On the Sea of the New World. For AI Fan walked in a row on it. He is fishing. Because there is only one relationship, he needs to fish by himself. The sea in the New World is full of hanging monsters, and AI Fan has never been worried about not being able to catch fish. When he really didn't have it, he just separated all the clones and jumped into the sea to catch them. He's just as strong in the water as he fights. Suddenly, there was movement from below, and a Sea King, who looked like a dragon and a fish, bit AI Fan. AI Fan smiled, and the door clone was activated. The return of life was opened, and the two arms of the clone became extremely thick, pushing the air with both hands, and shouted, "Huge air door!" Boom. Sea Kings crossed the sea. Then, he slammed into the door directly. Squeak. With the closing of the huge air door, Ivan and the Sea King disappeared. Inside the air door, AI Fan is grilling. The skeleton of the Sea King has been thrown out, and the flame is provided by Arnold. The blade of the red knife will gush out endless flames. Usually, it can actively absorb heat and store it. Coupled with the domineering after special friction, it will also give birth to a powerful one. Flame. You don't have to worry about the flames at all. After eating and drinking, AI Fan walked out of the air door, and Arnold roared, flying with AI Fan and his clone. He has been in the New World for 3 days, and he has never seen anyone except the giant beast in the sea. Suddenly, AI Fan's sense of sight sensed a dangerous aura. He looked in the direction he sensed, and there, a ship suddenly appeared. It may be that the special sea has changed his sight just now, otherwise, he will not know the other party until he has entered the sensing range of the other party. The other party guessed that he had just discovered himself, and when the distance was a little closer, AI Fan suddenly found that this ship was super familiar. The two Sea Kings are pulling. Isn't this the Queen? Speaking of which, the Empress became the king of the daughter country and the captain of the 9 snake pirates at the age of 18. Now, is she on an expedition? AI Fan recalled the information. The Empress's prestige has been played, and the bounty is 80 million, and now it is time to return to China. AI Fan thought about it for a while and decided not to contact the Empress for now. Her fruit ability is not enough to resist, and with the group of women on their side, it is better not to contact them based on their own strength. The pirate ship of the 9 snakes was very fast, and AI Fan directly opened the air door to prepare to go in. However, a certain law worked on the 9 snakes in the distance. Boya Hancock looked a little angry at the 4 AI Fan standing on Arnold's back. She stood on the bow, raised her head and said, "What a rude person, dared to block AI's way." Wearing a red cheongsam with the mark of the 9 snake pirates on her body, the already plump Empress is very upset. She has just finished her expedition and is about to go back. Who knew that such a person actually blocked her way and seemed to be running away? Captive arrow. She touched her lips lightly with her fingers, and transformed into a huge pink peach-colored heart-shaped substance, and then pulled it back like a bow and arrow, and instantly a large number of pink arrows shot towards AI Fan. Behind her, her 2 younger sisters were a little helpless, but the other party was just a few stinky men. They had just returned from the expedition, and they were arrogant. In the distance, AI Fan sensed danger. The door clone did not say a word, just a door opened, and the gate introduced all the arrows shot into it. The finger of the door clone moved slightly, and those arrows were shot into the sea. AI Fan was a little angry, and he sensed the arrogance, weakness, laziness, and random attacks of the Empress. He controlled himself not to look at her, but he didn't want to be angry just by looking at himself. There was an attack coming, and AI Fan became angry. Such a woman needs to be cleaned up. The door fruit opened, and AI Fan was a train hit without a word. On the boat of the 9 snakes, a door suddenly opened in front of the Empress, and the blue train rushed out instantly. The Queen's expression changed, and her hands were instantly folded. Sweet and sweet. In an instant, AI Fan's train turned into a stone. In the distance, AI Fan sighed. "This Nemo can also be petrified." Squeak. "The door is closed," Hancock said angrily. "How rude to even attack Aegea." After kicking the petrified train, when she looked at AI Fan again, she found that AI Fan had disappeared. At the same time, a voice came from behind her. "You're really untidy." The sound of the door opening appeared, and 3 blindfolded AI Fans instantly appeared on the 9 snakes boat. The door fruit opens the air door to assist. No matter how hard it is, AI Fan will not fall into a mortal danger. The Empress stared at the blindfolded AI Fan for a moment. The next second, she put on a seductive posture and said in the most gentle tone, "Aegea is so beautiful. Don't you want to take a look at it?" AI Fan listened hard. The next moment, an arrow was shot. After he turned his head to dodge, he instantly turned on the state of returning his life. "I've always wanted to try, if I control my blood pressure, my hormones, and force my body not to react to seeing a beautiful girl, will your abilities still work for me?" During the speech, an initial clone of AI Fan appeared, kept the state of the seal, dropped the blindfold, looked directly at Hancock and said, "Come on, let's try it." The Empress changed her posture, put her fingers on her chest, and said delicately, "Can't you praise the beauty of Aegea?" AI Fan smiled and said, "You are beautiful." Sweet and sweet. The moment AI Fan answered, Hancock's attack was already coming. AI Fan did not dodge this blow. He deliberately had to bear it. The purpose is to see if the power of the Empress will still take effect when her body is completely unresponsive. The answer is no. AI Fan just stood there like nothing. There was no sign of petrification in the body. In the state of return of life, I saw that although the Empress thought she was beautiful, but his heartbeat, blood pressure, and the feeling of adrenaline surge were all controlled by him, and his body did not produce any signs of petrification. Any changes? From this point of view, the Empress' attack was only aimed at the responsive body, not the responsive thoughts. If that's the case, here's enough to challenge her. AI Fan grinned and said, "Looks like you can't do it." "Impossible." "Don't you have the slightest interest in AI's family?" the Empress said with moving eyes. "The other women on the pirate ship are all unbelievable, and it is the first time they have seen a man who can resist the attack of the Empress." AI Fan took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, "I will answer this question later, but now, I just want to teach you a lesson. Then you have to pass our level first." While speaking, behind the Empress, Her two younger sisters turned into giant pythons. Chapter 123 All Extinction. 4th. The first shot is Boya Marigold, Hancock's third sister. Her figure is now a little bloated, which is very different from the slender look she remembered when she was a child. She turned into a half-human, half-cobra form, with her neck bulging outward like a cobra, her long tongue appearing outside her mouth, and her fangs exposed, which were highly poisonous. The poisonous clone took a step forward, and AI Fan asked with a smile, "Why is there such a big gap between your body shapes? Hancock's body is so hot, the cup should have a knee now. Why are you like this?" Marigold paused, recalling the hardships he had endured with the Draco. After they escaped from birth, in order to become stronger, she started eating sumo hot pot and training her muscles, and her body became bloated, but she also became much stronger. Looking directly at AI Fan, Marigold waved the daguerrean knife in his hand and said, "The guy who dares to be rude to our sister, die." Sha. Guandao slashed straight down. The clone raised one hand, and went straight to the blade of Guandao. Marigold smiled, but she had learned to be domineering. The blade of Guandao had domineering attached to it. She was sure that she would cut off this person's hand with a single blow. Clang. It's a pity that things are not as good as others. The domineering Guandao looked at AI Fan's palm, but it only made a sound of gold and iron, and AI Fan's hand did not even tremble. How is that possible? Marigold's face was full of disbelief. His palm didn't sense domineering. Hancock frowned slightly. The rest of the 9 snake pirates were also in shock. AI Fan said with a smile, "With this level of domineering, it is impossible to hurt me." His 6-form exercise never stopped. Every day, he made some progress. Although it was very little, it was extremely terrifying after superimposing it. Just relying on the iron block, and the general armed color domineering, it is not a problem at all. 9 snakes can be said that everyone is a warrior and has their own unique traditional culture. Generally speaking, most of them have mastered domineering when they are adults, which is a country where everyone is a warrior. Marigold is the best among them. She works the hardest, giving up her body to gain strength in order to be strong. However, today's opponents are a little too strong. Marigold tried hard to withdraw the knife, but the blade that AI Fan was holding in one hand could not be pulled back. Sha. Her tail wrapped around AI Fan, trying to strangle AI Fan. However, when her tail was wrapped around like AI Fan raised one foot and stepped on the tip of her tail with lightning speed. Marigold was in pain, and his tail twitched as he tried to take it away, but found that AI Fan's one foot was as difficult to shake as a mountain. Venom. She suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of venom, which hit AI Fan directly. Marigold smiled. It worked. In the next second, purple poisonous water began to emerge from AI Fan's body, instantly absorbing the toxin she spit out. It was AI Fan's poisonous clone who was fighting against her. Marigold's discoloration changed, and she felt a deadly threat from Evan. In an instant, her hair changed, and she used the moves she learned after the death battle. Snake hair possesses flame zombie. Her hair was attached to the flame and turned into a giant snake. The giant snake roared and charged towards AI Fan. AI Fan smiled, and the purple dragon flew out behind him and collided with the giant snake. Poison dragon. Sha. The poisonous dragon extinguished the flames in an instant, and eroded her body. The next moment, Marigold fell to the ground screaming in pain. This is a highly corrosive poison, and once it is contaminated, it will be extremely painful. On the other hand, AI Fan's kneeling avatar suppresses everyone except the Empress. AI Fan flew over with a move of poisonous water, and everyone fell to the ground instantly. Hancock and the second sister fell to the ground without using any moves. On the pirate ship, Hancock glared at AI Fan, and she couldn't sit still anymore. The current situation is a crisis of annihilation. AI Fan smiled and said, "Did you see it? The end that made me angry." Hancock walked towards AI Fan step by step, and asked with his eyes addicting, "Who the hell are you?" "A very powerful person." Ivan slowly flew up and looked at Hancock. Powerful. Hancock was angry, watching the crew members who fell to the ground screaming in pain and shouted, If you have any tricks, just come at me. Bullying the weak is nothing. AI fan just replied easily. I just want to ask you, is this lesson profound enough? Lesson? You made my sisters and my crew like this. Is it just a lesson? Hancock glared at Ivan angrily. Even so angry Hancock is actually so perfect. AI fan has to sigh. The devil fruit is too bad. What do you want? AI fan said calmly. Aromatic feet. The answer to AI fan was the sudden kick of the Empress. Shah. AI fan dodged a kick in an instant. The weapon could petrify the attack. He didn't want to be kicked. Teach you a lesson, Hancock. AI fan's clones flew together, and the poisonous clone began to create poisonous mist. The door clone gathered a large amount of seawater, and the poisonous water fell. The entire Nine Snakes pirate ship was covered with poisonous water. The Empress dodged on the boat, and then a sweet wind shone into the poisonous mist of AI fan in the sky. Ka. The poisonous mist turned into petrification, and everything became petrified, but she was still drenched by the poisonous water. The severe physical pain was bearable, but watching the crew members screaming in pain, Hancock's heart was full of remorse at this moment. Squeak. The air door opened, and AI fan came back to the pirate ship of the Nine Snakes. Standing in front of Hancock, AI fan said slowly, the guy who thinks he is invincible. You may be very puzzled when you meet other people, but you met me. AI fan. Hancock looked at AI fan with tears in his eyes, and held back the pain with strong willpower. Please let my subordinates go. They are all innocent. The poisonous gas drifted past, and the stunned gas enveloped the place. Hancock's eyes became blurred, and he could no longer see the figure in front of him, and it was difficult to speak. However, she still hasn't given up. Her sister and she have only been out of the sea of misery for less than 2 years. Is this the end of the journey of life? Puff. Hancock eventually fell into a coma too. Looking at the woman in a boat, or the Empress at her feet, AI fan touched his chin and considered, what should I do next? The Nine Snakes boat had long since moved, because the Sea Kings who pulled the boat were also brought down by AI fan's poison. Speaking of which, the poisonous fruit is really inexplicable. In addition to the ability to suck the poison away, if the poison person has no antidote, there is only a dead end. In a coma, the Empress is still very beautiful, making it difficult for people to have the mentality of wanting to hurt. Chapter 124 The Most Beautiful Man in History. Fifth more. Nine Snakes on the pirate ship. AI fan thought about it for a long time, and finally made up his mind. The Queen's fruit ability is powerful enough, so I can make one myself and try it out. As long as the one that comes out is not a female version of yourself, then you will use the charm fruit as a clone of yourself. May I my fruit, sweet fruit, infatuation fruit are all the names of the Empress fruit. I will use May I my instead. Everyone knows it. The power to kill both men and women, especially for women, can be eaten by any woman. With this fruit, it must be a big help at a critical time. When you meet someone powerful, you can use this ability to distract your attention at critical moments, and you can petrify others. Super great. After making up his mind, AI fan murmured to himself, if you don't try it, how will you know the result? Even if you get a female version of yourself, it's a big deal to commit suicide by jumping into the sea or hacking to death. However, before that, AI fan's poisonous clone began to act, gathering all the members of the Nine Snakes except Hancock. Poisonous identity stretched out his hand to attract, and the toxins in their bodies were sucked out by their abilities, and the same was true of toxins that did not belong to him. After the detoxification, everyone woke up within 2 minutes, and they felt much better. After all, even the toxins originally accumulated in the body were absorbed by AI fan. AI fan sat with his legs crossed where Hancock was sitting, and the kneeling clone and the door clone were supporting the fainted Hancock. Let go of my sister. As soon as Marie Grodler woke up, she drank heavily when she saw Hancock in Ivan's hands. AI fan smiled and said, pay attention to the words. I only let you die because of my good intentions. The poisonous clone took a step forward, and purple poisonous water emerged from the fingertips. In an instant, the cold sweat of the whole crew fell. The pain of being on the verge of death and being tortured all over their bodies, none of them want to bear it anymore. Sometimes threats are very effective, like now. However, the threat of ignorance is not desirable. Give them hope that these people will obediently use it for their own use. AI Fan sat with his legs crossed and said, "Help me prepare large portions, and when I'm full, I'll detox Hancock and won't kill her." "What if you don't let it go?" Boya Sandason stepped forward 2 steps. She has long green hair and a huge head, twice the size of the average person. AI Fan responded, "First, you are not qualified to talk to me about conditions, and second, I am not talking to you, but an order. If you don't want Hancock to die, listen to my actions." Sandason was angry, but there was nothing she could do. 2 hours later, AI Fan finally felt almost the same as eating. The members of the 9 snakes are very good in combat, and it is not a problem to catch small sea kings. After eating, in the Queen's room, AI Fan and the Empress are alone. The Empress is still in a coma. If she wakes up and doesn't say anything else, it is simply impossible to cooperate with him obediently with the aptitude of the Overlord. Therefore, it is better to be in a coma. Touching the Empress' face, AI Fan said sadly, "I really want to be a beast once." Looking at his younger brother, he is less than 10 years old. He really has more than his heart, but his brother is not enough. For the first time, AI Fan wants to grow up faster, even if he wants to do something now. If one is not good, it should be very harmful to the body. It's not what I do, but the temptation of the flowery world is too great. It's too big. The chaotic thoughts followed one after another, and Ivan pulled the Empress, and the clone was summoned instantly. Bang! Smoke flashed, and a clone wearing the same clothes as the Empress appeared. The clone looked shriveled and about to die. AI Fan quickly summoned the clone back to replenish the energy, and then summoned it instantly. His stomach began to growl, summoning Hancock's clone with a lot more force than expected. But it was a success. Stab! The Queen's clothes are torn. Of course, it was the one that AI Fan was wearing. The streamlined perfect body, the position of the golden section line is also perfect. In the middle of the long legs, a little brother is swaying. AI Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It's good not to be a woman. Looking up, the height of 1.9 meters is just right, and the face is the same as AI Fan, but no matter how you look, it feels perfect. AI Fan felt his throat dry, and the next second he gave himself a mouth. Mad, mentally retarded, actually tempted by yourself. However, this also shows the strength of the fruit's ability, and even I think it looks perfect. AI Fan is sure that from this moment on, the first beautiful man in history was born. Standing with the clone, AI Fan's red knife slashed with one knife. The fusion of the 2 clones seems to have a greater meaning of perfection, but AI Fan who has the same memory can ignore it. The next second, Ivan detoxified the unconscious Hancock. With a hum, Hancock woke up. Entering the eyes, a charismatic man's face came into view. His eyes seemed to be shining, and even the tips of his hair seemed to be flashing with luster. Between the opening and closing of his eyes, a manly charm was exuded. It seems to have a faint aroma. Is that the smell of a man? Have I come to heaven? Hancock raised his fingers and wanted to touch that perfect face. It's not heaven, Hancock, a familiar voice called. Hancock jumped up and saw Cook seeing the masked Ivan clone. Sweet sweet wind, she attacked without saying a word. However, it was blocked by the clone created by AI Fan with her abilities. The charm fruit will not take effect on himself, and there has never been a situation where 2 people with the same ability have the same ability, but AI Fan already understands it. Hancock's ability is useless to his beautiful man avatar because the handsome man thinks that only he is the most handsome. The Empress could clearly see the situation in front of her. 5 AI Fans were standing in the room, and one of them was the man who looked charming. She instinctively sensed something was wrong, pointed at AI Fan and shouted angrily, "What did you do to Aegea? What about Aegea's sister? And what about my subordinates?" Cough cough. AI Fan's charming clone made a dry cough to attract the attention of the Empress, and when she looked at him, she shot. The hands were shaped like a heart, and a black heart-shaped wave hit the Empress directly. The Empress did not respond, because in her eyes, she was the most attractive. However, after encountering the hot-blooded rubber man in the future, she doesn't think so. She was a little dazed. That handsome-looking man, why is his moves so similar to her own? AI Fan's charming detachment took a step forward and said to Hancock with a smile, "You are helping me in disguise, so this time I will let you all go. Don't be so rude to me in the future." The Empress's sense of seeing and hearing has been turned on, and she noticed that the sister and her subordinates who seemed to be eavesdropping outside the door were all right. She then let out a sigh of relief and looked at the back of AI Fan, who was about to turn away, and said, "What is your purpose?" Chapter 125 To Make Friends. On the 9 Snake Pirates. AI Fan turned back and smiled at Hancock, who had questioned, "My purpose is to become stronger." Hancock paused, then suddenly got up and said, "Why did you let me go? Could it be that Asia's beauty can't impress you?" She glared at AI Fan with a vague meaning in her eyes. AI Fan smiled bitterly in his heart. If it wasn't for his too young age and he didn't want to be separated, he would have turned into a beast and slapped you 100 times over 100 times. Of course, it's not when you're in a coma. What's the point of taking advantage of people's dangers, man? You just need to challenge. Hancock's heart is a little distorted. She has been a slave of Tanlong people for several years and has endured all kinds of hardships. Therefore, with the change of fruit ability, she will become a little sick. She is afraid that others will know that she used to be a slave. Therefore, there is a deep grief hidden in her heart, and she does not want to be discovered by anyone. She is afraid. She is fed up with that kind of strange eyes. AI Fan sighed. And now he feels a little broken inside Hancock, which really makes him feel bad. But things have already happened. If it is always like this, will I still contact her in the future? AI Fan turned back, reached out to Hancock and said, "Let's make friends." Hancock was stunned for a moment, then took a step back and said, "Don't be kidding, you almost killed us all just now." AI Fan grinned and said, "So what? Didn't I save you all again? Besides, don't forget, you were the one who shot first." Hancock pointed at AI Fan with one finger, and said with a classic gesture of contempt that turned into a look up, "This will never be possible." Shah. AI Fan suddenly flew up. His body was just against Hancock, lying on her body in this difficult position, feeling soft, and the tip of his nose pressed against Hancock's nose, and said, "Why, are you afraid of making friends?" Hancock's pupils contracted, staring at AI Fan's eyes, and said, "What a joke." As she spoke, her eyes slightly turned to the side. AI Fan's fiery eyes shot straight into her heart, making her tremble. AI Fan jumped back to the spot, sighing slightly in his heart. The memory of a woman full of pain, no matter what her behavior, seems to be forgiven. However, this is not her willful capital. The charm fruit is. Perhaps, her arrogant attitude is another way of her catharsis. AI Fan thought, would you like to copy Granny He's ability to wash others? It should be very suitable for someone like Hancock who is sad and painful. Do you want me to remove the mark on your back? AI Fan asked. Empress' face changed greatly, and she said every word. You saw that mark? AI Fan nodded and said, yeah, that's okay. Tiger and the others are not the same, and they are covered with tattoos. Don't you want to cover them with tattoos? This way you don't have to be afraid of others seeing you when you go back. AI Fan's words went straight into Hancock's heart. She looked at AI Fan, and the latter's eyes did not change. As if he had no other opinion about being a slave at all. There was no contempt in his eyes. No sense of your inferior or sympathy. Do you know Tiger? Hancock asked silently. AI Fan nodded and said, we fought, and I was there when he was besieged. He is a hero worthy of respect. How is it? Do you want me to help you? Ivan asked for the last time. Hancock was silent for a while, then looked into AI Fan's eyes and said slowly, my two sisters, behind them. AI Fan waved, I know. I will help together. 15 minutes later, 3 muffled hums sounded one after another in Hancock's room. AI Fan wiped away the nosebleed from the body, and nodded with satisfaction at the marks behind the 3 Hancock sisters. The red sword acted as a branding iron, The flames jumped on their backs, the mark that once served as a slave was covered up, and the marked tattoo of the 9 snake pirates appeared. Looking through the mirror and seeing behind her, Hancock's heart has always been hidden in a certain emotion. As if a stone fell to the ground, her tears could no longer stop flowing. After venting his emotions, Hancock got up, looked at Ai Fan solemnly and said, "Thank you." The 3 sisters bowed together. Ai Fan smiled and said, "You're re-welcome," and Ai Fan stretched out his palm to face Hancock and said, "Let's make friends." Hancock stretched out his hand and held Ai Fan tightly. "In the future, you will be our friend of the entire 9 snake pirates, and our friend of the whole country of Amazon Lily." Ai Fan grinned. At this moment in his heart, the thought of wanting to grow up goes straight into the sky. Another grand opening of the banquet. Ai Fan also tested his own moves by the way. The attack from his charismatic fruit is black. Black is the color of men. Represents the depth of a man. He changed his name to his moves. Such a big handsome guy. Sweet all day, sweet like what words? Men should be hot, mysterious, profound, give people a sense of security, and be charming. These, the charm of the avatars, are all perfectly interpreted. The wind of enthusiasm, the arrow of captives, the fiery gun kiss, the effects of these moves are similar, and the most important thing is the passive magic skill. The temptation of beautiful men putting on the most attractive black dress. The design of the upper body can be directly pulled away, because the temptation to expose the upper body can be raised by n levels. But this trick Ai Fan will only show in front of women. Ai Fan, an extra powerful avatar with super powerful auxiliary and powerful combat power. Also, made friends with Hancock, as long as he saves Ace. As for the impact on Luffy and the others, it doesn't matter that much. The growth of strength also brings changes in ideas. Ai Fan wants to try, can he change history now? However, his appearance has been promoted everywhere in the Warring States period. If you want to influence Whitebeard, it will be difficult. Ai Fan thought, as long as his strength is strong enough, no matter what history he does not change, everything can be overwhelmed. Suddenly, there was some commotion on the pirate ship of the 9 snakes. Hancock came to Ai Fan with a newspaper, and she looked a little excited. Ai Fan, are you actually a Navy? Why are you a Navy? Hancock didn't know why he was so excited. Ai Fan said indifferently, I'm the Navy, what does it have to do with us being friends? Hancock was stunned for a moment. Indeed, if a friend is a friend, identity is not important. Ai Fan knows that Hancock is very hostile to the Navy. After all, the Navy is under the jurisdiction of the world government, and the world government is controlled and established by the 10 Long people. It is normal for her to be excited for a while. After all, how could it be so easy to forget years of painful time? Chapter 126 Invite. 9 snakes on the pirate ship. Hancock and Ivan stood opposite each other. After knowing Ai Fan's Navy status, Hancock was a little unacceptable. This man is powerful and mysterious, but why is he a Navy? The news in the newspaper is that Ivan's record in the Chambord archipelago destroyed all members of the Lucas pirates in one fell swoop. Don't be a Navy. Join my pirate team. Hancock invited Ai Fan very solemnly. Ai Fan shook his head and refused. No way. Hey, the other members of the pirate group were amazed beyond words. Originally, it was impossible for the hated man, Snake Princess, to invite a man to join the pirates. However, this man refused. Without even thinking about it. Ai Fan, look at the beauty of Asia, you agree? Hancock used his best tricks. Beauty trick. Lord Snake. So beautiful. Ai Fan, you agree? The members of the pirate group instantly turned into a bunch of brainless fans. Ai Fan's charming detachment took a step forward, swiped his hair slightly, and the masculine charm overflowed, attracting women's eyes instantly. Hancock, for the sake of being so handsome, don't use this kind of thing. Move on. Ah, so handsome, I'm going to faint. Lord Ai Fan tilde. They turned around and started screaming. The members of the ship couldn't resist Ai Fan's charm, including Hancock's 2 sisters. The charm clone said a few more words. Except for Hancock, Their eyes became like the pink beach heart. Ye Fan flipped his hair back and said to himself, the power of the charm fruit is really powerful. Every move will attract everyone's attention, and those who can't resist the masculine will turn into stone. Hancock paused for a moment, just like AI Fan's charming avatar looked at her and felt absolutely beautiful, and she felt the same way when she looked at AI Fan's charming avatar. AI Fan, if you join, you can be the deputy captain. Moreover, the entire Amazon Lily people are at your disposal. Hancock made a promise directly. To be honest, AI Fan is very moved, but in a place like the daughter country, if you are not careful, you will end up indulging in women's pornography. AI Fan is not a saint, and he will definitely not be able to stand in that kind of place all day. What's more, his goal is to be the strongest in the world. What can be the strongest in the daughter country? Sleeping women are the strongest. AI Fan will not let himself sink. Enduring the huge temptation, AI Fan said solemnly, Hancock, needless to say, my goal is the Sea of Stars. Besides, I will not quit the Navy. Hancock clenched his fists tightly and put it on his chest, just sticking to his softness. AI Fan, are you really not thinking about it anymore? For a moment, AI Fan really wanted to keep one of his clones. However, thinking of the possible consequences, AI Fan gave up decisively. If the clone can't stand the temptation, and let himself be a father without knowing it, then the fun will be great. AI Fan Jiu shook his head and refused. Hancock, we are friends, and now we are just friends. It's hard to say what will happen next. Hancock was silent for a moment and said, are you going to be a guest in my country? Don't go. AI Fan said with a smile, I haven't been to many places in the New World. I'm going to see it and experience myself by the way. With that said, AI Fan also put on a mask for his avatar. This clone is too tempting, and taking off the mask at a critical time can have a miraculous effect. After eating and drinking on Hancock's boat, the boat also sailed into the windless zone. Ivan jumped up, and Arnold took the initiative to fly to his feet. AI Fan grinned and waved to Hancock and the others, goodbye, goodbye, Lord AI Fan. The members of the pirates shouted. The captain's friends are their friends, and everyone's psychological acceptance is still relatively strong. Even if AI Fan gave them a short period of time, it would be better to die, but if they really wanted to say it, they were the ones who made the first move. Goodbye. Hancock smiled lightly. Although the contact time was very short, AI Fan had already left a mark on her heart. They are friends. Che. Arnold let out a long whistle, and it was complaining to Ivan. Why is there more weight? It affects the speed. AI Fan smiled on its back. It doesn't matter, with your strength. It doesn't matter if there are 10 more people. Che. Don't you guys look crowded when you're standing? AI Fan smiled. This guy is really thoughtful. Speaking of which, Arnold's body is huge, but, including the main body, a total of 5 people standing on it is indeed a bit crowded. Sitting on the back of a nose, AI Fan thought, is there any way to make his clones become one? Although the door clone can open the door in the body, it is extremely limited. After letting go of his thinking, AI Fan quickly thought of a solution. Maybe you can use the door clone to open a permanent door. The door clone is also thinking, it is easy to make your body into a door, and it is not difficult to store things, but how to make a permanent door? Do you want to build a door? Following his thoughts, AI Fan quickly thought of a method. The next step is to find an island. After all, it's not easy at all to build a door based on one's own craftsmanship. Ivan took out a permanent pointer to an island, and Arnold turned around and flew directly there. Not long after, AI Fan landed here. The kingdom of Dressrosa, the land of love and passion. At present, the Liquor family is in power here, and there are many soldiers in the kingdom. After AI Fan came here, he began to look for the information he wanted. In a certain store, the store owner was an old man. After learning about AI Fan's request, he told AI Fan a message. If you want to make something beautiful, go to Palm Island. It's also called the Craftsman's Island, and the island is full of famous craftsmen. AI Fan quickly got a permanent pointer to Palm Island here, but something happened when he was about to leave. The pointer was stolen. The food I just bought was also stolen. The people around also laughed and said, what kind of goblin is? Seeing and hearing color turned on, and AI fan instantly discovered the abnormality. What the hell are the little people running on the ground? On the street, AI fan ran frantically after chasing his package, and all the Bailey on him was spent because of the big meal. If the pointer and food are gone, what will he use to find Palm Island? There is no navy here. Is it possible that he should go grab it? He is in the navy. If the news of stealing other people's things spreads, it is estimated that in a few days, Garp will have to come to him personally to give him a special education on Iron Fist of Love. Chapter 127. Little People. The guy running on the ground is very fast, and AI fan is clearly sure that it is indeed a villain. Although it doesn't look like a human, except for the small and fluffy tail on the back, it is very similar to human beings. In addition, people here seem to be used to this kind of thing, and some people even bet that they can't catch up. AI fan naturally would not let them do so. Shaved. AI fan grabbed his own food in an instant, and even tore the package to shreds with force. Swish, the food was flying all over the sky, and agile shadows flashed past, pulling AI fan's food away alone. So many! AI fan exclaimed. These little people, not to mention their agility, can't be covered by that power alone. Stop for me. Evan is like a gust of wind. All of these little people are like the wind, and the small ones are outrageous. AI fan stared at the one who was holding his own pointer, saw the opportunity, and exploded in an instant. Shaved. Boom. AI fan appeared in an instant, and punched next to his pointer. He has a good control of power and is not afraid to break the pointer at all. The ground cracked, and the little man holding his own pointer was shaken and flew up. AI fan's hands were quick, and he held both the pointer and the villain in his hands. No, Leo has been caught. Go back and save him. AI fan heard the shouts of the little people. Putting the pointer away, AI fan held the villain in his hand in front of him. A goblin about the size of a finger. A precious beast. AI fan exclaimed. The little man in his hand was immediately angry when he heard the word precious beast. AI fan was surprised. This strength is on par with the giants. The villain held AI fan's fingers with his backhand and was about to throw him out. However, AI fan will not let him do so. Iron block. The ultimate iron block launched, and instantly grabbed the villain. The strength of his palm is not weak at all. After holding it tightly, it was like embedding the opponent into an iron block, and it was impossible to break free. AI fan took the demon in his hand and observed it carefully. However, when he put it in front of him, AI fan suddenly found that the little man was holding a miniature needle in his hand. AI fan instinctively sensed that something was wrong, and threw the product into the bottle without saying a word. Then, shake the bottle wildly up and down. After seeing that the little guy inside was completely fainted, he tied him tightly with pieces of steel wire he found from the door of the blacksmith shop nearby. With the little guy in his hand, AI fan wandered around the country. The women here are very enthusiastic, and AI fan didn't go far before he found several physical conflicts over love problems. Moreover, the more beautiful a woman does, the more excessive the behavior. When he was close to the restaurant owner, AI fan also heard that if the woman here was betrayed in love, she would even commit an assassination act. It has a tropical climate, strong folk customs, enthusiastic women, and beautiful girls dancing cheerful martial arts. Soon, AI fan's request for the boss to send him a few lunch boxes was rejected, and he also learned that if he had no money, he could go to the arena. There, just beat your opponent to get a prize. The prizes are sometimes very expensive, but most of them are some death row prisoners or something. Unless it is a particularly attractive prize, generally speaking, those who are eager to fight will participate. Holding the unconscious precious beast in his hand, AI fan set foot on the road to the arena. When it got there, it happened to be a new gladiatorial match. After signing up, AI fan entered it smoothly. The kneeling fruit clone was summoned back to the main body, and the 4 AI fans signed up for the competition at the same time. Coincidentally, the competition was divided into 4 groups, and AI fans' clones were all separated. The prize is Bailey, stacked high and touching. But this is also in line with AI fans' intention. What he is missing is Bailey. After entering, the staff inside explained the rules here to AI fan. There are also requirements regarding the weight of weapons. Except for the body holding the red sword, AI fan does not use weapons in other clones. For AI fan, who is proficient in the 6 styles, his body is a very powerful weapon. Before preparations, everyone with a strong body is gearing up here. AI fan also recognized several wanted pirates here, all of whom had high bounties. However, people who don't cause trouble here generally don't pay much attention, and the king's army here is very good. All of them are strong. There is a statue of a sword-wielding man here. The staff said that it was a fierce man who won 3,000 games here, and his name was Cyrus. Disappeared after winning 3,000 games. The game started quickly, and after 4 games, AI fan didn't even encounter a capable person. When I met a domineering pirate, I was beaten when I was shaking the iron block. The 4 games were very harmonious. In the main body game, AI fan fell to the ground after kneeling. In the scene of Poison's clone, a burst of poisonous fog almost scared the audience away. In the 2 games of Menman's clone and Charm's clone, they both won the game with 1 punch and 1 kick with powerful physical skills. In the final, only one of AI fan's clones appeared, and the other 3 mysteriously disappeared. AI fan easily took away a lot of Bailey. After coming out of the arena, AI fan walked in the direction of the restaurant, and he still had to prepare food. Fairy in his hand has woken up, speaking human words and struggling, but AI fan was holding it, and with the wire tied tightly, he couldn't even move. Holding the villain in front of his eyes, AI fan smiled and said, "You will be my pet in the future. Who wants to be your pet?" "Stop looking down on people. My friends will come to save me soon," Leo yelled in Ivan's hands. "Partner?" AI fan thought for a moment. "Then do you have a base?" "Yes, it's under the forest of Greenbit," Leo replied calmly. "That's it. Then I'll go take a look." AI fan smiled. The villain in his hand was simply terrifying, but AI fan was a little curious about them. The local people here have a very good attitude towards the little people. It is said that they can enrich the land here or something. Therefore, they often laugh off the occasional prank of these little people. Leo suddenly came back to his senses. He felt as if he said something that couldn't be said. "Hey, what are you doing there? Are you trying to hurt my buddy?" AI fan smiled and said, "I'm just curious. As long as you don't continue to shoot at me, I won't hurt you." "That's it. That's fine. I'll take you there." Leo thought about it and smiled. AI fan was stunned for a moment. "Do you believe in yourself? Is he not at all wary? Isn't he afraid of going back on himself?" In the sense of seeing and hearing, Leo thought so from his heart. Chapter 128 Heal the Clone. Among the towns of Dressrosa Kingdom, AI fan untied the wire that tied Leo and put him on his shoulders. "How did you say Greenbit got in?" Leo moved his hands and feet and said, "Just follow my instructions. Let's go to the Iron Bridge first, and there will be green bits." "Oh yes, my name is AI fan. How about you?" AI fan caught Revo on his shoulders again. Leo stood in the palm of AI fan and said very politely, "My name is Leo, please advise." Haha, AI fan laughed. "Such a small guy is really rare. There are a lot of fighting fish over the Iron Bridge, but don't worry. I can easily defeat those fighting fish." Leo waved his fist. AI fan said happily, "I can easily beat you, let alone those fighting fish." Coming to the Iron Bridge, AI fan also saw the small island in the distance. In order to save trouble, AI fan flew directly over, not letting Arnold appear. That would be too conspicuous. Leo was shocked, looking at AI fan who was flying fast in the sky, and said in amazement, "You can actually fly? What kind of thaumaturgy is this?" Haha, AI fan responded with a smile, "My unique technology, outsiders can't learn it." His time is always abundant, but he is also very busy. Most of the time he spends practicing, and he is no exception when he is on the road. The idea of figuring out the portable door was also caused by flying around all day and not having time to practice. But right now, It's a good idea to go and see a race you've never seen before. It's here, Leo said excitedly. Before arriving on the island, AI Fan discovered that the plants here are so huge. It's almost the same as where I met Evely. It's just like an ancient era. Entering the jungle, AI Fan quickly discovered the location of the little human race. After opening the experience, these little characters with small stature and powerful aura appeared in the induction. 1, 2, and several little people jumped out. The target is AI Fan's clothes and wrapped red sword. He flew up instantly, the air door opened, and the main body and the clone disappeared instantly. Leo quickly explained to the clansman, and after explaining, AI Fan came out of the air door. The white-haired little human race appeared, and there were beetles under his feet, and they flew to AI Fan with him. "Welcome, mighty human friend," AI Fan excitedly said. "There are so many little guys. Are you a special race?" "I am the king of the Dongdada kingdom and the patriarch of the Dongdada clan, Ganqiao." The white-haired Ganqiao replied. "It's really a race." AI Fan laughed. "What is your purpose here?" Ganqiao asked. AI Fan thought for a moment and said, "I want to come here. I heard that you are good at planting plants or something." A few hours later, AI Fan had become one with the little people. However, these guys were too simple and terrifying. Therefore, after thinking about it, AI Fan sent them a lot of highly poisonous. Their bodies are already small, so sneak attack is a good method. Coupled with the poison given by AI Fan, there should be no problem with self-protection. AI Fan's poison was tightly sealed by the patriarch, but they were originally a kind and innocent race, and their princess would save people. Ganqiao was very happy to accept this kind of thing that could protect his country. Their princess is called Mangzuli, the daughter of the leader Ganqiao. But Leo says she is not very good, thinking she is a willful, evil-minded and annoying princess of the Dongdada kingdom. However, AI Fan has heard from other small mouths that she is very gentle and generous, only when it comes to Leo. At this time, AI Fan also understands obviously a nerd and unrequited love. Mangzuli is a superhuman healing fruit who can activate the ability to heal all the injuries of creatures, and even her own tears have a healing effect. The ultimate ability of its ability is to restore everything to its original state by reducing its lifespan. These things, AI Fan just asked casually, and they said it casually. AI Fan felt that this ability was simply tailored for him. The clone is not afraid of losing its lifespan. If it is lost, the body can be recalled and it can be replenished by consuming a certain amount of energy. This fruit is very powerful, but AI Fan doesn't know if it's possible to summon the clone of the villain. AI Fan said casually, and Ganqiao agreed instantly. Their simplicity and trust in people's hearts moved AI Fan very much. In return, AI Fan sent them more deadly and powerful poisons, and left behind many antidote. In the end, AI Fan asked them if they wanted to form an alliance with the Navy, but they were rejected, because their life now is very good and perfect. At this point, Ivan found out when he went to the island. This country is very prosperous. Except for the conflicts caused by love affairs, it is still very stable on the whole. Compared to the information on other islands in the New World, it is no exaggeration to say that this place is paradise. The king is loved by the people live and work in peace and contentment. The king is also very diligent, a very beautiful country. AI Fan liked it very much, and even more after summoning the avatar of the villain. The summoned avatars are exactly the same as the villains, and they also have tails, but they look like AI Fan. AI Fan's long knife slashed, the clones merged into one, the human clone appeared on the spot, the hair turned golden, and the characteristics of the little human race disappeared. The power of the fruit manifests. AI Fan was very mad and tried the blood that healed the clone to see if it could heal the injury. The result was very good. The healing fruit became Tang monk meat. Although it has not reached the point of immortality, any injury can be recovered with the blood that heals the clone. After a little use of the ability, AI Fan condensed the blood of the healing clone into red healing flowers. The effect is exceptionally strong. A flower is only as big as the belly of a little finger, but the effect of each flower can heal non-disabled people directly. No matter how serious the injury is, a flower can heal. If not, then two. After all, each one was condensed by AI fan with blood. And the price is that there is not much left of the fighting fish at the Iron Bridge. However, this kind of fish breeds very quickly, and the little people also have a lot of prey to hunt on the island, but there is no need to worry that the little people all over the country are hungry. 5 days later, AI fan bid farewell to the villain and embarked on the road to find Palm Island. Flower of Healing AI fan left a lot to the little people. After all the fighting fish he needed were caught by the little people, and all he did was put some blood. Although the healing effect of tears is also very good, it is a little worse than blood. What's more, AI fan and Ben couldn't cry. Chapter 129 Moby Dick _ AI fan flew out of Greenbit and flew towards the sea of flowers that the little people said. They say that the scenery there is very beautiful, and all the flowers are beautiful at a glance, which is very beautiful. Soon, AI fan flew into the sea of flowers, and he was greeted with more intense floral fragrance and sunshine than the town. How to see, how perfect. The big tree in the distance is looming, and AI fan just feels relaxed and happy. Why didn't you log in here when you came? In another place, the Cyrus family was playing here. Rebecca ran behind her father, and the sea of flowers was full of laughter. Suddenly, Cyrus paused and looked somewhere. Rebecca, follow my mother, father. Scarlet frowned slightly, looked at his man and said, what's wrong, Cyrus? Cyrus said solemnly, I feel a very dangerous aura. You go, father. If there is a battle, I am afraid that it will affect you. Be careful, Cyrus. Rebecca, go with mom. Hearing this, Scarlet immediately started to act. Cyrus looked around. The countless battles made his instinct extremely powerful. This was the intuition of a warrior. Where is it? Cyrus looked around. Not good. He suddenly looked in the direction of his wife and daughter. He moved quickly, and in the distance he could only see a black spot. His wife and daughter, and dashed over. As he approached his wife and daughter, he also saw 6 AI fans who had already faced Rebecca face to face. 5 of them were masked, and 1 was a larger body than Rebecca. A distance, he couldn't care less, and shouted loudly, go back, Rebecca. Scarlet AI fan was stunned for a moment, staring at the strong man running in the distance for a moment. Why is this person so familiar? Rebecca, do you know that person? AI fan looked at Cyrus, who was inexplicably first. Rebecca smiled and said, that's my father, Ivan. Oh, that's right. Also, you want to call me brother? AI fan was stunned. No wonder this person was so nervous. It turned out that this was his wife and daughter. It's just that I just see someone here and say hello. Do I need to react so violently? AI fan looked at Cyrus in front of him and said, this uncle is a bit strong. Rebecca seeing his eyes, Cyrus kept his wife and daughter behind him without a pause. Looking at AI fan and the clone behind him, he said, you guys, what are your identities? Cut. AI fan snorted coldly, what does it have to do with you? He turned his head and said to Rebecca, I'm leaving first, Rebecca. Goodbye, brother AI fan. AI fan pushed open the door in front of them and left, disappearing into the air in an instant. Wow, Rebecca shouted, brother AI fan, are they doing magic? Cold sweat fell from Cyrus' forehead, because he couldn't feel any breath from AI fan when he closed the door. Scaleta's arm comforted Lucy, it's okay, the other party just said hello to us and became friends with Rebecca. Rebecca smiled at her father. That elder brother only said that he liked it very much, and that he came to live here after retiring from the Navy. Cyrus heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. Evan here. He opened an air door leading directly to the sea, and stepped on Arnold and started to fly wildly. Arnold let out a long whistle, and its meaning was clear, it's a lot heavier. AI fan laughed loudly, alright, after finding the Palm Island, create the door I want. Then you don't have to work hard. After a day and a night, the shadow of the island was looming, and AI fan smiled. When I came out of Dressrosa, I ate all the food I brought, and now I just want to eat again. As the distance got closer, AI fan suddenly saw a pirate ship, some familiar pirate ship. Huge deck, Whale-faced bow, this is Whitebeard's Moby Dick. In the distance, AI fan was a little stunned. Why is Whitebeard here? But think about it, this is the new world, and it's not surprising that Whitebeard is anywhere. Ivan paused for a moment. Anyway, he didn't go to fight, and Whitebeard and the others weren't the ones to kill. Putting on the mask, AI fan fell directly from the sky. He didn't turn on his knowledge, because he didn't have to think about it. He knew that this island was full of pirates. There was no panic in the town, and everyone was happier. The houses in the town are very individual. AI fan can tell which one does what from the style of the house. There are a lot of people on the island, and AI fan just glanced at a few captains on the Whitebeard ship. His fall caught the attention of many people. But this is AI fan's intention. If it is mysterious, it will be easier to arouse suspicion. There are no powerful people on the island. This is the news he knew in Dressrosa. If he sneaks in and suddenly someone else senses a strange aura entering, AI fan can't guarantee that the white-bearded person won't do it. In contrast, it came down generously and made it clear that I wasn't here to find fault. Everyone took care of each other, and no one interfered with anyone else. How wonderful it was. The most important thing is that AI fan really wants to get in touch with Whitebeard. If possible, he wants Whitebeard's ability clone. After all, the strongest Superman is no joke. As long as you get it, your combat power will soar in an instant. No matter how bad it is, Marco and his captains are also very capable. It's just that Evan forgot a little. Vista touched him once and recorded his breath. AI fan walked around the town easily and casually, without any feeling of being stared at by others. There are many people who can be domineering. The number of 1,600 members of Whitebeard's immediate crew has not reached this number yet, but there are also many people who are mixed in the new world. There are naturally many people who sense the danger of AI fan. Of course, the most dangerous feeling came from AI fan's poison avatar, because poison is a deadly threat to everyone. However, AI fan did not show hostility, and no one deliberately caused trouble. There are too many powerful people in the new world, and a guy who is just looking for something can't live long. Of course, if you have the strength of the 4 emperors, it is another matter. Finally, AI fan found a shop that looked like a door, pushed the door in, and AI fan was stunned. Inside the house, Vista was talking to the boss about the ship's door that needed to be repaired, and was stunned when he saw 6 AI fans walk in. At first glance, what he saw was the red knife behind AI fan. AI fan smiled wryly. Vista's reaction was absolutely recognizing himself. Chapter 130 Fic Adagus. Yo, boss, are you free? AI fan pretended not to know Vista. The boss paused for a while, and looked slightly puzzled at the masked people in front of him. What kind of door do you want to make? Hey, AI fan said with a smile, how exquisite can you make the most exquisite door? I want the best door, a special door combined with the best technology. You first show me you guys, and then I will state my specific requirements. Vista kept staring at the red knife behind Ivan, without any sign of turning his head. The boss glanced at Vista, who was in a daze, and then said to AI fan, don't underestimate people. Inside the house, there are many doors, big and small, which look beautiful and even give AI fan the feeling of a work of art. The boss walked into the back room, and it took a while to come out after rummaging through the boxes, holding a small metal door the size of a palm in his hand. This? AI fan touched his chin and said, I don't see anything exquisite. The small bronze door is well maintained, polished and shiny, and wears a cyan string on it. There is no keyhole, no doorknob, and only some patterns on the border look good. Boss smiled and said, don't be scared. This is the most advanced door built by 3 generations of our grandparents. The material is made of meteorites falling from the sky. It was made with the help of us and other craftsmen on the island. The magical door. The boss put the door on the ground and stroked the pattern a little, only to see that the door actually grew up automatically, and it stopped when the roof was pushed up. This is using the ancient material Fic Adagus as the core. This special material is made by combining our most exquisite craftsmanship and meteorites. Usually, It is only the size of a palm, but as long as knowing how to use it can make this door exert its incredible power. No? AI fan blinked. No more. The boss smiled contentedly while stroking the copper door. Then your door is useless other than growing up? Ivan asked. No. The boss glared at AI fan, holding the door in his hand. This door has infinite uses, but we haven't found a way to use it. This is his greatest masterpiece, and it was also completed with the help of his father and his son. Around this door, he invited almost all the great craftsmen in town to help and finally made it. However, because these materials are so perfect that none of the creators can find a way to use them. It was the stuff at the bottom of the box, and it took him years to figure out how to make the door bigger and smaller. But other than that, he couldn't find any other use. Slowly, it became a treasured thing, until AI fan came in and said that he wanted to see the results of the highest craftsmanship. His heart that had been silent for a long time was awakened, and then he took out the door that he was most proud of. Jason, your kid has collapsed the roof again. It was the old man who was talking, who just pushed the door and came in, holding fruit in his hand, looking like he just came back from shopping. Father. The boss named Jason hurriedly ran to take the things from his father's hands. Jason, you are too persistent. This door may only become bigger and smaller. Thick adagas is only a special material. Even if you intuitively think that it will change when combined with meteorites, it will eventually change. It's a success, isn't it? This door is already a rare and precious item. The old man said with emotion. His son has inherited all his craftsmanship, and he has even surpassed the blue. It can be said that he is his pride. But there is one thing, my son is too persistent, too obsessed with this door. As a craftsman, persistence is a must. Because they often face many difficulties, it is difficult to become the best craftsman without the spirit of persistence. He is also a very persistent person, but his son Jason has inherited his persistence without saying anything. Compared with him, it is even more so. Perhaps, the better people are, the more weird they are. Jason was stunned for a moment, put the fruit on the table, and said a little gloomily, I see. He was about to close the door. Clang! The sound of the longsword being unsheathed came out, and Vista's longsword was half unsheathed, and his sharp eyes looked straight at AI fan and said, Come and fight with me, the master of the red sword. Ouch! Jason looked back and was instantly startled by Vista's eyes. He suddenly stumbled and slammed his head into the door of the house. Clang! The door made a crisp sound, and a large bag appeared on his head, but he immediately got up and said, It's not good. Seeing that the door began to skyrocket suddenly, Vista was stunned for a moment. The sword was sheathed, and he took Jason's further and jumped a few steps immediately. The same is true for AI fan. He pulled up Jason and left the skyrocketing gate. Jason has been resisting, shouting, Let me go. If the door is not suppressed, the thick adagas inside will directly skyrocket to the size of the door of justice. AI fan was stunned, soaring to the size of the gate of justice. What a joke! But the gate was still skyrocketing. AI fan asked, How to suppress it? Jason hurriedly said, The top of the gate, the end of the 10th pattern on the left, can be restored to its original shape by punching it with a fist. Shaved. AI fan disappeared in an instant, and what Jason said was a punch. Bang! The door stopped abruptly, and then shrank instantly. The streets of the town have been washed away, and 3 houses have collapsed because of this. Jason said, This happened in the previous test, but that time, a seabird hit it at the time of the skyrocket to stop the skyrocketing trend. Later, when I tested at sea, the skyrocketed to the situation of the size of the gate of justice. The door was restored, and several people returned to their original places. When they saw the copper door that was only the size of a palm, Jason picked up the copper door and half knelt on the ground. Because of this test, he has to take out most of his net worth again. AI fan is very interested in this. He has a clone of the door fruit. Maybe he can use this to exert the power he expected. This, can I see it? Menman clone came to Jason and said. Jason glanced at the door clone and said, Be careful. The moment he took over the door, AI fan had a feeling this stuff is for you. Because of the characteristics of the door clone, AI fan knew more uses of this door in an instant. On the other side, Vista has drawn his sword to face each other. Master of the Red Sword, although I don't know your name, but as a swordsman, I really want to fight with you. Chapter 131 Unexpected Joy. Palm Island. Among the ruins of a collapsed house, AI fan supported his forehead and said to Vista, Master, I'm busy, wait a moment. Vista grinned, I challenge you, and they are busy. Although he felt that the auras of these people were strange and a bit similar, he was only interested in AI fan with a red sword on his back. While talking, the place was already crowded with people. Most of the people of the Whitebeard pirates came here, and together with the residents of the town, the place was surrounded by water in a blink of an eye. Vista, what are you doing, kid? Sanji with a pompadour hairstyle squeezed out of the crowd, with two swords hanging from his waist, looking at Vista and Ivan who was facing him. Vista grinned and said, I found that person, the man who stole the red knife from under my nose. AI fan said helplessly, wait a minute, okay? If you want to fight, fight again later. I'm very busy right now. Oh, you look very confident. Sanji smiled. These people don't know who we are, do they? A pirate shouted in the crowd. Don't be stupid, this is Dad's territory, who wouldn't know? Immediately, other pirates retorted. Pirates? AI fan sighed. The door clone has been communicating with Jason. As AI fan said, the door he wants is this kind of door. Jason hesitated. You really can use a door? AI fan smiled, put the door in his hand, and then threw it away. I only saw that the door instantly became bigger, and then it just floated in the air. When the door clone was pushed, the door opened instantly, revealing the dark space inside. AI fan grinned and said, you are right. This door has many functions. The only people who can open this door are those with the door fruit ability. It was pitch black inside, as if there was no headspace to see, no matter what was there. However, AI fan can put things in it. No matter what, you can wear it. Jason looked at the door and cried with joy. He was so excited that he ran to his father and shouted, see, father, my inference is correct. This door really has a lot of space. This door really does a great job, father. The old man smiled, with relief in his eyes. At this moment, he didn't need to say anything. The tears flashing in his eyes represented everything. After being excited for a while, Jason immediately ran to AI fan and said, thank you for helping me find out the secret of this door. His biggest obsession is right, which shows that his persistence over the years are right. AI fan smiled and said, sell this door to me. Sell? Jason shook his head and said, no, this is a work of art. I don't sell it, but I can give it to you. AI fan smiled and said, really? Of course, you are the only person who can use this door over the years. He should belong to you. Jason's eyes are very sincere. This is the belief of a craftsman and an artist. AI fan smiled and glanced at the old man and Jason. Their eyes were the same pure. He took out a few small red flowers from the arms of the healing clone, and gave them to the Jason family one by one. I'm a doctor. This is a special medicine that can treat your dark wounds and your father's heart disease. Jason was taken aback. How did you know my father had a heart attack? AI fan laughed loudly. Didn't you say, I'm a doctor? The strongest doctor in history. His eyes are equally pure. Afterwards, Ivan came out with Bailey, who repaired their house. Although Jason refused with all his strength, Ivan forced Bailey to them because he didn't owe anyone anything. Aside, Vista saw that the matter was over, and jumped out without saying a word. Now, we can fight. AI fan said with a smile. Wait a minute, wait a second. The door clone stood holding the copper door and placed the copper door in the palm of his hand. AI fan pulled out the red sword and instantly slashed it into the hands of the door clone. The illusory color flashed by, the bronze door disappeared in the hands of the door clone, the clone trembled, and finally returned to peace. AI fan smiled, a surprised joy. The door clone touched AI fan's body with the other clones, including the main body. All Ivan's chests have a red small door tattoo. Inside, There are red flowers. This door can exist forever. The new ability after the fusion of the door avatar and the copper door creates a door that can exist forever on any object. It's just that the space inside is only the size of a palm. The door clone also has a door in the palm of his hand, and the space inside is very large. As Jason said, it is as big as the door of justice. Moreover, it is not limited to holding things in it. Anything can be put in it, even people. Not only that, because of the integration with the powerful gate, the combat effectiveness of the gate clone is much higher. All of AI Fan's avatars have a palm-sized space in the chest, which leads directly to the inside of AI Fan's body. AI Fan, who is proficient in the return of life, can easily grasp it, without any movement. Just one of his hair is enough. Healing flower will be sent into the blood through the return of life. In just a moment, any injury can be restored to its original state. The flower of healing can also restore physical strength while recovering injuries. It can be said that it is an immortal medicine. However, it can only be condensed from the blood that heals the clone. The princess of the little human race can also be condensed, but the blood needed to condense a flower is enough to pose a fatal threat to her. After all, the difference between the body is too big. AI Fan's knife just now seemed to kill each other, which surprised Vista and others. After all, they, who were talking well just now, drew their knives and chopped off their own people in an instant. This scene is a bit hard to understand. However, when they saw that the person who was cut was fine, they would understand that it must be some kind of strange ability. AI Fan turned around and walked towards the open space on the island. Vista, if we fight, it will definitely affect other places. Let's go, let's fight outside the town. Vista laughed. It's exactly what I want. The pirates on the side shouted and followed. On the other side, a minion ran to the place where the Whitebeard was and shouted, "Dad, Vista is going to duel." "Oh?" Whitebeard asked with interest. "Who is the other party?" "I don't know, a masked man, but Vista said that man once took the red sword in front of his eyes." "Red knife? Is it the same level as the black knife of that kid with Hawkeye?" "Interesting." Whitebeard got up and walked towards the place where the crowd was commotion. Chapter 132 Foil. In the forest of Palm Island, far away from the town, there is no private house. AI Fan's domineering sense of a little sense of the location. In the forest, in a small open space, AI Fan held the red knife in one hand and looked at Vista. "Say your name." Vista grinned. AI Fan stayed for a while. "What was his name?" "Didn't I just tell you that I'm a navy?" "Whitebeard is a pirate no matter what, if he exposes his identity as a navy." "You won't be flattered." Pause. AI Fan said directly, "You better not know my name." "Cut, hide your head and show your tail." Vista looked disdainful, as a swordsman, but hiding behind a mask. "Don't you even want to reveal your real name?" "You have your opinion, I have my reasons, and use words to disturb me. Is that what you should do as a swordsman?" AI Fan replied with a smile. "Fighting is never without any sympathy. What's more, they are dueling." Their battle was already in battle as early as the first sentence of the two of them. In the battle, determination is a big factor. If you can defeat the determination of the opponent, then if you fight in the future, the defeated side will never be able to win against you. This is determination. It is also a person's momentum. Vista rushed up with a sword, and AI Fan was a seal and summoned all the clones back. However, instead of blessing all of them, they summoned the avatars of the door, and used the ability of the avatars of the door to pull all the capable avatars into the door that exists in the body. Gate open on AI Fan's body after being summoned by the clone. This kind of effect is like AI Fan has multiple abilities at the same time. Air door. Vista swung out a sword, and AI Fan disappeared into the air in an instant. The next wonderful thing, AI Fan appeared behind Vista, the red blade wrapped around domineeringly, the flames condensed in it, and the shot was the strongest blow. King. Vista turned around in an instant, with his sword sideways, blocking AI Fan's sword. Domineering is wrapped around his sword, and the moment the sword is drawn, it seems that petals are flying. Two stood deadlocked, and Vista grinned and said, "This sword is very good." Shaved. AI Fan abruptly withdrew, and his figure disappeared instantly. He opened the air door while using shave. 3 seconds later, AI fan appeared 10 meters away from Vista, and the door clone appeared on his shoulders, and then disappeared strangely. The door clone has been maintaining the existence of the door in AI fan's body. If you let go, the other clones will come out directly. And AI fan has switched to the state of the poisonous clone. No problem, Arnold, Ivan said solemnly. Hai Chai-Dao whispered softly, indicating that there was no problem. AI fan smiled, and the purple poisonous water flowed out, entangling the red knife, intertwining domineering and flames, and perfectly blending the poisonous water together. Chai-Dao, at this moment, I don't know if it's purple red or red, and the strange color is emitting a strange poisonous gas. Shaved. AI fan took the initiative to attack and instantly appeared beside Vista, holding the red sword in both hands and raising it high. The eyes of the two were fixed on each other, and then the swords were fired at the same time. Clang! The red sword collided with the twin swords of Vista, and the poison in it corroded the domineering power of Vista's blade. AI fan grinned and said, "Your sword is not bad." He was very excited. The swordsmanship that he had practiced for a long time finally had a strong opponent. It seemed that Vista still did not show his full strength. "What a joke!" Vista shouted. He staggered his swords, slashed AI fan's red blade. The petals flew, and his blade instantly slashed at AI fan. Clang! AI fan's clothes were torn open, and the poisonous water flowed out of Vista's long sword. "Did you win?" a pirate asked. "The appearance of the field now is that of AI fan Zongjian." They know the power of Vista's swordsmanship. Except for those with special abilities, few people can resist his slash. Marco looked at the two who seemed to be frozen in the field. "It's not over yet." His breath has not weakened. The next second, AI fan grinned. "Iron." Vista slowly withdrew his hand and said, "Sixth naval style." "You really have quite a few strange moves." He retracted the blade, and through AI fan's torn clothes, he could see that there was only a white mark inside. AI fan smiled, the red sword changed to its original shape, and the poisonous gas dissipated. His switch was only for a moment, but Vista felt the crisis in an instant. AI fan charged towards Vista. Vista's eyes moved slightly. His domineering already covered the two long swords and his arms, although he didn't know what kind of move, but as a swordsman, he would never back down. The moment when the two swords were about to touch, AI fan raised the corners of his mouth and said softly, "Kneel." PFFT. Vista couldn't help but knelt down with his back to Evan. The red sword fell and slashed Vista's neck fiercely. Clang! This knife was cut on domineering, but it was AI fan who cut it with the back of the knife. When the knife fell, Marco and Sachi were already standing beside Vista. If it wasn't for AI fan who slashed with the back of the knife, Vista looked like this. However, the entire Whitebeard regiment is here. AI fan doesn't want to be hunted down by Whitebeard now. At the very least, AI fan, the clone of Zen fruit, is coveting. Although it was cut from the back of the knife, this blow was made by AI fan with all his strength, and with domineering. This blow was a powerful blow. Small shock. Withdrawing the red knife, AI fan smiled and said, "I won." He is thinking now, can he use this trick to deal with Hawkeye? However, for those with the aptitude of Overlord, as long as they get used to it, they can basically stand up under pressure. After standing up, the pressure will become less and less, and in the end they can only play an auxiliary role! However, AI fan knows that his aura is strong enough. Then in the future, even people with the same aptitude for overbearing sex will have to kneel. This is a trump card. And his trump card, too many outrageous. Vista's neck was a little drooping, and he barely looked straight at AI fan and said, "This move, I can cut it off next time." Haha. AI fan laughed. "I'm looking forward to it." Vista's words gave AI fan some inspiration. Speaking of which, if he had anticipated it in advance and his strength was sufficient, this strength could indeed be cut off. Just kidding, Vista lost. The pirates under Whitebeard were a little unbelievable. He won by virtue of his special ability. If he simply competes with swordsmanship, He can't win Vista, Sachi said. AI fan smiled and said, what you can't deny is that fruit ability is also a part of strength. Chapter 133 Sec Jaws. Then, let me have a fight with you. Jaws jumped out and stood in front of Ivan. Ivan tilted his head. Diamond Jaws. While speaking, AI fan's ability has been switched to the door clone. Although the clones can be switched outside, it is inevitable that the clones will have to worry more when they are outside. Now, several brains serve one body together, and AI fan's combat power is more concentrated. Although the clone is good, it needs to be used at different times. AI fan doesn't want to be attacked by someone who thinks that he is attacked by multiple people. After all, in Whitebeard, everyone has it. Therefore, under the balance, the clones are all gathered together, and the main body can switch states at any time. This way, his battle has not been reduced, or even improved. AI fan glanced around, and the people with Whitebeards have gathered, including the deity of Whitebeards, the captains, and the Blackbeards. Simple fighting is not interesting. Let's take a gamble, AI fan said with a smile. Bet? Jaws grinned. What do you want to bet on? If I win, I want you to help me with one thing. This thing is very simple. You don't have to do it. You don't have to leave. It won't be embarrassing, and it won't make you unwilling to do it. How? AI fan said slowly. Okay. Jaws grinned. Whitebeard's crew was already laughing. Beat Captain Jaws? Stop kidding. What an arrogant kid. Whitebeard laughed. Vista was being treated by medics, and he was a little puzzled who had played against AI fan, and immediately shouted, Jaws, be careful, the other party's abilities are weird. Don't worry. Jaws waved. Because of his ability, he is confident against any opponent, especially against swordsmen like this, and, even with a peculiar ability that makes people kneel, he is sure to resist any attack from AI fan. Then, the battle begins. AI fan smiled. The next second, AI fan gave him a kneeling technique. There is no doubt that Jaws knelt directly. AI fan appeared behind Jaws in an instant, and the red knife was raised above his head and cut down instantly. Without any accident, AI fan slashed the diamond with one knife. The domineering red sword attached did not cut his diamond. It's really powerful defense. AI fan was slightly emotional, but in the next second, there was a strange palm in his palm. The palm of the door fruit stretched out from the door in AI fan's hand, and gently pulled it on Jaws' head. His head was opened, and it was as relaxed and happy as a door. AI fan smiled and said, really a surefire technique. When kneeling fruit, a move that restricts the ability of others to move, and the ability to ignore other people's defenses when combining the door and door fruit, it becomes a move that AI fan can win whether it is a duel or a group challenge. True victory. No one can escape this trick except for those who have the Overlord color, or who are prepared in advance. Bang! As Jaws' diamond forehead was closed, Whitebeard's crew finally fell at the muscle of Ivan. To be honest, with thousands of guns pointed at AI fan, he didn't feel anything. However, being stared at by Whitebeard, this feeling is absolutely unpleasant. Jaws stood up silently, and AI fan smiled and said, I won. Little devil, your ability is very good. Whitebeard came to the front. It's far worse than you, AI fan said solemnly. What's your purpose here? Whitebeard asked with a grin. AI fan looked directly at Whitebeard and said, my goal has been achieved. The battle with them is just a whim. Without waiting for Whitebeard to speak, AI fan added, I really want to try. Can I beat you? Are you going to take my head, kid? Whitebeard laughed. No. AI fan shook his head and said, I'm not interested in your head, but I really want to have a try with you. Have a fight with me? Goo la la. Whitebeard laughed loudly. He is known as the strongest man in the world. This is not blown, but proved by countless battles. He defeated an unknown number of people, and encountered many strange guys. AI fan's ability is the most he has ever seen. Moreover, he is very sure that AI fan has not used his full strength, because the breath of this little devil has not been disordered. AI fan is also smiling. He has a complete understanding of his own strength. The ability of the clone will come out together. Not to say too much, just say one-on-one, normal people. Ordinary people with ordinary abilities are not his opponents at all. After all, he alone is equivalent to adding up the number of others. Persistent cultivation has also played a role, and with special abilities, he is really very powerful. Against some opponents whose abilities are not diverse, AI Fan can easily finish the abuse. At the very least, Joz is an example. His door clone just completed a big transformation, and Joz came to the door. If you put it in the original place and simply open a certain door in the enemy's body, the opponent's domineering can be easily resisted. But now, the domineering is hard to resist. Joz said with some annoyance, "If I do it again, I will definitely not lose." AI Fan glanced at him and said, "But you can't win either." Whitebeard held the closed knife in his hand, and the huge body of nearly 7 meters enveloped AI Fan in his shadow. "Little devil, let's fight." Whitebeard made a move, and the other members all retreated far away without saying a word. His attack is so powerful that it can easily cause accidental injuries. AI Fan smiled. "Be careful, don't be killed by me." "Little devil, worry about yourself," Whitebeard said with a grin. AI Fan instantly disappeared into the air. 3 seconds later, in front of Whitebeard's face, the huge air was pushed away, and the battleship over 100 meters appeared instantly. Clang! Whitebeard's huge guandao slammed horizontally in an instant, entwined with domineering, completely blocking the impact of the battleship. AI Fan was in the middle of the battleship, and Whitebeard's eyes met his. "Hula kid, your abilities are really weird." One door was not open because a battleship was blocking it. Behind Whitebeard, another door appeared. The battleship that AI Fan's clone kicked out with all his strength crashed down toward Whitebeard. Whitebeard glanced at it, holding the knife in his left hand, and punching the air behind him with his right hand. Kaka! As if glass shattered, the atmosphere was split open from his fist. AI Fan in the air door vomited a mouthful of blood instantly. Both his avatar and the main body appeared, with blood on the corners of his mouth, but at this time his injuries had all recovered. The moment he came out, he had already formed the seal, and all the avatars had returned to the main body. AI Fan knew at this moment, if speaking of restraint, the air door opened by the door fruit is restrained by the ability of Whitebeard. His attack shattered the atmosphere, and it was also transmitted to AI Fan in the air. Therefore, he was injured in just an instant. Chapter 134 Never Stop. Although I was disappointed that my door clone was restrained, it was nothing. At most, it is impossible to enter the air to hide. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, AI Fan grinned and said, "The fruit of the shock is really powerful." "Little devil, stop talking nonsense there," Whitebeard yelled, and guandao slashed towards AI Fan. In his feeling, AI Fan's breath did not drop in any way. AI Fan smiled. The effect of healing flower was very good, and his body injured by Whitebeard's punch recovered in an instant. Whitebeard's long knife fell, without the air pressure cover formed by the vibration. AI Fan held the knife in both hands and attacked upwards. He really wanted to try how much power Whitebeard had. Clang! When the blade touched, an addictive aura came over, and AI Fan was shocked and flew out in an instant. The red sword changed, and it instantly became Arnold, who caught Ivan in midair. "Che!" Arnold let out a long whistle, flapped his wings, and stopped in midair. In the next second, AI Fan jumped high without any injuries, while Arnold flew away. AI Fan jumped more than 100 meters in the air, his body turned around for a week, and the strongest attack fell. Poison. The ultimate battleship impact. A huge blue battleship appeared, instantly smeared with purple poison, with a momentum like a meteor, and crashed down. Whitebeard grinned, looked at the falling battleship, clenched his fists, and the signature action appeared. The arm is placed in front of him, and then, he strikes suddenly. Ka. The shattered atmosphere came into contact with AI Fan's attack. In an instant, AI Fan's battleship appeared with cracks and was washed away, and a huge impact slammed into AI Fan. Boom! The battleship shattered, as if the sky and the ground were cracked, and the poisonous gas on it was also blown into the air. Puff! AI Fan fell from the sky, and after 2 seconds, he got up again. He was completely embarrassed, but still no injuries appeared. Whitebeard was a little puzzled. AI Fan was obviously injured, but the injury completely recovered in just 1 second. AI Fan got up, twisted his neck and said, as expected of the strongest man in history, "Little devil, you are not bad." Whitebeard grinned. AI Fan's avatars appeared one by one, 4 in a row, and each avatar carried many healing flowers to prevent accidents. Looking at Whitebeard's huge body, AI Fan smiled and said, "To deal with people like you, unity is not the best way to play." His body slowly flew up, and finally stood at a height of hundreds of meters. Seeing that there was not much Whitebeard under his feet, AI Fan grinned. On the main body, the power of the poison clone poured out, forming a huge poison dragon. The poisonous dragons were intertwined, and the 4 AI fans moved at the same time, as if they were in the water. The 4 AI fans shouted at the same time, "Water poisonous dragon strikes!" Boom! Chakra surged, and the giant dragon with a highly poisonous meaning began to soar with the injection of water, and the downward impact was also rotating and the power was soaring. The clones were all poisoned by the spread of the poisonous water, but when the poisonous clone was present, the toxin was instantly removed. Digesting a healing flower each, AI Fan looked at the Whitebeard below and smiled. "This blow is powerful enough." Whitebeard laughed loudly on the ground, and when he closed the knife, the power of vibration turned into a ball and flew out instantly. Boom! The poisonous dragon was in contact with the force of vibration, and after a stalemate for only a moment, the poisonous dragon was shaken away, and the poisonous water covered it like rain. Whitebeard noticed something was wrong. His fists clenched, the power of vibration condensed, and he punched the sky again. The range of this punch is exceptionally large. A huge impact appeared, and the poisonous rain that should have fallen was blown away to somewhere unknown. And the shadow of AI Fan in the sky also disappeared. A faint sense of crisis emerged in his heart, and Whitebeard said to himself, "Is it the ability to disappear just now?" Glancing around, Whitebeard punched without warning. Kaka! The air shattered, but nothing appeared. Didn't get hit? In the air door, AI Fan almost vomited blood. The punch just now was about to touch him. The punch was so powerful, even if he was a big city of iron, he would inevitably be injured. AI Fan sighed. What a terrible intuition. He had no air, appeared from the air, and watched the Whitebeard in the distance activate the ability to kneel down on the fruit. Clang! Whitebeard slashed in the void, and the Guandao with the overlord color instantly slashed something. Whitebeard grinned. Strange guy. AI Fan sighed. For the first time, the ability to kneel has been defeated head-on. AI Fan thought to himself, "Do you really want to use that trick?" No. The idea of using Charm's clone was instantly abandoned by AI Fan. This was the only move he used to deal with women. It is used to deal with men, hempegs, and shame. He didn't want to do this in his heart. After all, when he wanted this avatar, he had already thought about it. In the world of pirates, the charm fruit is a skill that can kill both men and women. As long as he can kill all women in seconds, it is enough. Moreover, the most important role of my fruit is not to fight, but to assist, and to use it to pick up girls in his spare time. At this moment, he should not use it in such a serious and historic battle. Arnold! Ivan called out, and Arnold instantly turned into the red sword and fell into his palm. Holding the sword in both hands, AI Fan closed his eyes and focused, and then, the crimson slash flew out instantly. Whitebeard grinned, cut off the knife, and blocked AI Fan's full strength blow with a domineering knife. The healing flower, which can instantly restore seriously injured people, was used by AI Fan as a pill to restore physical strength. Regardless of any consumption, he is bound to compete with Whitebeard. Shaved. AI Fan flew out in an instant, and the ability to kneel also appeared. The moment Whitebeard's Guandao split the pressure exerted by the kneeling fruit ability, AI Fan held the red blade and came to Whitebeard's eyes. Eagle middle Jing honk slash. Whitebeard laughed, and the vibrational force on his fists gathered into a pressure ball, which collided with Kaido at the critical moment. Kaido let out a cry, and AI Fan was instantly knocked away by a huge force. Boom! After smashing several trees, AI Fan finally stopped. PFFT. After stopping, AI Fan spit out a mouthful of blood in an instant. The effect of the healing flower appeared instantly. AI Fan got up and looked at the red sword in his hand. Che. Arnold hummed softly, and AI Fan understood that it actually had a trace of damage. Arnold transformed into an eagle body, ate the flower of healing, and then a messy feather on his body instantly recovered. The flower of healing can heal, not just people. Arnold returned to AI Fan's hands, looking at the Whitebeard in the distance. AI Fan grinned and said, "Come again. I haven't failed yet. As long as I can stand up, I will never stop moving forward." Chapter 135. Never Give Up. AI Fan came to Whitebeard step by step, and there was no trace of fear on his smiling face. His eyes are addictive, and his domineering is faintly leaked. Whitebeard laughed and said, "Little devil, you are very good." AI Fan also laughed and said, "I have a question to ask you. How much strength did you use?" Whitebeard smiled. "Have you noticed the specific gap?" Haha. AI Fan's tone was indifferent. "You obviously have spare strength. Moreover, the dangerous aura on your body is outrageous, and with my strength, the gap with yours should be even greater, and you should not strike me with all your strength." Injured, but seriously injured. Little devil. That's how you judge my strength? Have you ever played against someone of the same level as me? Whitebeard said. AI Fan grinned and said, "Almost. I punched Kaido and was seriously injured." "Yulalala, you are really nice. Do you want to come to my boat and be my son?" Whitebeard sent an invitation. AI Fan shook his head and said, "I don't want to." "Arrogant kid." Whitebeard swung the knife and pestle on the ground. A strong wind blew, and the smoke and dust were swept away. Seeing that Whitebeard didn't mean to speak, AI Fan said to himself, "A person's strength should be measured in terms of physical strength, fruit strength, and skills. If your strength plus fruit ability is 10,000, my current total strength should be 1,000. I have a lot of abilities, but the time I get is too short. Even if I have a lot of ideas, it is difficult to develop to a high level at once, and I have a lot of shortcomings. That is, the application of the fruit is not so mature. Although there are certain abilities that are already very strong, it has absolutely no effect on you. This is the absolute difference in power, I think. As long as my own strength reaches 5,000, plus the power of the fruit, my avatar is full, enough to defeat you." "Yulalal, arrogant brat." Whitebeard laughed, but he didn't object to AI Fan's words. He just laughed. "A person's time is limited. You have so many abilities, but it is difficult to exert all of them to the peak. Even if you are a genius, it is impossible to use all your abilities to the peak." Haha. AI Fan smiled and said, "No matter what, you won't know about my situation, Whitebeard." Whitebeard smiled and said, "I'm a little curious about you. I wonder what kind of character you are." "Marco, leave it to you. If I do my best, the island will be gone." "His resilience is very strong. You can do whatever you want." Whitebeard left directly. AI Fan is sure to win, but it is not what he is willing to do if the island under his command is sunk because of this. In contrast, Marco's shot can still win. Wow! The blue flame burned, and Marco flew high. "Come on, let me see your strength." AI Fan slowly flew up, holding the red knife in both hands, and looked at Marco with a smile. A breeze blew, and Ivan instantly appeared in front of Marco, and the afterimage of him in the distance has not dissipated. Shoo! The red knife slashed, and Marco instantly avoided the edge of the red knife, and the domineering entanglement on it made him not want to bear it. In the next second, the flames swept over AI Fan, but the red blade flashed color and took the initiative to become Arnold. In an instant, the incoming blue flame was absorbed by Arnold. "Che!" Arnold screamed. "Understood." AI Fan landed directly on the ground with a smile. It did not lose its combat effectiveness when it merged with the red sword, but became stronger. It turned out that AI Fan has been tempering himself and did not let Arnold take action. If you really want to count it, Arnold, who is domineering and indestructible, is no less powerful than him. Marco had anger on his face, What does it mean to leave an eagle on it? Think I'm not good enough? Don't underestimate people. Marco was furious. His whole body turned into a phoenix, and he charged towards AI Fan below. Just when he was less than 3 meters away from AI Fan, Arnold slammed between him and AI Fan, and the huge crimson claws glared at Marco. If this kick is real, Arnold is sure that he can take out the opponent's heart and lungs with one blow. Marco was furious. His claws turned into legs, wrapped around Domineering and collided with Arnold's claws. Domineering and Domineering collide. Although Arnold's strength is a little weak, but his body is hard, and he can completely stalemate with Marco. Boom! Arnold was hit to the ground, and the next second he flapped his wings and flew again. And AI Fan had already walked to the side to watch the play. Jaws came to Ivan again. You don't think the battle is over, do you? His eyes were addicting, looking at AI Fan as if a hungry tiger saw a piece of meat. AI Fan said with a smile, I never thought about it like that. A dazzling light flashed, and Jaws's arms have turned into diamonds. This time, you will never attack me again. Kneel. His voice fell, and AI Fan's kneeling ability was activated. Boom! As if a bomb exploded, Jaws was turned into diamonds, and he didn't move. He resisted the attack with all his strength. The ability to kneel on the fruit is somewhat insufficient in the face of such a ruthless character who fights all year round. Just like AI Fan can forcibly break free from control, they are all prepared after suffering a loss. Jaws slowly raised his legs, and with his movements, the pressure on him from the kneeling fruit gradually decreased. In front of AI Fan, although there is still a lot of oppression, but with his strength, it is completely bearable. Domineering wrapped around the diamonds in his arms. Jaws slammed it down with a hard punch. Bang! AI Fan did not evade, but shook with his fists and Jaws. A small circle of white waves with turbulent air flew out, and neither of them took a step back. This guy's fist is so hard to even shake Jaws's domineering fist. His physique is like that of Kaido. Vista's eyes moved slightly. Jaws looked directly at Ivan and said, your fists are very good. AI Fan grinned and said, it's not as hard as you. His fist hurts a lot, and Jaws feels like he's going to break his bones, but it's also a rare exercise. Jaws's strength is surprisingly large, coupled with the hardness and domineering of the diamond. His ultimate iron block feels huge pressure. However, this is also a kind of cultivation, just like back when he started cultivating iron blocks crazily. AI Fan swallowed a lot of healing flowers, and he was not ready to avoid the confrontation with Jaws. Bang! Another punch. The fists of the two collided. Blood appeared on AI Fan's fist, but this made him even more excited. This is a strong enemy. This is the pressure of progress. It's also a shortcut to rapid progress. Jaws's strength is greater than him, his body is harder than him, and he is more domineering. But he, AI Fan, never gives up. Chapter 136. Stop. Palm Island. The quiet and peaceful place in the past has become extremely lively. In the forest, huge noises kept coming, followed by the noisy sounds of pirates. Bang! It was another collision. Ivan and Jaws wrestled with their hands together. The earth and rocks under Ivan's feet cracked, and he kept retreating. Jaws grinned and said, that's all it is. Shaved. AI Fan retreated abruptly, and Jaws stumbled, but he exerted force under his feet, smashed the ground into a big hole, and rushed straight ahead. Shining middle dot crash, with his diamond-shaped arm in front of him. He chased after the retreating AI Fan. AI Fan's eyes were calm, and at the moment when Jaws struck, he pressed his arm to avoid the huge collision force. This kind of power, if it is hit hard, even the steel will be shattered. He can't avoid getting hurt. If AI Fan is domineering, he thinks he can shake it, but now, he still can't shake the power burst of Jaws's level. I don't know how the green pheasants carried it down. Could it be that when a person reaches a certain level, their bodies will naturally be strong and resilient? With both hands on Jaws's arm, he jumped high, just as he was about to jump over him. Shah! Jaws grabbed Ivan's calf with his backhand. I expected you to be like this. The next second, with unparalleled power, Jaws slammed AI Fan to the ground. Boom! The smoke and dust spread out, and a dark human-shaped deep pit appeared in place. Hey Arnold let out a long whistle in the air, but he also revealed his flaws, and was kicked by Marco when he saw the opportunity. Boom! With Ivan, Arnold smashed the pothole. Ivan smashed into a bird shape. Wow! Marco fell. The flames subsided. He smiled and said, "Is it over?" Joz, who was next to him, hadn't had time to speak. In the deep pit, AI Fan's voice came out. "It's still far from this level." Boom! Two scarlet shadows appeared. One was the slash from AI Fan, and the other was the figure that AI Fan threw Arnold with the greatest strength. Clang! The slash was instantly blocked by the diamond-shaped jaws, and the red slash had a huge impact. It took him 3 seconds to slash the slash before changing the direction and sending it into the sky. And AI Fan's power-packed blow also kicked him in the abdomen at this time. Ultimate train impact. Boom! When Evan stepped on Joz, the blue train also appeared in front of his legs and hit Joz. Just like a real train, Joz's real person was impacted 100 meters away in a big character. During the period, AI Fan's train shattered inch by inch in front of him. This was the special impact force of AI Fan's shot. However, it couldn't penetrate the diamond, and only the huge impact kept rushing Joz back. After Arnold flew out, his eagle's beak turned into a piece and slammed into Marco's body. The place where the latter was rushed by the beak turned black, and the domineering forces were constantly fighting. And under Arnold's wings, he kept rushing Marco into the sky, making it difficult for him to resist. Boom! AI Fan's train vanished into pieces, and the ground was plowed with traces of up to 100 meters. However, Joz was still standing at the end of the traces, and his diamonds were still shining. AI Fan is not ignorant, and there is still a lot of power in the body of the healing flower. He does not stop. After one move, he immediately jumped into the sky, and the whole body fell like a meteor. Ultimate battleship impact. The air in front of his feet was washed away, and the power of the battleship was all limited by him in his legs. His speed was very fast, and the target was Joz directly below. Joz lowered his fists and looked up straight at AI Fan, who fell like a meteor. The corners of his mouth were raised. His arms were on his chest, and he kicked his feet, hitting AI Fan who was falling. Shining middle dot crash. Bang! The two collided, and white circular air waves gushed out, and the two actually stalemate. Joz still has a lot of energy left. Looking at AI Fan, he grinned and said, "Your leg is split." AI Fan's legs cracked. Blood dripped like rain. AI Fan gritted his teeth and shouted, "It's up to you." Boom! The air shook. The blue battleship appeared from his feet, and his blood stained it, dyeing the battleship red. Bang! The battleship slammed into Joz's chest, cracking inch by inch like a steel train slamming into a mountain. And the mountain has also been hit. Exclamation mark. AI Fan roared, and the battleship rushed out. The next moment, Joz was rushed into the ground by the battleship. The battleship sank into the ground inch by inch, blasting the land inch by inch. Finally, the battleship disappeared. The huge smoke and dust dissipated, and in the pothole, Joz lay at the bottom, gasping for breath. The diamonds disappeared in pieces on his body, and blood flowed from his head. Joz looked at AI Fan who was still standing in the sky, and the shock in his heart could no longer be suppressed. "First, I fought with Vista, and then I fought with my father. I sent out so many powerful attacks, and then I fought hard. After being injured so many times, I quickly recovered. Not to mention, this person will not be exhausted?" There was no more blood gushing out of AI Fan's body. The residual energy of the healing flower disappeared, and his injuries were fully recovered. There are not many healing flowers. AI Fan frowned lightly. It seems to be evacuated. In the battle with Whitebeard and others, he will be injured every time he fights with the opponent, and after the injury, in order to ensure the combat power, he will use the flower of healing to restore himself. Although there are still a lot of healing flowers left, it is not worth it to consume so much in one battle. He has other plans. How can he keep squandering like this? What's more, he has absolutely no reason to continue fighting. He already knew how the iron block would continue to become stronger, and he believed that one day he could smash the diamond with his fist. Arnold Ivan called out, and Arnold came back instantly. It and Marco were fiery in the sky. Marco used the flame power of the phoenix, while Arnold specially absorbed the flame and turned it into nutrients. With a domineering and supremely sharp blade, it was no problem to challenge Marco. It also has no physical strength limit, because its power comes from the red knife, and it also comes from the infinite heat. As long as the red sword is still there, his power is infinite. Falling on the ground, AI Fan said directly, "Stop, I don't want to fight with you." "Stop?" Jaws jumped up from the pit. "Are you scared?" AI Fan shook his head and said, "I want to make a deal with you, a huge deal." While speaking, he looked at Whitebeard. Whitebeard stood at the front of the crowd, and the other future captains supported him. "Kid, make a deal with me?" "You're not joking." He has sheltered people from many islands and countries. "What he needs is really not much," AI Fan said indifferently. "You will need it. Moreover, you will especially need it." Chapter 137 Trade. AI Fan took out a crimson healing flower, looked at the Whitebeard in front of him and said, "This, you can let someone try it, or you can try it yourself." The flower of healing flew to Whitebeard, who put the flower in front of him and looked at it. AI Fan continued, "This flower is called the flower of healing, and you can see the effect. I have been injured so many times in the battle with you, and it is because of this that I can continue to fight. It is estimated that I am the only one in the world. Can you make it like a life?" "The flower of healing?" Whitebeard said with a light smile. "How many of these flowers do you have?" 1,000 flowers, AI Fan said with a grin. "What price do you want?" Whitebeard asked directly as if interested. As the great pirate who reigns in the New World, he will do a lot, and ensuring the lives of his subordinates is what he thinks is the most important. The effect of this flower is very good, so good to the table. With this, they'll be able to win the battle, defeat more enemies, and most importantly, save some buddies who might die. AI Fan smiled and said, 1,000 flowers. The price is very simple. I want you to cooperate with me to do one thing. Very simple thing. It's the same as what I said when I made a bet with Jaws. Whitebeard's eyes were relieved. He had experienced countless storms, and had seen countless powerful beings. He immediately thought of a lot. He grinned and said, "Little devil, that's how you got so many different abilities." AI Fan smiled and said, "Almost." "How about it? My request." Whitebeard laughed and said, "I agreed. But I want 3,000 of those flowers. I will also ensure that the transaction between us will not be leaked. If you have other requirements, I can also help you do it. But I want a steady stream of this kind of flowers, and you can't sell it to anyone else." AI Fan smiled. He really watched a lot of cartoons. Which of the pirates of this level is not a monkey spirit? This kind of transaction cannot be carried out for a long time. After all, he's a navy. A one-time transaction is okay. If it is a long-term transaction, sooner or later there will be a big problem. Whitebeard has a great appetite, and he has the strength to eat such goods, but AI Fan can't be like him. After Ace goes to sea, he will be noticed by the Navy sooner or later. If he does not let him go to sea, it is probably impossible. After all, he cannot follow him all the time. And once Ace was noticed by the Navy and boarded Whitebeard's ship again, once a big event happened, it was inevitable that he would be found out. At that time, the attitude of the Warring States period will be very important. According to his temperament, if he has always been in the Navy, he is very likely to conceal his identity and pretend to know nothing. However, if he has always been in contact with the pirates, then the Warring States period is certain. Now, get in touch with Whitebeard, and the opportunity to trade is just around the corner. Even history may be changed because of this. With the improvement of strength, AI Fan's thoughts have also changed. He wants to try it, see if he can change it. "I can agree to 3,000 flowers. But you have to ask for it." AI Fan raised his finger and said, "First, the transaction is only for this time, and I will give you all 3,000 healing flowers at one time. Second, our transaction and everything we met will be erased. Third, the condition I originally said remains unchanged, but I want you to help me find a devil fruit." Kid, What kind of devil fruit do you want? Whitebeard laughed. He agreed to AI Fan's first 3 conditions. AI Fan said with a smile, dark fruit, known as the most ferocious natural devil fruit in history. In the distance, when he heard the words dark fruit, Blackbeard shook, and when he looked at AI Fan, he already had an extremely vicious murderous intent. This is the fruit of his dreams, but it was proposed by AI Fan as a condition of the transaction at this moment. Dark fruit? Whitebeard paused and said, yes, but I can't guarantee the time. Ha. AI Fan said with a smile, in terms of time, 10 or 20 years, I can wait. Moreover, if you can successfully give me the fruit, I will give you a lot of healing flowers. Then, as a condition of the transaction, kid, show your true colors, Whitebeard said solemnly. Ivan paused and took off the mask that was firmly tied to his face, revealing a childish-looking face. What an astonishing age. Is this what you really look like? Whitebeard asked. AI Fan's clones appeared one by one, and all of them showed their faces except for Charming's clones. Age is just an outward appearance. AI Fan smiled. Then, our transaction can be carried out, Whitebeard said indifferently. Kaka. Whitebeard suddenly shot, and punched AI Fan and his entire body in a ruthless blow. AI Fan vomited blood instantly. Whitebeard grinned. Do you think I'll take your word for it? Captain Admiralty, Garp's grandson. Ivan. He had a smile on Tebby, which made people a little bit incomprehensible. AI Fan's body was cracked, and so was his avatar. Fortunately, the flower of healing took effect in an instant, and the injury on his body was restored in an instant. Whitebeard, whose body has not yet collapsed, this punch is too heavy, too heavy. AI Fan was a little puzzled. Why did Whitebeard attack him? There is absolutely no reason. However, it now appears that the transaction is a failure. AI Fan recalled his clone and looked at the crew of the Whitebeard pirates who surrounded him. He glared at Whitebeard and roared in his loudest voice, Whitebeard, you, Shah. He disappeared into the air in an instant, his body escaping like a sharp sword. Gone again. Damn, is it his special ability? The crew of the pirates were very annoyed. Although they didn't know what Whitebeard meant, they always obeyed his actions. In the eyes of Whitebeard, there was an inexplicable meaning, and he muttered to himself in his heart, Roger, if you know that your son has become a navy, you should be happy too. He has already chosen his own path, not a pirate, so I will help you eliminate his undeserved flaws. If you are a navy, you must be a good navy. Holding the small red flower in his hand, Whitebeard stared at it for a moment, then silently put it away. In the space gate, AI Fan escaped for more than 10 miles before emerging from the inside. His clothes were ragged and his body was covered in blood. However, his injuries had already improved. He was a little helpless. There was absolutely no reason for Whitebeard to do this. However, since he did this, AI Fan also gave up the idea of trading again. He was a little puzzled. Could it be that Whitebeard has recognized the descendant of his Roger? But if it is recognized, it should not be, right? Chapter 138 Practice. Whitebeard's thoughts are elusive, and AI Fan would never have thought that Whitebeard was like this because he saw his identity. For a person like him, what he sees is the thoughts in his heart. Whitebeard sees that the current AI Fan does not mean to be a pirate. Therefore, he directly dispels any stains that AI Fan will face. What kind of person the Warring States period is, the Whitebeard who has been at war with him all the year round knows best. At the very least, before AI Fan didn't have the will to be a pirate, Whitebeard couldn't let his friend's son do something wrong. He looked very far, even farther than AI Fan thought. After AI Fan ran out, he flew directly to the first half of the Great Route. The situation in the second half is somewhat unclear, and it seems a little unwise to practice belly here. After crossing the Red Earth continent again, AI Fan landed in the first half of the Windless Zone and began to practice. Swordsmanship is a must for training, and the same is true for the extreme training of the 6 forms. He forgot about time and entered the state of cultivation wholeheartedly. Time passed unknowingly, and AI Fan finally felt that he was in complete control of what he had gained from the battle with Whitebeard and the others. and his strength has improved a lot again. The battle with Whitebeard and the others is equivalent to a death battle. If it weren't for the flower of healing, AI Fan would have been seriously injured long ago. After mastering the battle gains in the Windless Belt, AI Fan flew to the Red Soil continent, and he wanted the iron block to exceed the limit again. AI Fan suddenly found an island in the Windless Belt, and the distance was a little closer. AI Fan saw that this was a familiar place. Amazon Lily, where the daughter country is located. Go and have a look. AI Fan turned a corner here without saying a word when he found the daughter country. How to say and Hancock have become friends. How can you not go to the door of a friend's house to see it? After all, she shouldn't be attacking herself. Arnold flew in the sky and came to the top of the palace. He exhaled and shouted fiercely at the bottom, Hancock. Back in time a little, in Hancock's palace. The three sisters gathered together, as well as some of the main members of the pirate group, and the former emperor of the daughter country, Glorious, was also below. Hancock holds a letter in his hand, a letter from the world government. The content of the letter is very simple, inviting her to become one of the 7 seas under the king. As the recently famous pirate Empress, her strength has been recognized. Sitting on the top with his long legs up, Hancock said contemptuously, "This kind of thing, this king." "Hancock, now is not the time for you to be self-willed," Glorious said solemnly. "In the past, people from the outer seas could not come in here. We can be carefree. But now the world government can come and go in the windless zone. This is no longer a taboo sea area. You are the captain of the 9 snakes and the emperor of the daughter country. You should think more. If you continue to go out and plunder, sooner or later, this place will be covered by war. Only by becoming Kyuuhai can you shelter here and be free from war." Hancock clenched her fists. Her life as a slave made her hate the world government, but she wants to become a Kyuuhai. A Kyuuhai who is called a lackey by others. She really doesn't want to do it. However, warships can come in at any time in the windless zone, and if it does not become Kyuuhai, she cannot guarantee the safety of this place. Hancock entered a state of war between heaven and man. At this moment, a loud cry came from above their heads. "Hancock, who is it?" Gloriosa was shocked. Sandacinia was shocked. "It's that man." Hancock stayed. She was thinking, why did that person come here? What is he doing here? 5 minutes later, AI Fan stood in the hall. Hancock looked at AI Fan wearing a mask and said, "You figured it out. Do you want to join my pirate group?" AI Fan shook his head and said, "I don't want to." "Why are you here?" Hancock questioned. On the side, the people of the 9 snake pirates are looking at AI Fan curiously, and there is some fear in their eyes. That day, AI Fan's poison is still fresh in their memory now. AI Fan said indifferently, "I happened to pass by here, and I stopped by to see you." Hancock paused, and after letting the other 9 snake members go out, she stood up and said, "You are the Navy, right?" AI Fan jumped to her side, looked at his big white legs and said, "Didn't you already know it?" Hancock gritted his teeth, and AI Fan's eyes made her a little itchy. If others looked at her with such eyes, she would have turned him into stone long ago. Hancock gave AI Fan the letter in his hand. "The world government has invited me to join Kyuuhai." She wanted to ask Kevin's opinion. Her state is really bad. On the one hand, it is her self-esteem, and on the other hand, it is the safety of the entire Amazon Lily. Her heart is full of entanglements. AI Fan didn't even read the letter, and smiled directly. "You should join. This is the best way to save your country from destruction." Hancock sighed. She had actually made a decision in her heart, but she didn't want her dignity to fall. "You quit the Navy, join my pirate group, and I can make you the deputy captain immediately," Hancock said seriously. AI Fan always gave her a special feeling, which was different from anyone else's. AI Fan said helplessly, "Don't say that. I want to become a general in the future." "If you say this again and again, I will be very embarrassed." The temptation of the Empress is too great, too great. AI Fan somewhat regretted why he had to turn this corner. Becoming Kyuuhai means accepting the dispatch of the world government, but correspondingly, This is also a guarantee. AI fan said the pros and cons in one sentence. Hancock said blankly, I've made up my mind. After eating and drinking here, Ivan rejected Hancock's tempting invitation again, and left her a few healing flowers to prevent serious injuries. After that, AI fan left here. And the next day, AI fan saw the newspaper. Kyuhai was established. The characters are the same as the ones I have seen before. They are the same 7 people. AI fan sighed. The 7 Marshal-Cs have been established, and the 4 emperors are expected to appear soon, right? AI fan counted the time. Speaking of which, he was already 10 years old. In other words, Shanks has said goodbye to Luffy, and it won't take long before the 4 emperors will control the new world. In other words, the overall situation of the new world has been decided. The difference is just a name for someone else. However, this has basically no effect on AI fan. Ace's place, let him and Luffy forge a friendship first, and then on my side, go to practice first. Chapter 139 Fair Pirates. Arnold was whistling, crossing the red soil continent. It fell vertically, and soon, Ivan saw the Chambord Islands. But his destination wasn't there. He just went up to greet Evely and left. He didn't even know how much time had passed since he practiced in the Windless Belt, but when he met the Empress later, he knew that it had been several months. AI fan himself didn't feel anything, and the taste of being immersed in the practice made him almost forget the time. Evely is now a 2nd lieutenant. She has extraordinary combat power, and in places like the Chambord Islands, where battles often break out, no matter in terms of strength or position, she keeps on going up. AI fan contacted the Warring States again, and after reporting his whereabouts to him, he went to the place where he was going to practice. When passing by an island, Evan stopped. The following is fighting. The 2 sides of the battle are the Navy and the Pirates. Major Tina. The opponent's firepower is too strong. We can't support it. The corporal shouted amid the artillery fire. Tina is very angry, ready to fight. Tina snuffed out the cigarette that was about to end. Major, the other party is a vicious pirate fleet from the West Sea. We don't have an advantage in numbers. The corporal trembled a little. They only have 1 warship, and the other party has 10 pirate ships. It doesn't matter, my ability is enough to withstand many people. Who is the nearest navy stationed here? Tina asked. It's Major Smog. He was recently transferred to Rot Town, the entrance to the Great Route, where the garrison is the closest to us. Now, the report has been sent out, and the closest one has already set off. The corporal reported quickly. Hold on, he's a natural ability person. As long as he arrives, it's enough to defeat this group of pirates. Tina lit the cigarette again. Then, she moved forward, pointing her arms at the other side's pirate ship, and a black spear-like attack flew out of her palm. Black gun array. Boom. A pirate ship that was about to approach was completely pierced, and she came again, instantly turning the ship into 2 halves. Oh, Major Tina. The Navy's morale lifted. However, in less than 10 minutes, the rest of the pirates' ships had already surrounded the warship. The barbs had been hung on the warship, and the pirates were rushing up to the warship. Take the battle, for justice. Tina yelled. For justice. The Navy should drink. The pirates surrounded the Navy, and everyone pulled out their long knives. The pirate is headed by a big man 2 meters tall. His head is stretched out to both sides, exactly like a scale. Tina knows him, a new famous pirate from the West Sea, the captain of the Fair Pirates and Fair Rhodes, who has 10 pirate ships under his command, and is a famous pirate in the West Sea. Rhode touched his hair on both sides with both hands, and looked at the Navy surrounded by circles and said, How about you? Do you want to join us? The Fair Pirates are fair to everyone. Fair, shouted his men. Damn pirates. The black iron bars in Tina's palm suddenly appeared, and they were about to surround all the pirates. Rhode sneered. The devil fruit person is really troublesome. Fair and fair. Rhode raised his hands as if he had become a scale. In an instant, everyone saw that the black iron bar in Tina's palm disappeared without a trace. Rhode grinned and said, How about it? My ability. The fruit of fairness. After activating the ability, the opponent can only fight fairly with himself. He does not use weapons, and the opponent cannot use it. Weapons made from devil fruits don't work either. Cut. Tina clenched her fists and rushed towards Rhodes. Shaved. Ha! Tina appeared in front of Rhodes instantly, her fists clenched, and rushed towards Rhodes. There is only one capable opponent, and as long as he is defeated, they are enough to support the reinforcements to come here. The corners of Rhodes' mouths on both sides were raised at the same time, and when he stretched out one hand, he spread his palm to block Tina's fist. Fair and fair. Swish. Tina was instantly stopped, unable to move her body at all. Damn, what kind of power is this? Ha ha ha. Rhode looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. How about my ability? Fair. Rock paper scissors. The loser can't move for 10 seconds. Tina tried her best to struggle, but unfortunately, apart from the sea breeze blowing her hair, she could move her eyes and mouth. Oh, fair. The pirates raised their knives and shouted, Major, Major Tina. The Navy cheered, but the pirates were eyeing them, and they couldn't get involved. Rhodes moved forward and punched Tina with a punch. Shah! A black spear suddenly flew out of Tina's palm, bent and stabbed straight towards Rhodes. Fair and fair. Rhodes spread his hands and activated his ability instantly. Blood flowed out of Tina's palm, and in order to hit this blow, she pierced her finger. Rhodes wiped his cold sweat and said, Able person, it's really troublesome. Bang! He punched again, and with one punch, Tina still couldn't move and hit the Navy soldiers. Damn it! The Navy shouted, all rushing out. In the middle, Tina slowly got up. Her palms bounced open, and the fence detached from her palms, shooting straight at Rhodes like a sharp sword. Fair and fair. Rhodes activated his ability, and the spear-like fence that flew out instantly fell to the ground. Didn't you say? I didn't use a weapon, and you can't use it either. Rhodes suddenly took out a gun and pointed directly at Tina. Go to hell. Tina mocked. This kind of attack can't hit me. Then let's try it out. Shaved. Tina was about to leave, but found that she couldn't move. Rhodes laughed and said, It's fair. You hit me first, and I hit you later. This is his fairness. Activate the ability when others attack, then create fairness, and then instantly cancel the ability and activate it again. You can achieve absolute unfairness. This is what he can easily do as a fair fruit person. Bang! Rhodes shot. There was some despair in Tina's eyes. Is this the end? Shah! Two figures appeared in front of Tina one after the other. One figure fell down in front of Tina, one figure stretched out a finger, and a round bullet was sandwiched between the two fingers. AI fan looked at Tina and sighed slightly. As expected of a character who can appear in the future. If he hadn't appeared just now, the Navy who just fell behind him would have blocked this deadly bullet for Tina. AI fan threw the hand between his fingers and pierced through the head of some unlucky pirate, looking at Rhodes on the opposite side and said, Your ability is quite interesting. Behind AI fan is the Navy's cloak of justice. Although he wears a mask, the Navy has recognized him. The Navy shouted at the same time, Captain AI fan. Chapter 140. Shock. On the warship, the sound of killing bursts. The morale of the Navy is high, and they have strong reinforcements. They know about AI fan's record. Over 100 million pirates are easily defeated. According to legend, they can fight against Admiral of the Admiralty. Moreover, the key is that he was the fastest student to graduate from Zafana. The abnormal high morale of the Navy made Rhodes a little puzzled. He looked straight at AI fan's mask, as if he wanted to see through it. Who is your boy? AI fan's body is much stronger than ordinary children, and in terms of height, there is no advantage at all. The pirate of the West Sea, Fair Rhode, likes to rob warships and weak caravans the most. His personal hobby is to make fun of others, and he offers a bounty of 29 million Baileys. Recently, he has become famous in the West Sea. AI fan finished as he read the manuscript. This is the information from Spandam, because the pirate was noticed recently, so the intelligence about him was collected by the intelligence department, and then Spandam secretly reported it to Ivan. And such information, at most a month, at least a week, Spandam will definitely report it once. And the antidote to the toxins in his body was also passed on to him by AI fan through the newspaper Seagull. The newspaper Seagull, The seagull that sells newspapers in One Piece, or the albatross. I don't know what it's called. It looks like a seagull, so it's called that. Newspaper seagulls are very smart. As long as you give money, they will also send smaller things. They will hand over the things they send to other seagulls several times, and they will reach the people you want in a short period of time. It's just that the weight can't be heavier than a whole newspaper. Of course, most people don't think so, because many people don't feel safe. But do you not know that the greatest insecurity is the greatest security? Rhode sneered and said, "The information I know is quite detailed, Navy." AI fan smiled. Compared with what he knew, these information were only the most inconspicuous things. The reason why he could remember it was because the clone found information about him in the door of his body. AI fan, he glanced around and said with a smile, "I can't delay it any longer." Major Tina, go and help the soldiers. Rhodes, let me deal with it. Tina got it. Tina lit a cigarette, and a black iron bar appeared in her hand. There was an indescribable taste in AI Fan's tone. Even if Tina was one level higher than AI Fan, he subconsciously obeyed his instructions. Mysterious. Rhodes spread out his hands and activated his abilities. Fair and fair. Click. The mask on AI Fan's face was split in half, and the mask harder than steel was cut off from the middle. It's fair. You don't wear a mask. Can't I wear a mask? AI Fan glanced at the cracked mask and said, "There are more strange things in the information, and AI Fan has a lot of insights into many things." Shaved. AI Fan shot without warning and punched Rhodes. Fair and fair. Rhodes spread his hands, and AI Fan was instantly frozen. Can't move at all. Rhodes punched and hit AI Fan's left face with a punch, but his own fist was hurting, and when he retracted his fist, his own fist was actually bled. AI Fan forced to grin. Iron, fly back. On the other hand, Tina, who was paying attention to AI Fan, was also relieved. Judging from the current performance of AI Fan, she is much stronger than her. Rhodes withdrew his hand and punched AI Fan on the right face again. There was no suspense. Both of his fists were bleeding. 10 seconds later, AI Fan regained the right to move freely. Your strength doesn't stop there. AI Fan's expression was a little disappointed. Fair and fair. Rhodes' ability was activated again, and AI Fan's actions were stopped again. A gun appeared in his hand, and said straight to AI Fan, "Go to hell." Bang! The bullet hit AI Fan between the eyebrows, but it stopped as if it had hit an iron wall. There was no white mark on AI Fan's brow, and he didn't even blink his eyes. Rhodes' hands spread out, and the ability was activated again. Fair. However, this time, AI Fan found a weakness. He landed on Rhodes' first fair call, and shot in a short period of time before the second fair shot. Shocking slash. The crimson slash rubbed Rhodes' scalp and flew over, cutting off one side of the balance like hair on his head, and then slashed on the pirate ship behind him. Ka. The sound of the planks shattering appeared, and the pirate ship was split into two halves directly from the middle. Boom! The ammunition and other items hidden in it exploded because of the cutting, and finally the whole pirate ship was broken into pieces under the chain explosion. And AI Fan was locked again. Corners of his mouth twitched and he said, "Oh, I missed it." Rhodes felt that he was wet, and at that moment just now, he seemed to have come back from hell. "Monster. You monster." Rhodes trembled. The pirates and the Navy also forgot to fight, and the effect of the crimson sword light that illuminated them just now surprised them beyond words. AI Fan grinned and said, "When my imprisonment is over this time, the next slash will fly out. You have to be careful." Rhodes trembled. His fingers were close together. He bit his fingers. Blood flowed, and his blood stained a group of pirates. There are two exceptions to the siege that the pirates have prepared for a long time. The outside is to guard against the Navy, and the inside is all stained with Rhodes' blood. When the fair fruit ability is activated, only two people can fight one-on-one, and no one else can interfere. Even if there are bullets flying, it will change direction by itself. However, Rhodes has a secret trick. He can let everyone who is stained with his blood shoot together. 10 seconds is almost up. The long knives of the pirates are raised high, And Rhodes said with a grim face, "With so many knives, let's see if you die." At the moment when 10 seconds was about to arrive, Rhodes stretched out his hand and spread out his fingers. Fair and fair. Puff. In front of AI Fan, all the pirates knelt down at the same time. At this moment, he did not attack, but summoned his clone. The clone is also himself. Rhodes can only limit himself to one, and the clone can still move freely. It's fair to do so. Kneeling standing in front of AI Fan, and suppressing until the end of 10 seconds, AI Fan resumes action. Rhodes and none of them can stand up. How is that possible? Rhodes' face was full of disbelief. His ability has never failed. Why can that person still attack? The battle ended quickly. AI Fan's body joined the battle, and within 10 seconds, all the remaining pirates were killed. Bringing the Shanghai stone handcuffs to Rhodes, AI Fan smiled and said, "I have 9 clones, and I just used one of them." Fair fruit. Hee. I'll hit you 1 out of 10. It's fair. AI Fan smiled in his heart. Rhodes' words, even if he doesn't have a clone, is enough to kill him. However, his fruit ability is too weird, so he uses his clone to ensure that there are no accidents. Chapter 141 Smoker. If Rhodes' ability meets other people, it may be very incomprehensible because the time he can attack is only the brief moment between his words. Moreover, if Rhodes' speaking speed or ability can be activated without speaking, then his fruit ability must be incomprehensible. However, for the fruit that can affect the outside world with his thoughts, his ability has great drawbacks, and there are many such fruits on the Great Route. Rhodes and his group were caught, and Tina violently tied them together with black iron bars. Just by looking at the painful faces of the pirates, AI Fan could tell how much power was used. Major Tina. AI Fan smiled and came to Tina's side. Captain AI Fan. Tina officially said, "This is the first time the two have met, but they have known each other for a long time." AI Fan recognized it from one piece she had seen, and Tina from the newspaper. After saying hello, the two even know each other. AI Fan questioned, "Did you meet this group of pirates by chance?" "No." Tina shook her head and said, "We have already been eyeing them, but this time some mistakes were discovered." "That's it, I still have to practice, so I'll leave first." "Alright, don't forget to write it down to me," AI Fan said with a grin. For military merit, he still needs it. After all, with a high status, what he can do and what he wants to do will be much easier. The red knife cut through, and the mask that was broken in two returned to its original state, and AI Fan put on the mask and was about to leave. AI Fan suddenly looked into the distance, where the shadow of the warship appeared. "It's our reinforcements," Tina said. "Reinforcements?" AI Fan smiled and said, "It's coming very fast." Without him, reinforcements would have arrived when the ship was half dead. "Get through Smoker's phone bug and let him go straight back," Tina ordered with a cigarette in her mouth. The Navy peeked at each other. Tina and Smoke were friends, they knew, but if they were to make this call, no one has the guts. After all, people came to the rescue with all their strength. Let others leave without seeing this side. It's not appropriate. The phone was connected, and a Navy handed it to Tina with both hands. "How's the situation?" Smoker's voice came out. The phone bug harmoniously imitated the image of him smoking a cigarette. "How to see it, how to be funny." Tina said, "The pirates have been captured. Smog, you are too slow, and you can go back." "Nani?" ? Smoker's tone was a little gloomy. "Saying that you are slow, let yourself go back without seeing your face?" In less than 3 minutes, Smoker, who was advancing at full speed, had come to the side of the warship. Turning into smoke, he flew onto the warship where Tina was, and saw a boat of sturdy pirates tied up in silence. He wondered, didn't the rescue signal say it's going to be unstoppable? Also, can you defeat the other party with so many of you? There was deep suspicion in his words. He knows Tina's strength. Obviously it shouldn't be so strong. "Bastard." Tina grabbed Smoker's collar and said, "Are you underestimating me?" Smoke was holding 2 cigars in his mouth, wearing a big coat, showing his chest, and wearing goggles around his neck. "How do you see it? Why is it abnormal?" but AI fan has ignored it. There are so many weird people here. If a person with natural ability is not weird, it would be weird! Exclamation mark. The stronger it is, the weirder it is. To put it mildly, it can be said to have characteristics. You will never forget it after reading it. Cut. Smog ignored Tina. He tilted his head and glanced, and finally settled on AI fan wearing a mask. It was he who helped you. AI fan turned around with a smile. My name is AI fan, captain of the Navy headquarters. Hello, Major Smog. Smog turned around and said formally, anyway, thank you just now. Okay, I say goodbye. Ivan turned around. Wait a minute. Smog paused and said, I want to learn from you. Why? AI fan wondered. I feel it. You are very strong. Small said. This is not a reason, and Smog doesn't know the specific reason, or he doesn't want to say. He wants to prove that he has the strength to save Tina. Shaved. AI fan's figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, his fist had pierced Smog's body. He said indifferently, I am a nature department, your attack. Bang. Before he finished speaking, AI fan's knife hilt had hit his stomach. Wow! Smog almost spit out the acid water, opened his mouth and spit out the saliva in his mouth. He clutched his stomach and took 2 steps back, feeling that he had no power in his body. He had never felt this way since he became a natural devil fruit user. The blackness of the hilt of the red sword faded. AI fan smiled and said, nature is not omnipotent, it can defeat the domineering nature of nature. Although I don't know how to use it yet, but it tilde. AI fan raised the red sword and said, my partner Arnold. He is a master of domineering. Hey, Arnold whispered softly to signal his presence. Aha! Smog took a few deep breaths before he recovered from Ivan's blow. AI fan's blow is not very powerful, but if he is hit, it will be very uncomfortable. He doesn't care about the pain, but the uncomfortable feeling is hard to ignore. As expected, he is hailed as the strongest genius in the history of the Navy for 800 years. Smog said in a deep voice. The strongest genius in the 800-year history of the Navy? AI fan sneered. What rubbish title, who called it first? Smaller recovered a lot, he said seriously, I saw it in the newspaper. Damaged newspaper office. AI fan muttered, goodbye, I'm going to practice. Goodbye. Tina waved. Che. Arnold appeared, and Ivan stepped on its back and left gracefully. He quickly disappeared on the sea level. Tina turned back, looked at Smog and said, how did Teacher Zephyr teach you? You can't rely too much on the fruit ability. Look, you have been taught by Captain AI fan who is just 10 years old. They were old acquaintances, and Tina spoke rather casually, indifferently. Mr. Zephyr is full of praise for a character. It's normal to be strong. What's more, I will reach this level one day. One day? Tina mocked. Will little AI fan already be a general at that time? Smog, there must be a limit to bragging. What did you say? Smoker glared at Tina. Tina drank a cigarette and stared at Smoker without flinching. Do you want me to say it again? On the warship, the Navy silently retreated. The big geese quarreled, and the little soldiers suffered. They didn't want to be the one who suffered. Chapter 142 Colloquers. AI fan flew all the way and finally reached the Twin Strait, which is the starting point of the Great Route and the starting place of all pirates' dreams. A lighthouse is built on the Twin Strait, but Ivan's purpose here is not for Roger's crew. He is here to practice. Twin Strait, also known as Twin Points, standing on the sea in front of the Red Earth continent. AI fan clenched his fist and smashed it hard. Boom! Small pieces of earth and rocks are cracking. AI fan was dumbfounded and said, "It's hard. The red clay continent is super hard. Even AI fan's fist is hard to break." However, that's exactly what he meant. The harder the better. AI fan laughed. If he wants to practice boxing, practice swords, practice iron, he can come here to practice. There are Tanlong people living on the Red Earth continent in the New World, and there are often pirates or navy horns. If he cultivates it is estimated that just being disturbed is enough for him to worry. Boom. Boom, boom. AI fan's fists kept blasting out, and every punch was done with all his strength, and the clones also appeared together, punching wildly towards the Red Earth continent. A huge sound appeared, as if playing a drum, and every punch of AI fan could break apart small pieces of red soil, but this was the result of his best efforts. How thick is the red soil continent? The narrow place is more than 10 miles, and the wide place is a few hundred miles. AI fan didn't know how thick he smashed here, but he was thinking, maybe, as long as he smashed through the red earth continent, his fists would be invincible. The roaring sound continued for 6 hours. AI fan withdrew his fist. His fist was injured many times, but the power of a healing flower made him persist for 6 hours. Then, AI fan took the red knife and started to hack. The knife is wrapped in domineering. This is Arnold's training for himself. Domineering workout. The red knife slashed on it, leaving a trail of knife marks. Another 6 hours passed, and AI fan withdrew the red sword. Both he and Arnold are exhausted. Clang! Arnold was inserted into the red soil continent to absorb sunlight to restore, and AI fan started to practice again after using a healing flower. He stepped back a little, accelerated to run, and then slammed into the red soil continent. Boom! The power of the anti-shock shook AI fan's body, and he was injured by the shock of his own power. However, it works. Although it hurts a bit, whether it is for strength or iron practice, it can play a role in sharpening. Boom! A much louder roar came over, and AI fan didn't hesitate, one after another, every time he slammed into it with all his strength. This kind of cultivation method is lifeless. What's more, there are 10 of him together. However, AI fan is fearless and has healing flowers, and he can practice with all his strength regardless of any hidden dangers. After 6 hours, AI fan stopped practicing. At the end of the month, AI fan came to the Twin Strait to rest. He sat cross-legged, silently thinking about what he got for the day, as well as experimenting with changing his body. After the successful reconstruction of the heart, he has never stopped modifying other organs. An hour later, AI fan stopped all practice, lay down and started to sleep. At dawn, AI fan, who had slept for 5 hours, woke up on time. Full of energy, he jumped off the Twin Strait and ran to the side of the red continent without a word. Boom! Start with the bombardment of the fist. 6 hours later, when AI fan finished practicing, the moon hung high again. He came to the Twin Strait to sit in meditation, and was about to go to sleep after the end when a voice came from not far away. "Why are you doing this?" AI fan looked at the person coming, a bald man with feathers on his head or something, wearing a red shirt, blue shorts, some strong old man. He is the lighthouse keeper here, Kuroka's, who was on Roger's ship, a boat doctor. Cultivation. AI fan replied with a smile. Cultivation? Cultivation by smashing the red soil continent? Kuroka's didn't understand very much. You should be seriously injured. Let me take a look at it for you. Carrying the oil lamp, Kuroka's came to Ivan's side. The next moment, he was startled. How is it possible? I saw the way you practiced during the day. It is impossible for you not to be injured by that level of impact. Also, I saw blood dripping into the seawater from you. AI fan smiled and said on a whim, "You're a doctor, right? I have a panacea that can heal all the wounds in the world. Do you want to study it?" AI fan would like to see if Clickers can research the healing flower in a way. If he doesn't succeed, it's nothing, just a few healing flowers. If he succeeds, the effect of the healing flower has been improved, or the healing flower has been changed. Then his healing clone can easily analyze its existence, and then easily mass produce it. AI fan is looking forward to it. After all, he is the ship doctor of One Piece. He should give him some changes. A panacea? Impossible. Kuroka's flatly denied. It's impossible to have this kind of medicine. Even me, I can only develop different medicines to heal most injuries, unless it is the ability of some kind of devil fruit. Otherwise, absolutely impossible. That's right. The devil fruit called healing fruit is condensed from the blood of the user. Help me study it. AI fan threw a few healing flowers to Kuroka's. Kuroka's held the healing flower in his hand, first sniffed it carefully, then put it in front of his eyes and observed it carefully for a while, and then ate one directly. In an instant, the effect of the healing flower appeared, and Kuroka's felt that his body was several years younger. and the sequelae of intractable injuries, such as the dark wounds that existed before, disappeared. Kuroka's eyes were a little unbelievable. He took out a sharp weapon and cut his arm without hesitation. There are still some effects of healing flower, and there is no doubt that his wounds healed instantly. How? Is it the same as what I said? AI fan said with a smile on the side. It really has such an effect. Kuroka's looked at Ivan excitedly and said, can I know how this is made? This is very important. I want to see it. AI fan hesitated for a while, and when Croakers saw AI fan hesitate, he immediately knelt on his knees and said, please. The panacea, the dream of all doctors in the world. And he, Kuroka's, will have the opportunity to study. Look. Ivan asked Kuroka's to stand up. The red knife slid across the arm of the healed clone. Blood flowed out, the ability was activated, several healing flowers were formed, and the wound on the clone improved and disappeared in an instant. AI fan grinned and said, it's that simple. Under the moonlight, Croakers entered a sluggish state, and AI fan could easily feel that his brain was spinning like the wind. Chapter 143 Breakthrough, First Update. After a long time, Kuroka's spoke, his voice a little dry. This flower consumes not only blood, but also vitality. However, the power in it can instantly restore people who are dying. You should not make this medicine. If you continue, you won't be able to live much time. Yes, cough cough. AI fan said, my situation is a little different. This is my clone. No matter how much life force the clone consumes, as long as I summon the clone back, I can use the stored energy that is not the flower of healing to restore the clone. Instant recovery without leaving any hidden dangers. Oh yes, AI fan added, the biggest price is the need to eat a lot. In the space controlled by his door clone, there is a large amount of food stored. After being stunned for a long time, Kuroka's murmured, is that so? Then I'll go and study it. He couldn't wait to get into shape. But when he looked at AI fan, he realized that he was just a stunner, and AI fan was already asleep. At dawn the next day, AI fan woke up on time and jumped to the sea. The place where he practiced was a calm bay, and the currents flowed very slowly, or in other words, they didn't flow at all. AI fan chose this place on purpose, otherwise, it would be troublesome enough for the waves to hit the red soil continent and splash or something. After all, his clone is a capable one. Boom. As the first punch fell, AI fan's practice began again. After finishing the practice, the clone sat quietly, and AI fan ate the stored food. The avatars can use the healing flower to replenish energy, and the healing avatar needs to recall the body to repair, and the repaired energy cannot be the energy of the healing flower. The flower of healing can only heal the wounds of a healing clone, but it cannot replenish the lost vitality. However, AI fan can consume the energy stored in the body to replenish, and eating for an hour can maintain and heal the lifeless loss of the clone for a day. At night, Kuroka's came again. I want some more of this flower. It will take me a long time to study it thoroughly. AI fan waved his hand. How much more? Kuroka's said solemnly. 10, no, 9 is enough. Ha ha. AI fan laughed. He thought how much it would be, and Kuroka's asked for such a solemn tone. He took out a bottle with dozens of healing flowers in it. These are all for you. Ivan threw the bottle to Kuroka's and said, I have a request. No matter who you are, you can't let others know about this flower, and you must tell me the results of your research first. As for the rest, we will discuss it after the research is done. Kuroka's nodded and said, there is no problem. This is a promise. I will definitely abide by it. The allure of the panacea was too attractive to him, not to mention that AI fan's requirements were similar to what he was prepared to do. It can be said that AI fan did not ask him, and he was naturally satisfied with 10,000. After exchanging phone calls, he turned around and said, it will take me at least a few years to study this medicine thoroughly. I hope you have this patience. AI fan laughed loudly. I have absolute patience. As long as you don't study anything before you die of old age, it's fine. Relax. Kuroka's waved. This old man is full of youthful vitality. AI fan laughed, and in the next second, He fell asleep. This is a stunt that only a few people can do. True second sleep. Boom boom boom. With a huge roar, AI Fan's new day of practice began. At noon, AI Fan was slashing with a red knife. There was some movement in Upside Down Mountain not far away. The new pirate ship. AI Fan was slightly puzzled. However, he is not going to take care of that much, and if he is practicing, he will not take care of those small roles. However, after a while, a noisy voice came, and AI Fan heard something that made him uncomfortable. These little characters dare to disturb Kuroka's. He is now the chief royal researcher of my brother. Recalling the clone, AI Fan flew there instantly. When he got there, AI Fan suddenly saw a slot head, and when he saw the front, AI Fan was stunned. Silver Fox Foxy, is this the great truth? This cargo is entering now? It's too early to come in. I haven't been in the new world for 10 years. However, this kind of person is just like that. The fruit ability is not bad, but it is a pity that he was used up. However, this fruit was not what he wanted. The quota of capable clones is precious and not particularly attractive, and he will not waste his quota. Even if it doesn't merge with his own clone, a clone that doesn't dare to abuse often has to protect it for 10 months, which is really too long. When they got there, Kuroka's was talking to Foxy. Ivan heard that Foxy wanted to replenish the food here, but Kuroka's impatiently refused. AI Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense. When it came time to shoot directly, he kicked dozens of members of the pirate group into the sea one by one to put them in the Push City. Foxy's arrival was just a blip. AI Fan's practice continues. Half a month later, there was news in the newspapers that the 4 emperors were established, and the new world was ruled by 4 great pirates. At this point, the world has fallen into a state of equilibrium. Kyuuhi's combat power is strong, deterring one side, and the 4 emperors are like emperors in the new world, and the world government controls the overall situation, making the goals of the pirates clearer. Defeat the 4 emperors and become the emperor of the sea. This is a target that can be touched, and countless pirates rush to the new world screaming. In the future, they will be defeated, or they will be incorporated by the 4 emperors, or their bodies will be drowned in the sea, or they will be captured by the world government. AI Fan ignored these things. He has been practicing, and in his spare time, he sorted out the information collected by Spandam. The situation in the new world is changing, and one big pirate after another is well known to AI Fan. He has to sigh with emotion. This is the world of One Piece. Countless big pirates, unparalleled strength. AI Fan yearns for it. In the future, he wants to have a try with these people. And right now, he is working hard for the future. Set yourself a small goal first. It's like breaking through the Red Earth continent. Boom boom boom. The days of practice passed quickly. 1 month passed, 2 months passed, and several days passed. AI Fan realized a move while meditating at night. The next day, he couldn't wait to use the new trick, and the effect was very powerful. Moreover, his fists are even harder. His power is stronger. Just when AI Fan wanted to continue to attack a stronger level, Garp came, clenching his fist. AI Fan smiled. He was missing an opponent. Garp, it was the best choice. With his right hand on his shoulder, AI Fan murmured, but try the power of the new move. Chapter 144 Tank Crash. Second. The warship drove to AI Fan's side, and 3 ships came together. Garp stood on the warship, looked at Ivan standing on the sea and shouted, "Bastard boy, what are you doing here?" "Shah." AI Fan jumped on the battleship, looked at Garp and said with a smile, "Cultivation." "Ha." Garp punched out without warning. AI Fan tilted his neck, Garp's fist pressed close to his cheek, and the violent wind blew past, cutting AI Fan's cheek as sharp as a blade. "What are you doing?" "To smash the Red Earth continent by practicing." "Shah." AI Fan tilted his head to avoid another punch from Garp, with a smile on his face. "When you were dueling with King Jiao, the leader of the 8 Treasures Marine Corps, didn't you also use the mountain to practice boxing, and even pushed the 8 all at once?" Bang! Garp hit AI Fan's forehead with a domineering fist, but this time, AI Fan didn't retreat half a step after being hit. and he still had a smile on his face. Iron profound truth, Steel Mountain. Garp grinned and retracted his domineering fist. This punch could have knocked AI Fan several dozen meters away a year ago, but now, it is impossible for AI Fan to take half a step back. Your progress is very good, AI Fan. However, it is still far from this level. Call out. He punched AI Fan in the chest again without warning. Let you see my true strength. Sha. Garp waved his fist, and the image of AI Fan left on the spot dissipated. His figure appeared in the air more than 10 meters away, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Shave, double move. Garp withdrew his fist, laughed and affirmed, this move is very good. AI Fan jumped back to the boat, folded his arms across his chest and said, of course. The regular shave is about a third of a second, where dozens of bursts of force are concentrated together to produce a speed that is hard to see with the naked eye, and my double shave is in a third of a second. Double the power in seconds. Garp glanced at the place where Ivan had just stood, where the deck was cracked. This technique should be used sparingly, because it puts too much load on the body. Even if your body is strong, it is easy to leave hidden dangers that are hard to detect. Hey, AI Fan said with a grin. Of course I know that my body is not strong enough to not damage it no matter how I use it. But now I can ignore this kind of damage. He didn't say why, and Garp didn't ask. Old man, you said my current strength, plus its domineering. AI Fan took out the red knife and held it in his hand. Can you defeat the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters? Garp grinned, stroked his right fist and said, I am also a Lieutenant General. Come and try to beat it. As soon as the voice fell, AI Fan felt a crisis. He didn't even think about it. He just bent down and fell to the ground. The return of life was turned on, and his body flexibility instantly reached an incredible level. Boom! Garp suddenly appeared and punched out, but AI Fan ducked back in a critical moment. The air vibrated, and the violent wind seemed to have turned into a cannonball, smashing the fence of the warship and hitting the red soil continent, leaving a deep fist mark. After AI Fan bent down, he did not stop, forced force, and rolled away in place. And Garp's fist also slammed down against his body. With a click, the solid wood warship deck was smashed through. After the roll, AI Fan forcibly exerted force, and when his heel hit the deck, he used this anti-shock force to forcibly move back more than 10 meters. And Garp's fist, like a shadow, was already in front of him. The fist enlarged rapidly in front of his eyes, and AI Fan's strongest iron block was used. Iron block, Steel Mountain. Boom! A faint whiff of white hair emerged from between AI Fan's forehead and Garp's fist, and AI Fan's mountain-like body was also beaten off the deck. Chakra's full strength absorption and his skills rooted in the ground were useless. When he was in a state of iron and steel, he was not much different from a small mountain, but Garp's fist took off even the mountain. Boom! AI Fan collided with a warship behind. The sound of click, click kept coming out, and the whole warship was smashed by AI Fan. The distance is enough. Garp stood on the warship dozens of meters away. AI Fan's body slowly took off and flew towards the sky. His forehead was red, and there were some signs of scratches. Garp watched AI Fan's gradually rising body unmoved. He grinned and said, "What's the matter, stinky boy? Do you know that you are afraid of my fist?" AI Fan also grinned and said, "Let you see my strongest attack." AI Fan's figure was raised to hundreds of meters, and there was only a small point left in the distance. Kappa paused for a moment and called to the other navies on the ship. Everyone jumped off the ship, and the other two warships are farther away from here. Yes, the Navy jumped into the sea without hesitation. They had seen the fighting prowess of Ivan and Garp, and they didn't show anything at first. But Ivan crashed through a warship once he was knocked out, and he flew like a normal person when he was done. It looks like it is ready to attack. This kind of power can easily affect you. Ivan grinned in the air, and saw the Navy on the ship rush towards Garp as soon as he jumped off. Puff puff. He slammed down vertically, and behind his feet were white traces left by waves of air shocks. His speed was soaring, and a layer of blue appeared on the outside of his body, and the blue became like steel armor. With the whereabouts of AI Fan, a steel chariot appeared. AI Fan's body is at the front, his right shoulder is in front, the muscles above are bulging a little abnormally, with the momentum of falling like a meteor. AI Fan shouted, "Tank hit!" Garp grinned, his 2 rows of teeth leaked out, his fists turned black. His palms were spread out. He leaned back slightly, and pushed forward at the moment when AI Fan attacked, colliding with AI Fan's shoulders together. Boom! With a sound like thunder, Garp used the power of his palms to stalemate with AI Fan. He grinned and said, "This time, isn't it good?" The foreheads of the two were together, and AI Fan also grinned. There are even more powerful ones. The huge strength on his body seemed to subside in an instant, and the whole person instantly reversed for a week. His body was upside down, and one leg was slashed. Battleship crash. The right leg that fell vertically was blocked by Garp's left arm, but the whole ship was also cracked instantly due to the sudden huge pressure. Boom! Garp was kicked by AI Fan and smashed through the warship, and a blue warship appeared on AI Fan's leg. Battleship impact. Boom! The huge explosion covered the battleship, leaving 2 stunned navies who couldn't even speak. The fire was filled with light, and it quickly spread out on the sea, and 2 figures appeared on the sea. Garp stood on the wreckage of the warship. There were no other scars on his body except for a little embarrassment. He looked at Ivan and said with a smile, "You can really be on your own, AI Fan." Chapter 145 Luffy, 3rd More. In the firelight, both of them used moon steps to return to the only remaining intact warship. "Old man, how much strength did you use?" AI Fan questioned. Now, he really wants to know how powerful he is. Cap paused for a moment and grinned. "A normal lieutenant general should not be your opponent, but there are countless powerful characters among lieutenant generals, and there are still not too many who can defeat you." "What if I learned the armed color and the overlord color?" AI Fan asked. "At that time, you were about the same level as a higher-level lieutenant general." Garp laughed. "That's it. That is to say, if you count all my capable clones, no one should be my opponent except the general level." AI Fan muttered to himself. "Wow, ha ha ha." Garp suddenly started laughing, and his tears were about to come out before he said, "I'm talking about physical skills alone. In terms of ability, your strength is not much different from what I said." "You underestimate my strength." AI Fan pouted. Hearing this, Garp looked at Ivan seriously and said, "It's you who overestimated your own strength." Although the ability person is powerful, as long as the domineering is strong enough, he can destroy all ability people. Garp clenched his fists and raised, "Unless your abilities have reached the level of awakening, otherwise, never have arrogant thoughts." Garp is famous for his iron fist. His fist is unimaginably powerful. No matter how powerful the enemy is, he is no match for his fists. In the secret information that AI Fan has read, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Cyborg, has been defeated by the incompetent. But Garp, there is no defeat. Maybe the defeat was concealed, or maybe it was something else. In short, in the information Ivan had read, Garp had never been defeated. AI Fan grinned and said, "I know, there are things in my ability that you don't know, and I have always estimated my own strength conservatively." "Stinky boy." Garp scolded with a disdainful laugh. "Oh, yes." AI Fan suddenly remembered something and said, "What are you doing here?" "Ding ding ding." Garp said with a shocked face expression, "I forgot." "Ah!" Exclamation mark. The navies complained at the same time, "This can also be forgotten." "Forget it. You don't need to say that. I also know that Grandpa Warring States must have asked me to give up my cultivation here, right?" AI Fan pouted. Garp thought for a moment. "It seems to be the case, but I have another reason for looking for you." "You haven't been there for a long time." AI Fan nodded and said, "Yeah, I'm eager to cultivate. It seems like I haven't gone for a long time." "Let's go. Let's go together," Cap shouted as the battleship returned. Cough cough. AI Fan directly pulled Garp and said, "I have a better way." 10 minutes later, after listening to Sengoku's complaints about Garp's wayward behavior, and assigning new tasks to the people of the 2 battleships, Ivan and Garp stood on Arnold's back, flew over the red soil continent, over the upside-down mountain, and sailed into the East China Sea. Arnold's back mountain. Ivan looked at Garp, who was sitting cross-legged, and laughed. How about it, Arnold's speed? Arnold is also strange. Originally it would not let Garp on its back, but Garp glared at it and it gave in. Garp didn't speak. Didn't know if it was because the wind was howling. He was afraid to drink the wind when he opened his mouth. Because of AI Fan's passive iron skill, he ignored the phenomenon of a blade blowing across his cheek caused by too fast speed. Flying all the way, not long after, the two came to the territory of Goa Kingdom. When approaching, they chose a place where no one was there to land, and after a while, the two came to Dardan. After arriving here, AI Fan instantly felt the breath of the house. The three of Luffy were all in Dardan's wooden house and pushed the door in. Both Luffy and AI Fan were wrapped in bandages, and they looked like they were seriously injured. Dardan was muttering about the three of them. AI Fan, he glanced at Ace. The injury was okay, and he had recovered a little. Luffy was wearing a straw hat, and he had a lot of injuries. AI Fan laughed and said nothing. He took out 2 healing flowers and gave them to Ace and Luffy respectively. The injury improved in an instant. Ace grinned, and Luffy shouted, "It's amazing, it doesn't hurt anymore." He pulled off his bandages, and all the wounds on his body disappeared. AI Fan smiled and said, "How did it get like this?" Ace curled his lips and said, "Rush with a group of pirates." "Stinky brat," Garp called out, "in the next month, Ivan will teach you." He tilted his head and said, "AI Fan, let them know the power of the strongest navy in the future, and especially Luffy." He pointed to Luffy and said, "This kid learned badly from a pirate and wants to be a pirate. You teach them hard for me for a while." Luffy clenched his fists and glared at Garp. "I'm not an ordinary pirate, I want to be the Pirate King." Bang! The words fell, and Garp's fist also fell. "Stinky boy." "It hurts," Luffy said with tears in his eyes. "Grandpa's fist hurts the most." Ha ha ha! AI Fan laughed. Garp left after a while. Before he left, he suddenly remembered something, and said to AI Fan very solemnly, "AI Fan, you are a navy, you must teach them a few. Let them become the strongest navy in the future." AI Fan smiled and replied, "Relax. Luffy and Ace are arguing, making it so hot." AI Fan looked at Luffy and smiled. At such a young age, his will has been firm to such an extent that he deserves to be the protagonist. "What did you say?" Luffy suddenly turned back questioningly. "It's nothing, you can't go there for the next month." AI Fan smiled. The next day, the 4 of them came to the mountains after a full meal. Arnold stared at Luffy with a bamboo pole in his hand, while Ivan stared at Ace and Sabo. They had to play 100 games with each other every day. This was their daily routine before AI Fan came. "From now on, you will play 200 games with my clone every day, and you will each play 1 game every 7 days. The winner and I will go to the town to have a big meal, and the loser will be tied to a tree and eat a big meal. People are not allowed to eat until they come back." Hey Tilda! Luffy was the first to stare. Not allowing him to eat was simply torture. AI Fan wore a smile that seemed so terrifying to the 3 of them. In the evening, at the end of the day's practice, the 3 of them were exhausted, laying under the tree to rest, next to the fire, and AI Fan was grilling the huge beast. "AI Fan, why are you so strong?" Ace asked. He felt that the gap between him and AI Fan was unimaginable. AI Fan smiled, looked back at Ace and said, "It started because of a certain obsession. Of course, it is also now." Later, "I liked the feeling that my practice became stronger, so I kept practicing and I became stronger and stronger." Half a month has passed in a flash, and time has always passed very quickly during cultivation. Chapter 146 Jie Wine, 4th More. On this day, AI Fan took the 3 of Ace to the central street of Goa Kingdom for a big meal. Ace and the 3 were regulars here, but they used to eat Overlord's meal when they came. AI Fan has a lot of Bailey on him, and the food here tastes good. AI Fan really likes it. After a full meal, a large pile of Bailey came out, and the 4 walked towards Duanzin. Suddenly, someone in a dress shouted, "Sabo, isn't this Sabo? You're still alive. Come home with me." Sabo glanced at the man, turned around and immediately sped away. AI fan followed behind. Ace asked, Sabo, who was the person who called you just now? Sabo gritted his teeth, turned his head and said, who knows, maybe it's the wrong person. After that, his footsteps were 3 points faster again. Back to Mount Colpo. Ace and Luffy blocked Sabo, and Evan watched with relish from behind. Hey, Sabo, what are you hiding from us? Ace yelled. Sabo pouted. What? I didn't hide anything from you, Luffy said seriously. Oh, is it? Ace and Luffy glared at Sabo and said, what secrets do we have between us? Tell me now. Sabo pouted, and Ace and Luffy went straight on. The two of them grabbed Sabo's neck and shouted, come on, be careful, we'll beat you up. Sabo was almost out of breath when he was pinched. He pushed the two of them and said, I said yes. Luffy and Ace both let go. Sabo pursed his lips and said slowly, actually, I am the son of a nobleman. Son of a nobleman? Ace repeated. Luffy asked, who is it? Me, cried Sabo. Luffy and Ace clasped their noses and said indifferently, so what? Sabo said angrily, didn't you tell me to say it? AI fan laughed from behind. This scene was so interesting. Sabo was silent for a moment and said, actually, I have parents, neither an orphan nor living in the garbage mountain. It was my father who stopped me today. I lied to you. I'm sorry. Ace turned around silently, sighed and walked away. Luffy put his hands on his chest, glanced at Ace's back, and said to Sabo, just admit your mistake, I forgive you. Ace didn't look back, and said slowly, this incident still surprised me too much. Since you were born in a noble family, why did you come to the garbage mountain? With memories in his eyes, Sabo said slowly after a while, my parents. They like someone who can protect their status and property. If I can't marry the daughter of the royal family, I will be useless. For this, I study and study every day, and my parents spend all day because of my poor study. Quarrel. In that house, I am superfluous. After the silence, Ace suddenly said, so that's how it is. AI fan suddenly realized that Sabo's life experience was like this. He only knew that Sabo would be attacked by Tanlong people, and he really didn't know much about the rest. Sabo said with an excited expression, Luffy, Ace, AI fan, we must go to sea. Leave this country, go out and wander freely. I will look at this vast world, and then write a book to record it. Learning the knowledge of sailing, for me it's not painful at all. Let's become stronger and become real pirates. Ace and Luffy grinned. AI fan shook his head and said, forget it, I'm the Navy. Ace glanced at Ivan, stood on the big rock, looked into the distance and responded to Sabo's words, you don't need to say this, we will do it. Then, he shouted loudly, I want to become a pirate, to keep winning, invincible. Only this can prove the meaning of my life. Even if people in the world do not recognize me and hate me, I will become a big pirate and make them admire me. AI fan, your choice to be a Navy is wrong, and I will impress you in the future. One day, I will surpass you and defeat you. AI fan grinned and said, okay. Ace looked into the distance and shouted, I won't run away. I won't lose to anyone. Even if one day my name becomes the spokesperson for Terra, I'll make my name, Megatron. Feeling Ace's mood, AI fan sighed silently. His own enlightenment played a role. Although Ace didn't hate Roger so much, he still had a haze in his heart. After all, the words of countless people had it hurt him today. Even if he has more of himself in this life, he has not changed much since his time with Ace is limited. Ace and Sabo reconciled one after another, and Luffy grinned at Ace and said, hee, alright. He suddenly shouted, I am. A faint silence passed by. Ace and Sabo glanced at each other. What? Ha 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 ha. AI fan's stomach hurt as he laughed aside. Ha ha ha. Luffy grinned, laughing at Ace and Sabo. Ace said helplessly, I thought you were going to say something. Sabo laughed and said, ha ha Luffy, you are so funny. I am looking forward to your future. But Sabo turned his head and asked AI fan, are you really not going to sea with us? You are so strong, why are you not a pirate? AI fan smiled and said, that's your business. I have seen a lot of pirates, and you are the kind I like, but there are too many pirates that I don't like, as many as a hair. I thought, becoming a general, Maybe I can give and kill a lot of pirates or others that I don't like. Luffy suddenly realized, then we are not the enemy. Haha. AI fan chuckled, let's talk about it later. Who can expect all the things that follow? Sabo frowned slightly and said, if we all go to sea, wouldn't it be very troublesome for all three to be captains? Ace glanced at Sabo and said, I didn't expect this, Sabo. I thought you would definitely be my navigator. Luffy said earnestly from the side, you all get on my boat. We'll talk about the future. Maybe we'll go to sea separately in the future. Ace took out a bottle of wine and poured 4 glasses on the stump. Do you know that after drinking this glass of wine, we are brothers? Even if we each go out to sea and become pirates in the future, the friendship between us as brothers cannot be cut off. The three raised their wine glasses and looked at AI Fan. AI Fan walked over, slowly picked up the wine glass and said, don't be caught by me in the future. The cups of the 4 touched, and Ace said excitedly, then from today Tilda. Luffy grinned, we're brothers. Sabo grinned. Drink all the wine in the cup, and the friendship of young people is forged. The day of practice begins again. Chapter 147 Sanji, 5th More. Time flew by, and it was time for AI Fan to leave. He has a limited amount of time each year and stays so long that the Navy can easily spot it here. Saying goodbye to Ace, Ivan embarked on the journey again. His goal is the Sea of Stars. On Arnold's back, Ivan communicated with Spandam's secret phone bug. After instructing him to pay attention to the movement of the Danlong people on the tour, AI Fan can calm down and practice. With Spandam and Mesa present, he could clearly know the movements of the Danlong people. Sabo was bombarded by Danlong people. If the time is correct, it will basically be next year. He has to save Sabo at that time. Starting from the Gora Kingdom, within half a day, AI Fan encountered an isolated island without a single hair on the island, but AI Fan stopped. There are 2 people on the island, scrawny people. Both were blonde, one was tall, and the other was about the same age as AI Fan. It's such a coincidence. AI Fan was a little surprised. The sea is so big, at this time, this place. He actually met these 2 people. Sanji and Zap. The time is right now when they are stranded on the island. It seems that the time the 2 of them are here is approaching the final limit. The 2 stayed together, and there were piles of gold and silver treasures on the ground. Sanji should know that Zephyr gave him all the food to keep him alive. Seeing that his chances of being rescued were slim, Zap sighed. If only there was a restaurant at sea. Hey, came a cry. Arnold flew towards the 2 of them. Look at the giant eagle that came. There was despair in Sanji's eyes, and Zep was a little regretful. He had no strength to fight. He murmured, is this the end? Suddenly, the 2 saw something unusual. It seemed that a person was standing on the giant eagle. The 2 looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Che! Arnold snorted softly, turning into a red knife and hanging behind AI Fan. Seeing AI Fan appearing, Sanji burst into tears on the spot. Anyway, if he met someone, he probably wouldn't starve to death. The appearance of AI Fan gave the 2 of them an unstoppable glow of hope. Their eyes were a little blurry, only to see AI Fan suddenly conjuring up a large amount of food and placed it in front of them. Hurry up and eat, you'll be fine when you're full. At this moment, they can't care about anything, only eat and drink. They don't know how good they have eaten, and they don't know how many times they almost choked to death. They only know that the sweetness and deliciousness of the food blooms in their mouths. This kind of taste really just wants to make people cry. After eating a lot of food, AI Fan used the ability to heal the clones to create some recovery medicines, so that their dying bodies from starvation returned to their original appearance. The food filled their stomachs and almost filled their hearts. Soon, the 2 of them knelt in front of AI Fan and said gratefully, great kindness and great virtue, I will never forget it. AI Fan smiled and said, forget it, don't look like this, I'm just passing by. Anyway, without him, these 2 can survive, Zep said solemnly. In any case, you are our savior. This will not change. AI Fan shrugged and said, it's up to you. I'm just fine anyway. Sanji was a little silent on the side, and the feeling of going from extreme despair to gaining hope really made it feel like a dream. "How long have you been trapped here?" Ivan questioned. Sanji's expression was indescribable when he said 47 days. 47 days. AI fan suddenly remembered that in the time he had seen Sanji and the two seemed to be rescued at 48 days. AI fan glanced at the sky. It was already dusk. Simply, AI fan took out drinks and more food and said, "I have nothing to do anyway. I will stay here with you all night, and I will send you out of here tomorrow." Zephyr cooked the meat and food. If nothing else, his craftsmanship is really not covered. Night. Zep took out his personal diary and handed it to Ivan. "I have been sailing in the Great for a year. This book records all my experiences of the year. I hope it can be of some use to you." AI fan took it and looked at it, and then gave it to Zep. "I don't understand this. I am a Navy, and I have no interest in this for the time being." "Navy?" Zep was a little silent. AI fan grinned and said, "Don't worry, I won't arrest you. You are a good pirate. You can save his life in this situation. For whatever reason, I don't hate pirates like you." "Is that so?" Zep grinned. "Can you take off your mask? I want to remember your face." "Oh, yes," AI fan said with a smile. "If you don't tell me, I really forgot." He took off his mask, revealing a youthful face. "So young!" exclaimed Zap. "Your age?" AI fan smiled and said, "That's what you see. 10 years old this year." Sanji was stunned. He was 9 years old this year, but what did he do compared to AI fan who was already galloping on the sea? Suddenly, Zap remembered a newspaper he had read before, and he remembered AI fan. "You're the one in the newspaper, the Navy genius who beat the bounty over 100 million pirates at the age of 9. AI fan slapped his forehead and said, "The Navy is the Navy. Don't talk about being a genius or not." "Genius." Sanji's heart is distressed. His brothers and sisters are all geniuses, only him, because he is the same as ordinary people. Eating and drinking are continuing, and they haven't eaten for dozens of days, and they don't want to waste any chance to get full. They just want to stretch their stomachs so they can't eat anything. The next day, sure enough, when AI fan was about to take them away, a ship came from a distance. Zap and Sanji both got on the boat, and after saying goodbye, Ivan jumped on Arnold and disappeared into the distance. On deck, Sanji asked, "Where are we going?" Zep paused and said, "Let's open a sea restaurant." Sanji nodded heavily. Yeah. Sanji's incident was just an episode. When AI fan was thinking about where he was going next, Sengoku contacted him. "AI fan, you told me to contact me for a while. Did you forget it?" AI fan thought about it for a while. Speaking of which, he did not contact the warring states for a long time. "Sorry, I forgot." AI fan's grinning expression was fully learned by the phone bug. Sengoku reluctantly stroked his forehead. "Can only say that Garp's influence is still too great." "Come back, there are some missions." Chapter 148 Mission, 6th More. In the naval headquarters, after flying for a long time, he returned here and went straight to his own room to fall asleep. You know, even on Arnold's back, he didn't stop practicing. When Mai woke up, AI fan changed into the uniform of the Navy, and then went into the naval headquarters. The first thing after entering, AI fan went to the restaurant to eat and drink. After he was full, AI fan went to the Warring States period to report. Fortunately, Warring States was very busy, so he didn't have much time to take care of him, just nagging him a few words to get to the point. "Your experience is effective, and Garp also told me about your strength improvement, but don't do things like smashing through the red soil continent. There are 2 tasks. You choose one to carry out." "What mission?" AI fan wondered. Warring States adjusted his glasses and said, "The first task, you are going to be stationed on an island for a while. The second task is about the World Conference." "World Conference?" AI fan was a little puzzled. "Well, the 4-yearly World Conference, a conference held by all countries in the world to discuss future issues together, once every 4 years, will be held in Marijo in the near future." Sengoku said slowly. AI fan wondered, "What about my mission?" "At that time, the Navy will also have the task of guarding, And you have the ability to fly, so the sky somewhere needs you to guard. AI fan froze for a moment and said, is my first mission to guard the sky over the Chambord Islands? Warring States nodded. AI fan glanced at the Warring States, and the meaning in his eyes was obvious. I'm still here with you? These two are clearly the same task. Okay. Cough cough. The Warring States coughed dryly. He knew exactly what AI fan's eyes meant. After relieving the embarrassed cough, he opened the mouth and said, your task is very simple. As long as you can report the situation, you won't meet anyone. AI fan curled his lips and said, okay, but after this mission, I will be promoted. The Warring States waved his hand and said, after the mission is over, directly take up the post of Major Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. AI fan laughed loudly. It's on me. When are you going? Warring States handed AI fan a piece of information. The above is the location where you want to perform the mission. The person in charge of this mission is General Yellow Monkey. If you have anything to do later, you can go back and prepare, and leave in 3 days. AI fan sighed. Sure enough, it's another 3 days. 3 days was not too short. AI fan found the Yellow Monkey and said hello. After confirming the meeting point in the Chambord Archipelago 3 days later, AI fan flew directly to a certain place. There is his training base. AI fan thought about it for a long time. He has not been to Zepha's place since graduation. Arnold's speed was very fast, and within half a day, Evan had already arrived at the island where Zepha was. He switched between the naval headquarters and the other islands, with his students on both sides. Inside the training base, in the restaurant, Laveau and the others sat together. Laveau grew taller and taller. He showed off his muscles and said, look, brothers, I will be able to graduate early. Cut. Yin said disdainfully, AI fan has already graduated. He's a pervert, I won't argue with him. Laveau sat on the stool and bit off half of the meat in his hand. Rude. Yin pressed his chin with one hand and said, AI fan eats better than you. Yin suddenly remembered AI fan's eating appearance. That look was comparable to a monster. Bins grinned and said, Yin, every day is AI fan. AI fan, you are not annoying, we are all annoying. That's right. Laveau took a sip of his drink and swallowed the piece of meat that almost choked him. When it comes to dinner, say AI fan, he will probably forget you. Haven't you read the newspaper? He is a captain. No. Yin slapped the table and said, AI fan can't possibly forget me. We still have an agreement. After I graduate, the two of us will be lovers. By the way, the strength of AI fan in the newspaper seems to be even more powerful, Bin said slowly. Laveau paused and said, yeah, I heard that his strength can already defeat the big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. But well, I'm not bad. If it wasn't for Teacher Zepha's strictness, I'd estimate that based on the fruit's ability, I would be able to defeat the pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. Lovell is quite confident in this. His development of the impact fruit is getting more and more perfect, and he punches with all his strength, enough to pierce all the battleships. Impacting the fruit, the greater his own strength, the greater the impact he can send. In addition to the ideas that AI fan told him, he also developed a lot of powerful shock waves. Suddenly, there was a commotion, and someone ran into the restaurant and shouted, Captain AI fan is back, and now we have to learn and fight with Teacher Zepha. Wow! AI Yin screamed and rushed out first. No one dares to stop her. In other words, no one dared to touch her at all. When we arrived at the school grounds, there were already quite a few navies around here. AI Yin rushed over, and the crowd automatically separated her from the road. In the past, it's not that there were no people who made her angry, but most of them became children. Even their strength was at the level of children. That feeling, no one wants to experience. Standing at the front of the crowd, AI Yin saw the person who thought about it day and night. AI fan. AI Yin shouted. In the field, AI fan turned his head, grinned, and gave her a thumbs up. Come on, AI fan. AI fan turned his head to look at Zepha, with a smile in his eyes. AI Yin, this girl, actually still thinks about herself. This kind of feeling is very good. There is a taste of love, although the age is very young. but the two sides are very mature, and in a few years, they can do anything. Heck, think too much. AI fan returned to his senses and stared at Zephyr in front of him. Zephyr's face was a little serious. AI fan, you were distracted just now. Teacher Zephyr. AI fan called out first, and then said seriously, it's your distraction. Don't forget, I still have a clone. As soon as the voice fell, Zephyr turned around in an instant with a ruthless punch. Boom. When he punched, the air door was opened, and a blue train was used. But before he came out, he was beaten back again. Hey, Zephyr grinned and said, you kid, haven't seen you for so long. Is your progress quite big? AI fan pulled out his red saber and said with a smile, there are even bigger ones. Eagle, beheaded. Clang. AI fan and Zephyr rushed forward at the same time. A strong wind suddenly broke out between the two. Zephyr clenched his fist with his right hand, resisting AI fan's knife. Not bad. AI fan stared at Zephyr's eyes. There are better ones. Chapter 149 Teaching, 7th More. Inside the school grounds. Swoosh. AI fan and Zephyr each jumped back. Kaido is domineering, and the characteristics of Kaido will turn a blade body, which has been dyed black by domineering, into red. Watch out. Zephyr's hands turned black and grinned. You better be careful not to be broken by my knife. Hi, Kaido whispered, and Arnold inside was a little angry. AI fan smiled and used the sword move that he naturally understood when slashing the red soil continent. 7 consecutive cuts in heavy rain. Sha. The scarlet sword light charged straight towards Zephyr, leaving a vertical trace on the ground where the scarlet sword light passed. Zephyr couldn't dodge, although the sword light hit quickly, but if he wanted to dodge, he could still dodge. However, this is a test for AI fan. He wants to really test AI fan's strength progress, and more importantly, behind him are those Navy soldiers. The power of this slash, considering the strength of the onlookers behind him, is a devastating disaster for them. Unparalleled domineering covered his wrist. Zephyr grinned and smashed his fist. Clang. The sword light stopped instantly. Zephyr's domineering surging, the power exploded, and the sword wave changed direction at once. The crimson sword light that illuminated everyone's cheeks disappeared into the sky, and the Navy onlookers were stunned. Revo said dumbly, the biggest shock I condensed doesn't seem to have this kind of power. AI Yin said disdainfully, you and AI fan's strength is far behind. Bins nodded and said, that's right. This kind of sword wave is not something that ordinary swordsmen can cut out. At the very least, it has to be a swordsman of the swordsman level. Is the knife behind AI fan a red knife of the same level as Hawkeye's black knife? Laveau asked. That's right. Bins nodded. Laveau said enviously, I really want to learn to be domineering. Even a sword can't cut it. In the field, after a slash, AI fan put away the red sword. The 7 consecutive slashes of the heavy rain were his most powerful slashes, and he sent them out to ask Zephyr to give some advice. Of course, not now, but after the battle is over. AI fan clenched his fists with both hands, and the fists seemed to be flashing with luster. Zephyr smiled and said, it looks like your iron has improved too. Iron block, steel fist. I learned after fighting with the old man Garp, to harden my fist, it becomes harder than the general domineering. With my passive iron block, every punch and kick is more domineering. The power of attachment is even greater. AI fan said with a smile. Shaved. The voice fell, and the two of them shaved out at the same time. Bang! There was a loud noise in the field, and AI fan's fist collided with Zephyr's domineering iron fist. The two were able to hold each punch to a stalemate, but they kept punching punch after punch. Every punch is a head-on collision of fists. Every punch is an all-out attack. Boom! AI fan, who was accidentally moved, stepped on the ground and stepped into a deep pit. He took a few steps back and suddenly rushed out. High-speed train crash. Bang! Zephyr's strength rose by another 3 points and collided with AI fan's fist. Boom! The air vibrated, and a blue locomotive appeared on AI fan's arm. The locomotive slammed into Zephyr's fist and tried to force him back, but it was blocked by Zephyr's domineering, and then shattered every inch and finally disappeared. This process only took 3 seconds. The impact of the train had been exhausted, and another punch that AI fan had charged was also thrown. Ultimate train impact. Zephyr looked at AI fan's clenched fist and smiled, and punched out with a single punch, hitting his wrist when AI fan's fist was swung out. This blow was very heavy, instantly knocking AI fan's arm down involuntarily, and then hitting the ground. Boom! AI fan's fist sank into the ground, and the blue train phantom appeared, hitting the ground fiercely. Boom! Like an earthquake, the entire island felt the tremor. The ground under AI fan's feet began to collapse, and the force of the impact emerged, smashing a deep pit under their feet. Boom! As if it exploded, the smoke and dust were everywhere, and the soil splashed, forcing the crowd back a long way. The smoke cleared, and everyone looked towards the place where the battle was fought. A deep pit with a diameter of several meters appeared on the spot, and AI fan and Zephyr were standing on both sides of the pit. Zephyr looked serious and said, "You know the weakness of your move." AI fan nodded, thinking in his eyes, "This punch of mine is to compress the power of two punches. One punch collides head-on, and one punch explodes after hitting the opponent. However, correspondingly, because of the iron fist, my palms and wrists have become rigid, not so flexible anymore." Zephyr smiled and said, "That's just one aspect. Skill can make up for it with time. I'm talking too much load on your wrist. You are still not domineering. Without domineering weapons, your use of this kind of power will cause your wrist to leave hidden dangers and hard-to-detect injuries. If it takes a long time, it will leave you with irreparable injuries." He, AI fan said with a grin, "Mr. Zephyr didn't realize that I shouldn't have such good endurance. The power moves I issued were several times the power I already had. I should have been exhausted after 2 or 3 moves, but I didn't have any fatigue." Zephyr questioned, "Is it your new ability?" He also heard about the experiments of AI fan's clone and his battles outside. AI fan nodded and said, "Well, I only dare to use these body-damaging moves after I have that ability. I don't need to care about injuries of this magnitude." "That's it." Zephyr nodded. AI fan grinned and said, "Besides, I have more powerful moves that I haven't used yet." He took a few steps back and burst out suddenly. Every step he took smashed the ground, and with a violent momentum, he slammed into Zephyr. Tank hit. The upright steel chariot appeared, and as AI fan rushed forward, the steel armor became more and more solid. The muscles in his shoulders bulged, and the speed of his feet grew faster. The corners of Zephyr's mouth twitched. The domineering arrogance on his fists rolled, and he stretched out his hands towards the shoulders that AI fan bumped into. Boom! Like hitting Garp's hand, AI fan stopped instantly after hitting Zephyr's domineering palm. Boom! The strong wind pressure made the onlookers unable to open their eyes. Zephyr grinned and said, "The power of this blow is really strong, AI fan." AI fan laughed loudly, "Of course. This is a battle of learning. If he uses poison, plus other clones to assist, AI fan believes that he can fight anyone. The battle stops here, and if we continue to learn from each other, this school field must be destroyed." After AI fan and AI Yin greeted them, they followed Zephyr and left. Zephyr is very interested in AI fan's cultivation method. Chapter 150 Dinner. The 8th. In Zephyr's room, after listening to AI fan's narration, Zephyr frowned, summed up and said, "Your use of avatars is too single. You can let them fight to increase their experience with 9 avatars. One-sided penance is not the best way. Also, can't you increase your avatars?" Evan replied, "I've thought about sparring, but our memories are all the same. Any sparring with myself is meaningless. There are only 9 clones with entities, but the ones that are summoned and composed of energy are beaten. Even if there is any damage, I can't summon a clone that will disappear." "Can't you find the reason yourself?" Zephyr asked. "This peculiar ability." "He can't help much." AI fan thought for a while and said, "I have analyzed a few reasons, but they are not very reliable. Anyway, let's take a step by step. Even if there are only 9 clones, it is enough for me." Also, Zephyr added, "Don't continue the experiment of making one more internal organ. Although you can gain powerful strength, your lifespan will be consumed faster." AI fan didn't care and grinned, "I know. He has a plan in his heart, and there is a fruit he is very concerned about. No matter what, he will let his clone get it. Seeing AI Fan's appearance, Zephyr didn't say much. He knew about AI Fan. He was very precocious and smart, and he didn't look like a child. He had already had his own thoughts in his heart, and Zephyr, the teacher, just wanted to lead him into the right path. In the evening, AI Fan, Livo and others gathered on the grass beside the island. Dozens of people sat and joked together. The fire rose, and someone was grilling the meat of the Sea King. Livo shouted, "Get more, you're not enough for Ivan to stick his teeth." Cut. AI Fan curled his lips and said, "I don't usually eat that much now. I only eat a lot on special occasions." "Then you should eat at least 10 times as much as others." "Let's start," Livo said with a raised finger. AI Fan has grown a lot taller. AI Yin sat beside AI Fan. AI Yin, how is the training here? AI Fan asked with a smile. AI Yin sighed and said, "I just learned to shave. It's far worse than you." Haha. AI Fan laughed. "It doesn't matter. As long as you master one of the 6 styles, it will be much easier to practice the other 5 styles. What's more, your ability only needs to be fast enough. Strength is not particularly needed." "That doesn't work either." Teacher Zephyr said that physical strength is also very important. "The ability of the superhuman type is still relatively dependent on the body. Unfortunately, my physique is not particularly good, and I am a girl, so my progress is slow." Dane pouted. As they spoke, the distance between the two was getting closer. Lovell stroked his arm and said, "I feel a peculiar atmosphere that makes me feel awkward." Binns put down the piece of meat in his hand and asked, "Is there any?" Ulvo glanced at AI Fan and AI Yin, who were talking like no one else. "Don't you think there is something strange between the two of them?" Binns said blankly, "What did you say?" Revo said helplessly, "It seems that it is necessary to give you an IQ shock." Wow. When it comes to the impact of IQ, dozens of people around have dispersed, looking at Lovell as if looking at a monster. AI Fan noticed the difference and asked, "Is there anything wrong with Revo?" Ain paused for a while, and said beside AI Fan's ear, "Didn't you say a different kind of shock or something before?" Lovell has developed a lot of strange abilities, but he himself can't use them well. He once said that he had developed an IQ shock by himself, but the shock wave seemed to be out of control and rebounded. He became very strange and took a week to recover. How strange. AI Fan was a little curious. AI Yin was even closer to AI Fan. Her breath squirting in AI Fan's ear made his heart ticklish. Didn't he know that AI Yin's cheeks were already red? Those days, with "I heard it." Laveau pointed to his ear and said, "The sound of the beak causes the air to vibrate, and the vibration is the shock. All the shocks within 10 meters around me cannot be concealed from me." Ain swallowed and said, "Now he's always going crazy, using all kinds of shocks all day long, but after you're gone, no one of us can beat him. His 6 style use is much better than mine, plus his own messy shock waves. I can't help him." "Is that so?" Ivan nodded and said, "So, Lovell has developed many kinds of shocks." "That's right." Laveau suddenly jumped to AI Fan's side and said, "The shock waves I know are incredible. Moreover, because of the development of too many, my understanding of shock power is also much stronger." AI Fan said with interest, "What do you know?" Laveau smiled. AI Fan's face turned pale, and at that moment he actually felt his heart beat a bit slower. "My ability. The blood shock stops. Let the blood in the enemy's heart lose all impact. The enemy will also be powerless because of the instantaneous heart failure." Laveau laughed. "Very strong ability," AI Fan exclaimed. "If you don't have a special move or someone who is not a natural type, if your move is more powerful, an enemy that is 10 meters away from you is like a small life in your hands." "Yes, yes." Laveau clapped his hands. Bang. The next second, AI Fan kicked him in the face and kicked him several dozen meters away. "Then you can't experiment with me, bastard." 10 seconds later, Laveau ran over with a red shoe print on his face, not angry, and grinned. "I forgot, I thought it was when we were practicing together." Didn't you want to be an experiment subject for me every day? AI fan sighed while holding his forehead. This is really stupid and rude. A slight shock appeared on Lovell's finger. I also learned taste shock, IQ shock, pain shock, compression shock, and finer shock, blood vessel shock, shock absorption, sustained shock. Do you want me to help you continue to practice the iron block? My large-scale impact is much stronger, AI fan exclaimed. You are far more terrifying than other people's fruit awakening. Lavos scratched his head and said, although there are many skills, most of the strange shocks only succeed once 100 times. The pain that I can cause to others is not as painful as the bite of an ant. But some powerful shocks, better to master.